Within the Sword Dao domain, a glowing castle that was nearly 30 meters long was stationed here, with Ning and Azurfian's avatar located within it. Azurfian's avatar was pouring immortal energy into the castle, keeping it active. As for Ning, he was seated off to one side in front of a table that had a flask of wine and a wine cup on it. Every so often, he would lift up the wine cup and take a sip. He only needed to spare a bit of attention to maintaining the illusions within the Sword Dao domain, making the illusory Ning's performance more convincing. The single-target attacks were powerful and concentrated, with the one shooting out from this Exalt-class Dao Guard tower being close to Autarch-level attacks in might. However, they all hit the illusory Ning without harming the real one in the slightest. As for the large-scale attacks, they dispersed their might across an extremely wide area, making it fairly easy to defend against them. However, Ning wasn't willing to do so and instead took out a Sith treasure. It must be remembered that Ning had captured over 2,800 hegemons and emperors during the previous battle. They had carried many types of treasures on them, and it could be said that they collectively held roughly over 80% of the total Sith treasures within this hidden dimension. Now, those treasures were all Ning's. There were actually over 10 items that were on the level of the Black Sun. Ning had pulled out one of them and allowed Azurfian's avatar to bind it, then used it to defend against the attacks. Ning had selected this castle for its sturdiness and defensive strength. It was able to defend against the large-scale attacks that struck it with ease. This castle was on the same level as the Black Sun, and it was specialized in defense. Attacks like this, nearly on par with the Blaze Sun ruler, were completely unable to breach its thick walls. The only thing they did was to consume Azurfian's power. Withdraw. Ning watched the battle proceed while causing his Sword Dao domain to rapidly retreat and disperse. Master, why are you having us retreat? Azurfian's avatar asked. These Sith have extremely powerful attacks, but the wide-scale ones are all being blocked by the castle. Why should we withdraw? That's where you are wrong. Ning laughed. Warfare isn't as simple as attacking and defending. You need to see beyond the clashes to the nature of the battle itself. There's no need for us to do too much in this battle against the Flameland Elder Hall. Given enough time, they will run out of energy and we will have one. Ning's gaze went through the walls of the castle, allowing him to see the Flameland Elder Hall, which continued to pursue and assault them. Once they broke free from their foundations, they no longer had any chance to retreat. Their only option was to unleash all the power available to them in a final, desperate assault, Ning explained. So, why should we actually fight them? I'll just keep running, while they will keep chasing. It actually takes this Dao Guard Tower energy to fly through the air as well. There was another unspoken reason why Ning had them continuously retreat. This was because he wanted to stay as far away from the other two Elder Halls as possible. That way, once he captured all the hegemons and emperors in the Flameland Elder Hall, he would be able to review their memories without being disturbed. If he was too close to the other two Elder Halls, they'd probably launch attacks at him and disrupt him. If he stayed farther away, it would be harder for them to bother him. Explosions of ruinous power continued to ring out unabated, with Ning continuing to fight while fleeing. Every so often, a streak of Autarch-level golden light would shoot out, tearing through the earth and gouging unfathomably deep tunnels in the ground. As for the wide-scale attacks that covered as much as 10 billion kilometers, they would terrify even most hegemons. Any other cultivator would have perished long ago from a battle like this. Only the Autarchs and Ning were equipped to handle it. The Flameland Elder Hall has nearly been utterly exhausted of all its power. It only has enough to keep flying. Hawkfang gritted his teeth after saying these words. His voice echoed throughout the entire Elder Hall, with every single emperor and hegemon inside hearing them. We have lost this battle. The only thing we have left is a final charge at that. Hawkfang felt pain and sorrow in his heart, because he knew that this final charge would result in his comrades throwing their lives away. The cultivators, the Sith. Hawkfang wasn't sure who he truly belonged to, but he knew that the people he cared the most about were his comrades, the other Sith descendants. And yet, his care alone wouldn't be of any use. He couldn't disobey Exalt Bowenya's orders. Every single hegemon and emperor had long ago sworn oaths to obey Exalt Bowenya. The final charge. Attack! Even as we die, let's use up more of Dao Lord Darknorth's power. Exhaust him. Kill him, and we'll bring hope to our homeland. Once we die, it'll all be for nothing. Kill. Hawkfang, you stay back. So long as you are alive, the others will still have a leader. The hegemons and emperors began to charge out of the Flameland Elder Hall, moving like streaks of light towards Ning as they tried to dissuade Hawkfang from joining the battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 11, A Wonderful Surprise. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 11, A Wonderful Surprise. Streaks of light flew out from the Flameland Elder Hall. The Sith descendants were absolutely fearless, and they charged out with a mixture of both frenzy and despair. Hawkfang silently watched from afar. He suddenly had the feeling that those streaks of light were utterly beautiful, yet at the same time, they stabbed against his heart like daggers. In truth, the torment he had felt in his heart over the course of many eons had been utterly excruciating. This was why he had never been able to perfect his Dao heart. Death is a form of release. My friends, if all of you die, what would be the point of me surviving by myself? To continue being a disposable pawn to the Sith? A calm look appeared in Hawkfang's eyes, and he began to release the two monsters trapped within the Flameland Elder Hall. Clack 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 clack, the prison cells located within the deepest depths of the Elder Hall began to swing open, awakening two mighty creatures that had existed since antiquity. Boom! 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 The entire Flameland Elder Hall began to shake. After awakening, the two strange creatures instantly entered a berserk state. It was extremely hard to control these creatures, but somewhat easier to drive them so berserk that they would attack all foes before them. The Sith generally treated these creatures as their final trump cards. The creatures were sent out to fight only when the Sith were on their last legs. They've all gone. Hawkfang watched those hundreds of streaks of light shot from the Flameland Elder Hall towards the distant region covered by the Sword Dao domain, but those who entered it disappeared without a trace. I'll go as well. Hawkfang could sense those two creatures beginning to awaken and cause destruction. The power within his Dao Guard Tower had finally been used up. Without any energy to power its artifacts and formations, the Dao Guard Tower was completely incapable of restraining these two mighty beasts any further. The two were beginning to tear it apart, and in truth, Hawkfang didn't care. He had already committed himself irrevocably to this path once he had split the Elder Hall away from its foundation. Even if the depleted tower wasn't destroyed, it would be of little use. At most, he could detach a few weapons and use them. Attack! Hawkfang shot out like a streak of light, charging with determination towards the distant Ning. He was the last of the hegemons and emperors in his group to attack. Exalt Bowenya and Janbek all watched as those hundreds of streaks of light shot out towards Dao Lord Dark North, followed by the final streak of light which represented Hawkfang. Both of them were silent. As for Ning, he was absolutely delighted. He had long ago put away his castle and was actively manipulating his Sword Dao domain instead. He flew through the air, moving towards those attacking emperors as his domain moved with him as well. As soon as the emperors entered his reach, they were trapped by illusions and captured with ease. Boom! 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 The hegemons and emperors continued to launch frenzied attacks, but none of them landed on Ning at all. At most, Ning would have to exert a tiny bit of power to use evasion arts to dodge. And so, all of the hegemons and emperors, Hawkfang included, were captured in one fell swoop. He drew all of them into his estate world. Now that is that? Just as Ning was feeling quite satisfied with himself and preparing to review the memories of these hegemons, he suddenly turned to stare at the crumbling Flameland Elder Hall with a slightly tense look on his face. Boom! A giant hole appeared in the side of the Flameland Elder Hall, followed by a creature that looked like a giant fish flying out of the opening. The giant fish quickly expanded in size when it flew out, expanding to become 30,000 kilometers long. It had long whiskers around its mouth, and those whiskers were all 10,000 kilometers as well. It also had a total of 18 sets of claws located alongside its flank. As for its tail, the tip of its tail was connected to a series of slender threads which chopped through space with terrifying power as they swished back and forth. What an incredible beast! Ning felt a sense of threat. I have the feeling that it is even tougher to deal with than the last beast I encountered. Squish! 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 Right at this moment, another strange creature that looked something like an earthworm began to slowly ooze its out of the main gates of the Flameland Elder Hall. The creature emanated a halo of golden light, and when Ning saw it he immediately had the feeling that its body was incredibly tough. Even if Ning chopped it into 10 pieces, it probably still wouldn't die. Killing it would be no easy task. I need to find their essence cores before I can kill them, Ning mused. But both are extremely hard to deal with. It'll probably take me 10 or 20 strikes to kill them, but why should I have to? Ning exerted his will as he landed upon the ground beneath him. He had already flown out of the sacred mountains and into an empty plains, and when he landed on the plains he exerted the power of his illusion sword Dao, vanishing without a trace. He was using his illusions to blend into his surroundings, completely masking his aura and revealing no traces of his presence at all. Kill, 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 these two creatures came from outside the Chaosverse, and they were born with incredibly powerful bodies. Their eyes were filled with savagery as they scanned the area, searching for living beings to kill. And yet, after doing so, they ended up turning and charging towards the two remaining Elder Halls instead. Both of those two Elder Halls were easily locatable, and they could sense that both held living beings within them. Damn! It really was all an illusion. Lord Darknorth's illusions are truly, Exalt Bowenya turned pale when he saw this. These were clearly his beasts, but upon being unable to find Ning they chose to charge towards him instead. They had captured these beasts and driven them berserk. For these beasts to now attack them was a form of karma. Boom! Squish! The two creatures parted ways, separating as they moved towards the two Elder Hall. They began to launch a frenzied barrage of attacks upon their respective Elder Halls. Their mighty bodies contained an even more massive amount of energy than Flamewing. It gave them all the power they needed to furiously assault the towers to give vent to their hate. They even opened their giant mouths to bite down at the towers, but the two Elder Halls would not be so easily shaken by the likes of them. Boom! 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 The two Elder Halls began to counterattack with near autarch levels of might. The attacks left gaping wounds on the bodies of the two creatures. The earthworm creature was able to endure nearly 100 blows before finally being blasted apart, at which point its essence core was destroyed and it perished. As for the giant fish, when it was on the verge of dying it actually came back to its senses and bored into the earth to flee. It regained its mind? Exalt Bowenya was quite shocked. We had driven it completely insane, but it somehow managed to come back to its senses. Near-death experiences truly can give birth to miracles. He didn't worry about that giant fish creature too much, because the sacred realm was so stable that there was no way the creature would be able to break free and escape from it. After he dealt with the biggest problem, Lord Darknorth, he would have plenty of time to handle the fish and recapture it. Lord Darknorth. Exalt Bowenya stared off into the distance, his gaze focused upon the plains where Ning had vanished. Lord Darknorth was 1,000 times more dangerous than that giant fish. Ning had hidden himself via his power over illusions. And upon doing so he had immediately summoned Hawkfang. Hawkfang had been someone whom the Sith had held great hopes for. He had a chance of becoming an autarch, and was the son of a Sith exalt. Ning had searched the memories of over 2,800 Sith emperors to no avail. By now, he felt certain that his chances of finding those 9 techniques in the memories of ordinary emperors were extremely slim. Hawk Fan, however, was special. Perhaps he might have something. Whoosh! The black-robed Hawk Fan appeared before Ning. His gaze was calm, and he even smiled slightly when he saw Ning appear before him. Dao Lord Dark North. Ning didn't say anything, immediately drawing Hawk Fan into an illusion. He was afraid that Hawk Fan would try to commit suicide in the hopes of killing him. If that happened, Ning wouldn't have a chance to search his memories. They would have plenty of time to chat later. The 9 techniques, however, were absolutely critical to him and his hopes of proceeding further along the path of cultivation. He wouldn't take any risks with that. This is certainly a great deal of memories. Ning began to review Hawk Fang's memories. Hawk Fang's Dao heart was flawed, and so he wasn't able to resist Ning's illusions. Ning couldn't help but sigh as he flipped through Hawk Fang's memories. Hawk Fang was a rather tragic figure. If he had been born amongst the cultivators, he probably would have already become an autarch. What? He also swore a lifeblood oath not to transmit the 9 techniques to anyone? Ning felt rather speechless when he saw the thought bubbles surrounding those 9 techniques. He had expected this, but he had still been hoping that Hawk Fan would be different. In truth, however, every single Sith given access to these techniques had been forced to swear lifeblood oaths. Hawk Fan was no exception. Ugh! Ning felt rather disappointed after being unable to access the 9 techniques, but he continued to flip through Hawk Fang's other memories. Time slowly flowed on. 2 hours. 4 hours. What's this? Ning's eyes slowly began to light up as he began to flip through the memories faster and faster. The more he saw, the more excited he became, and towards the end, he was so excited that his entire body was quivering. The 5 truncheon chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 12, The 5 truncheon chapters. Book 42, Chapter 12, The 5 truncheon chapters. Now this is an unexpected surprise. Due to his repeated failures, Ning was already at the verge of abandoning all hope of finding the 9 special techniques. He was simply rifling through the rest of Hawk Fang's memories out of a sense of caution. Who would have thought that such an unexpected surprise would pop out? Hawk Fang was the creator of the 5 truncheon chapters. He truly was a genius. After Hawk Fang's father had accompanied the Sith army in their first invasion of the Chaosverse, he began to live here within this hidden dimension. Later on, the Supreme Sith leaders sent orders for the Sith to begin to propagate within this land. As for Hawk Fang's father, he was an exalt, but the one and only child he had upon reaching this level was Hawk Fang. He began to put all of his efforts into rearing his son. Hawk Fang was incredibly talented in every respect, and he skyrocketed in power with no pause at all. However, he was still just a Sith descendant. The true Sith couldn't help but feel a sense of caution towards these descendants, and so they weren't willing to pass down any information or guidance regarding Omega Das. If one of their children managed to reach autarky via an Omega Dao, it would be their children who would become the rulers of this Chaosverse, which meant that it would still be suited for the current cultivators, not the Sith. The Sith descendants were much like the local cultivators, after all. They were born and bred under the current conditions. In addition, if someone reached autarky via an Omega Dao, not even a lifeblood oath would be able to restrain or affect him. The Sith were afraid that they would no longer be able to control such a person, and so they didn't pass down any Omega Das. Hawk Fang was incredibly talented. Guided by the Sith away from the Omega Das, he succeeded in the Dao merge and became a mere hegemon. In truth, this was perhaps a lucky thing for Hawk Fang. Ning didn't have any guidance as he walked the path of the Omega Sword Dao, but the difficulty of the Dao merge resulted in him failing at it. Becoming a hegemon, it was hard to say if it was a good thing or a bad thing for Hawkfang. After becoming a hegemon, he had quickly reached hegemony in 5 other daos. His speed of advancement was so shockingly fast that it had amazed the entire Sith race. Even the highest-ranking members of the Sith paid close attention to him. Later on, the Dawn War began. Hawkfang's father, as an exalt, was required to lead the Sith forces into battle. Hawkfang insisted on accompanying his father into battle. As one of the most favored Sith descendants, he had a somewhat special status, and so the highest-level Sith reluctantly agreed to his request. However, they only agreed to let him send his avatar, as they knew the war would be so fierce that Hawkfang could very well die in it. The entire Sith race was eagerly awaiting an autarch arising from within the ranks of their children. During the war, Hawkfang's avatar accompanied his father in battling against the cultivators. He saw many things, and slowly, he began to realize the truth, that you imbeciles! Can't you feel it? Can't you sense the difference between you and the Sith? It was this vast chaos-verse which gave birth to you, nurtured you, supported you. The primordial chaos of this universe accepts you but rejects the Sith, because the Sith are foreign invaders and enemies. You are helping your own enemies. You are cultivators. Why do you willingly serve the Sith? Autarch Bolin had charged towards them, roaring with accusation and fury. Hawkfang had long ago suspected the truth, and on that day, he became certain of it. Fang, my son. His father had sought him out that day. We're quite unlucky to have run into one of the cultivator autarchs so soon. We're going to die today. I'll destroy your avatar to ensure that this autarch won't be able to kill you. Every single one of his strikes is filled with the binding power of karma. If he kills you, he'll use karma to destroy your true body as well. Father. I am a cultivator, not a Sith. Right? Hawkfang asked. Ning was looking through Hawkfang's memories and could see through Hawkfang's eyes. He saw the look on the face of Hawkfang's father, and that look shook even Ning's own heart. Hawkfang's father had fallen silent for a moment. He then looked at his son, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Heartache, love, worry, hope. These were the pure emotions a dying father would feel when gazing at his son. Hawkfang's father had then said softly, I might as well tell you. I was bound by oaths not to reveal this to you, but now you already know the truth. I didn't have a choice. I had to take part in this war and just hope for the best. You don't have a choice either. The two of us, father and son, we certainly share a sorry fate. When Hawkfang's father had said these words, his eyes had become filled with resentment. He had then let out a sigh. If you can become an autarch, the Sith wouldn't dare to mistreat you. You'd be considered one of their important thugs, but if you fail to make that breakthrough and remain a mere hegemon, you wouldn't even be considered a thug, just a disposable pawn. I was able to protect you, but I'm going to die soon. I won't be able to protect you any longer. If you ever have the chance, flee. Escape and go to the cultivator civilizations. Hawkfang had been stunned. He never would have imagined that his father would tell him to go flee to the cultivators. All right. We're out of time. Hawkfang's father had then reached out and pressed his hand against Hawkfang's chest, destroying Hawkfang's avatar with one blow, and that was the last memory Hawkfang had of his father. The end result of that battle was Autarch Bolin exterminating the entire squad led by Hawkfang's father. Eventually, the Dawn War came to an end. Hawkfang continued to live within the sacred realm inside the hidden dimension. At first, the Sith continued to pay close attention to him, but the shadow that had been cast over his heart made it so that he would be unable to cleanse his Dao-heart of all flaws. He was a cultivator, but he was also a descendant of the Sith. If the Sith had treated him with sincerity, he wouldn't feel so torn, but in reality, he now knew that they were nothing more than cannon fodder and pawns. Even if he worked extremely hard and became an autarch, he'd be viewed as nothing more than a useful thug. What was the point of cultivating? And he was forever unable to forget his father's final words, "I didn't have a choice. I had to take part in this war and just hope for the best." You don't have a choice either. The two of us, father and son, we certainly share a sorry fate. These words tore at his heart. Ever since his mother had died due to her lifespan coming to an end, his father had become the person who he cared about above all others. His father, in turn, had cherished him and loved him. Only when he heard those words did he realize how miserably unhappy his father had been. His father had the exalted title of Exalt, but he had been given no choices either. He had only come to take part in this war because he had to, and his fate had been left up to luck. Civ. Hawkfang began to feel hatred towards the Sith race, which treated both himself and his father as disposable pawns. This hatred cast a shadow over his heart, preventing him from perfecting his Dao heart. He knew that he had to become more powerful and become an autarch, as it would give him a better chance of escaping and taking revenge upon the Sith, but he could no longer perfect his Dao heart. In fact, he couldn't improve at all. After no longer being able to progress on the path of cultivation, Hawkfang eventually began to give up on his hopes of autarky. However, he then came up with another idea for taking revenge upon the Sith. He knew that the Sith had long ago transmitted 9 special techniques to their descendants, wanting to make cultivation easier for them. These techniques allowed divine power and immortal energy to be merged together, theoretically ensuring that even Dao Lords would no longer face mortal danger as they took their various steps. Even if you failed in the Dao merge, you would be able to quickly recover and then attempt it again. This was the reason why the Sith were able to produce so many hegemons, emperors, and exalts. The Sith continuously improved as they created these 9 techniques, with the 9th being much better than the first. But in the end, even the 9th and ultimate technique remained flawed. It only allowed for one to become a Dao Lord of the first step, at which point the body would crumble and the true soul would vanish. I can sense that these techniques are somewhat rejected by the natural Dao of this chaosverse. If I can retrofit them, I should be able to produce something better. True Sith were unable to sense or make use of the Dao of this chaosverse, but Hawkfang could. It was absolutely incredible that the Sith Lord of Chaos was able to create a technique which would allow a local cultivator to safely become a Dao Lord, even though the Lord of Chaos himself was unable to sense the Dao here. Hawkfang had personally viewed all 9 of the techniques in the past, and he had watched as the almighty Sith Lord of Chaos had slowly improved and perfected them. Hawkfang had gained many new insights as he had watched, and so, he had chosen to make use of those insights into creating his own techniques. He had felt certain that all 9 Sith techniques contained foundational errors. The only reason why those errors weren't apparent early on was because when one was weak, there was a great deal of margin for error. For example, consider mortal cultivators. Foundation level, golden core level, nascent soul level. Mortal ranked, earth ranked, heaven ranked. Wanshang adept, primal Taoist, void level, all sorts of techniques and styles could be used, because the weaker you were the less of an impact the chaosverse Dao would have upon you. But the closer to the peak you were, the more demanding the Dao would become. Hawkfang himself was able to sense the Dao of this chaosverse. He borrowed some of the technical tricks and ideas used by the 9 special techniques, then began to recreate them in his own image, devising the Mortal chapter, Fiend God chapter, World chapter, Dao Lord chapter, and Deathless chapter. This became the technique which he named the 5 truncheon chapters. The reason why he called it the 5 truncheon chapters was because his father's favorite magic treasure had been a wooden truncheon. As a child, Hawkfang had loved to play around with that truncheon, and so his father had given it to him. Hawkfang had always carried it by his side, and it became a symbol of the love he bore for his father. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 13, Deathless. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 13, Deathless. Hawkfang had created this technique in order to take revenge upon the Sith. He wanted to take revenge for both his father's sake and his own sake, and for the sake of the countless deceived Sith descendants. They were viewed as disposable cannon fodder by the true Sith, while even his father had been forced to take part in the war. The two of us, father and son, we certainly share a sorry fate. These words continued to stab against Hawkfang's heart like knives. He would never be able to forget that look on his father's face. This was why he needed revenge. He wanted to create this technique, then find a way to deliver it to the cultivators. He felt certain that the cultivators would be able to use it to dramatically increase in power, producing many new hegemons and even new autarchs. That way, the Sith would be defeated. But of course, if the Sith found out that he was creating this technique, he would be doomed. Thus, he had carried out all of his experiments upon the beings who resided within his own estate treasure. As a hegemon, he had many estate treasures which were filled with countless living beings. He had these beings test out his cultivation techniques, and many ended up dying due to errors in the technique. He had tested them time and time again, then remade them repeatedly. His talent was put to full effect here. He quickly mastered the Mortal chapter and the Fiend God chapter. The first was comparable to pre-celestial tribulation levels of the three realms, while the second included everything post-tribulation to the Elder God/Ancestral Immortal level. Although it was different from the way in which the 9 techniques operated, it was successful and had a similar effect to Ning's own Azure Flower Seal technique. The World chapter covered world gods and chaos immortals. It was clearly far more difficult, and it took him a great deal of time, but in the end, he succeeded once more. The Downlord chapter, however, was even more difficult. It must be remembered that even the finest of the 9 special techniques only allowed for cultivators to safely train to the world level. Once one became a Downlord of the first step, the body would crumble apart and the true soul would be destroyed. Hawkfang spent untold eons working on the Downlord chapter, and to this very day he was still working on it. Alas, he had only been able to successfully complete the parts for Downlords of the first step and Downlords of the second step. He hadn't been able to succeed for the third or fourth steps. Due to being stymied by the Downlord chapter, he had turned his attention to the Deathless chapter instead. The Deathless chapter was meant to allow Downlords who had failed in the downmerge to halt and reverse the crumbling of the true soul, allowing them to then attempt the downmerge once more. All 9 of the Sith techniques were also focused on recovering from a failed downmerge. Mortal cultivators who reach a certain level can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Upon reaching the Fiend God level, they will not die so long as their true soul remains unharmed. However, if there was a way which would allow a shattered true soul, the very core of a person's being, to be repaired after already breaking apart, that would represent true deathlessness. The only thing which could end one's life would be when the invisible laws that govern everyone's maximum lifespan in a chaos-verse took effect. And so, Hawkfang had focused his efforts on the Deathless chapter. He allowed the Downlords residing in his estate treasures who had failed the downmerge to test out this technique. He had gone so far as to recruit many disciples in the sacred realm. After those Downlord disciples failed the downmerge, he would have them go into his estate treasure and test out the Deathless chapter, but of course, he would have them swear oaths not to divulge this to anyone else. He had refined the Deathless chapter over and over again, but to this very day, it remained a failure. Clearly, it was almost completely impossible to allow a Downlord who had failed the downmerge to repair his crumbling true soul. Thus, only the first 3 chapters of the 5 truncheon chapters were complete. The Downlord chapter and the Deathless chapter were both flawed and imperfect, but in truth, both were significantly superior to the 9 unique techniques the Sith had developed. It wasn't that Hawkfang was more talented than the Sith Lord of Chaos, rather, it was that he was able to use those 9 techniques as a reference, and was also able to sense the Tao of this Chaos-verse. If the Sith Lord of Chaos was also able to sense the Tao of this Chaos-verse, he probably would have been able to easily create a perfect technique which would allow someone to train all the way to the autarch level. Ning was extremely excited, especially after reviewing the Deathless chapter. As Ning reviewed the technique, he couldn't help but get the feeling that there were certain similarities to the mysteries of the 9 chaos seals which Autarch Awakener had created. It was like a brand new door had appeared in front of Ning, one which allowed limitless possibilities in a brand new world. The Sith Lord of Chaos was at such an extremely high level of insight that he was able to create these 9 techniques just based on guesswork and prediction. He had overhauled them and repeatedly perfected them, but they remained flawed. This, however, was because his understanding of the nature of this Chaosverse Tao was limited. If the Tao had operated in the manner he had believed it to operate, the 9 techniques would have been perfect. Alas, the Tao was different and so the 9 techniques were unusable. Hawkfang, however, had managed to use them to create his own, deathless chapter. I can see hope. There are many ways we can continue to improve the deathless chapter. Ning was different from Hawkfang. He was the master of the eternal Omega Sword Tao, on par with autarchs in terms of insight. He had reached an incredibly high level of understanding into the Tao, which was why he was able to reach hegemony in so many Taos with such ease. But the path to perfecting it will be a long one. If I let Hawkfang do it, he probably wouldn't succeed even if he was given 10 times as much time as he already had. Autarch Awakener had attempted to complete this path, but he had approached it from a different angle. He had been able to reach an extremely deep level of mastery in his approach, which was why Ning was certain that the deathless chapter held many flaws. However, it was a different approach that would provide many new inspirations. In addition, he was able to see a complete structure to the deathless chapter. The experiences of Autarch Awakener, combined with the mysteries of the deathless chapter, if I fused them together and then worked hard on improving them, I might be able to create a perfect technique in my remaining years which would allow my crumbling true soul to recover. Ning instantly grew excited. If he could heal his true soul, then if he attempted the Tao merge again, he would instantly become an eternal emperor because he was already the master of the eternal Omega Sword Tao. But of course, he would first have to create a new technique which would allow the true soul to become deathless and everlasting. I can definitely succeed. I will definitely succeed. Ning was filled with anticipation. Prior to acquiring the deathless chapter, Ning had felt that his chances of creating such a true soul everlasting technique to be virtually negligible. Now, however, hope blazed in front of him like a radiant sun. It was still a distant goal, but it was bright enough to illuminate the path in front of it. Autarch Titanos and the others had felt that there was no hope because they didn't even know what path to begin embarking on. The deathless chapter, however, was based off the 9 special techniques and so it provided an overall framework and path, even though this path was filled with many pitfalls and dead ends. This was why the Sith had forced anyone who ever learned the 9 techniques to swear lifeblood oaths not to divulge it to anyone else. They were afraid that the 9 techniques would be disseminated to the cultivators, accelerating their research efforts into this same field. Hawkfang, I truly have to thank you. Ning stared at Hawkfang, who was still in a dazed and illusion-bound state in front of him, then smiled. After completely reviewing Hawkfang's memories, Ning felt that this trip to this hidden dimension had been completely worth it. Awaken, Ning murmured softly. Hawkfang trembled slightly. Moments later, his eyes regained their usual clarity. He looked at Ning, blinked, and then smiled slightly. Tao Lord Dark North, was I in an illusion just now? Yes. Ning nodded. You've already reviewed my memories? Hawkfang asked. Ning nodded. Hawkfang continued, I've always felt quite torn between the Sith and the cultivators. The blood in my veins belongs to the Sith and comes from my father. And yet, I am indeed a local cultivator myself. Life has been quite agonizing, but one thing is certain. I hate the Sith. I hate them for forcing my father into war, and hate them for sending all of us, their children, to our deaths. Now you have my 5 truncheon chapters, a technique I poured my heart and soul into. In the end, I still wasn't able to truly complete them. However, after you cultivators acquire them, I'm certain that you'll be able to create a perfect technique. Thank you, Ning said. The entire cultivator civilization owes you thanks, and I owe you more than anyone else. You? Hawkfang blinked, then laughed. Do you thank me because you have failed the Dao merge? But creating a true soul everlasting technique will be extremely difficult. This is the hardest part of the entire set, Dao Lord Dark North. You are incredibly talented, but you don't have much time left, while perfecting the technique will be extremely difficult. The autarchs weren't able to accomplish it, while I was only able to do what I did thanks to having studied those 9 unique techniques. Even though you'll be able to learn from what I created, I'm afraid that it'll still take you a million or even tens of millions of chaos cycles before you are able to succeed. At least I can give it a shot before I die. Ning smiled. If I succeed, I'll be able to keep living. Hawkfang smiled as well. Is there anything you want from me? Ning asked. I'll do anything which is within my power. I don't need much. If you do win, take away all of the descendants from my homeland and give them a safe, remote location which will be far away from the terrifying clash of civilizations. I'll find a quiet place for myself and live out a peaceful life. Hawkfang smiled. But of course, that's only if you win. If you lose, all of this talk will have been for nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 14, Before the Battle. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 14, Before the Battle. Although Ning had already acquired the technique he was searching for, the 5 Truncheon Chapters, he still continued flipping through the memories of all the other hegemons and emperors he had captured. He wanted to try and find more Sith secrets that might be of help to the cultivators. After a full year concluded, Ning once more flew towards the sacred mountains. He's coming. Exalt Bawenya stared from afar, his gaze ice-cold. Dao Lord Dark North has already appeared. We cannot shirk back from this fight. Our only options are to win glory for ourselves by killing Dao Lord Dark North, or dying in battle. John Back was standing outside the Iceland Elder Hall, radiating the desire to do battle. Behind him were nearly 400 hegemons and emperors, the vast majority of whom were all true Sith. Do you want to die? John Becca's voice was placid, but it echoed throughout the hall. The true Sith and the Sith descendants were all silent, but their eyes were filled with berserk looks. Good. Let's begin. Accompanying John Becca's orders, the towering Iceland Elder Hall began to shake and rumble as it broke free from its own foundation. The white-robed Ning was soaring through the skies towards them. Now, the vast Iceland Elder Hall was soaring into the air as well. At most, they'll force me to waste a bit of extra time. Thanks to his illusion sword Dao, Ning would be able to win this fight quite easily. None of them could see through his illusions. His sword Dao domain was able to cover an area of over 1 billion kilometers, and this entire area would be transformed into an illusory realm. Wide-range attacks could hit him, but they would be weak enough that Ning could just hide inside his treasures and defend against them with ease. Focused attacks were powerful, but there was no way they would be able to locate the true Ning within this region of 1 billion kilometers. If I had already mastered the illusion sword Dao while I was fighting in Purgatory, I wouldn't have needed to use my storm sword Dao to evade those attacks when fighting that first castle. The illusion sword Dao would have been enough to make it impossible for my opponents to locate me, much less stop me. Same with that space-time formation, I still would have been trapped, but the illusion sword Dao would have made it impossible for them to injure me. Ning couldn't help but sigh. During the battle in the space-time formation, he had sacrificed many precious treasures and had to strike 18 times before he was able to escape. What a waste! If he had already mastered the illusion sword Dao, he could have relaxed within the confines of that formation. His opponents wouldn't have been able to touch him. Alas, Ning had no idea back then that the illusion sword Dao would prove to be so effective. It was of very little use against other autarch-level experts, after all, but against hordes of weaker emperors and hegemons? It was absolutely crushing. They wouldn't even be able to locate him, much less strike him. It is nearly time. Ning sipped from a glass of wine as he stared outside of the star treasure he was in towards the approaching Iceland Elder Hall. Master, it seems as though we stand a good chance at escaping, Azurfian's avatar said excitedly. The Flameland Elder Hall and the Iceland Elder Hall both voluntarily abandoned their foundations in order to attack me. That's why they aren't that dangerous. But the remaining Dalgard Tower, which is owned by Exalt Bowenya, now that is a different story. Ning shook his head. The central control mechanisms for this entire hidden dimension are located within that Dalgard Tower, which means I have to actually go inside it. The danger level inside a Dalgard Tower is completely different. You have to be careful, Master, Azurfian's avatar said. The more time he spent with Ning, the more admiration he felt, especially when he saw how almost nothing could shake Ning's Dowheart and how calm Ning was in the face of even the greatest of dangers. Azure Fiend himself was not capable of this. Attack! Kill Dowlord Darknorth. Kill him and we'll be rewarded heavily. Even if we die, we'll be revived through spacetime inversion and then be graced with many gifts. If we can't kill him, at least we can tire him out a bit. Next, Exalt Bowenya will personally deal with him. So long as the Exalt succeeds, we'll still be brought back. Attack! John Beck howled. His only hope was to render enough merits to the Sith that he would be revived via spacetime inversion, because he knew that they were definitely going to die during this battle against this terrifying Dowlord. Let's go! Attack! All the hegemons and emperors charged forwards madly, including both the true Sith and the Sith descendants. If they charged and attacked, at least they would have a tiny chance at surviving this. Anyone who dared to try and flee would be put to death in accordance to Sith laws, never to be revived again. They clearly know that they have no chance against me. They are like mantises waving their arms in front of a cart and seeking to stop it, but they still show no signs of fear at all. Ning couldn't help but feel a slight sense of trepidation when he gazed upon the hundreds of berserk hegemons and emperors. Hawkfang's memories indicate that even Sith exalts like his father were all forced to take part in this war. Life amongst the Sith certainly is brutal. Whoosh! Ning used the power of his illusion sword Dao against the rampaging hegemons who were charging towards him as the battle began. Within the final Elder Hall, the brightest one of the three, the blue-robed, blue-haired Bowenya was standing there, calmly watching the battle from afar. He didn't care about the deaths of the hegemons and the emperors. He only cared about one thing, success. If they die, they die. So long as we can kill Dowlord Darknorth and swallow up his true soul, I'll have rendered the greatest merit anyone has accomplished since our invasion into this chaosverse. I'll be given true freedom, and many other gifts as well. Exalt Bowenya stared intently at the distant white-robed youth. This is in accordance with the rules which our leader personally wrote down. There's no way he would go back on his word. We have to kill him. Bowenya's eyes were filled with savagery as well. Hawkfang? John Beck? Even if they died, even if this entire hidden dimension was destroyed, he wouldn't care one bit. The only thing which mattered was killing Ning and then swallowing up his true soul. According to what their leader had said, the higher your status and the more karmic luck you had, the more the quintessence of the Chaosverse would dote upon you. The person before Bowenya was the first master of an eternal Omega Sword Dao this Chaosverse had ever seen. Even though he had failed his Dao merge, he would remain beloved by this Chaosverse and would be blessed with tremendous karmic luck and tremendous power. Similarly, during the era of the Three Realms, its most talented experts such as Nuwa and Ning would all be blessed and reinforced by the power of the Three Realms. The same was true for the Chaosverse as a whole. The most talented denizens of the Chaosverse would be blessed with tremendous karmic luck. This was true for both the autarchs and Ning. If any of them were slain and their true souls devoured, it would be a tremendous blow to this Chaosverse as a whole. If Ning had died under ordinary circumstances, such as his true soul naturally dissipating, then his true soul fragments would make their way back into the prime essences of the Chaosverse. But if he was killed by the Sith, then had his true soul fragments devoured in accordance with those secret Sith true soul swallowing techniques, there would be no way for his true soul fragments to go back to this chaos verse. This was why Bawenya had to kill Ning, rather than just trap him and let him slowly die a normal death. And, killing Ning would be an even greater accomplishment than killing an ordinary autarch, but this was because the Sith leadership knew that while ordinary autarchs were unable to improve any further, those who were in control of an eternal Omega Dao could very well take that final step and become an Omega autarch, resulting in a new Lord of Chaos being born. The Sith would stop at nothing to kill Ning. Even though he had failed his Dao merge, they would still be worried that someone as brilliant as him might be able to come up with a way to devise a true soul everlasting technique. The sooner they killed him, the better. After capturing Janbek and the others, Ning inspected all of their memories. However, the only unexpected surprises came from Janbek himself. Janbek actually had a perfect Dao heart, and so the illusions formed from the Sword Dao domain were not enough to control his mind. Ning was forced to use some of his own power and use a secret art in order to draw Janbek into an illusion, then rifle through his memories. Ning was quite delighted by what he found. Janbek, as someone who had a perfect Dao heart, was a very high-ranking Sith. He was far more important than the vast majority of hegemons, and was given the best resources in the hope that he would become an exalt. As a result, he had viewed many different techniques which were meant to aid hegemons in breaking through to autarky. Some required lifeblood oaths to be sworn not to divulge them to outsiders, while others Janbek had found on his own. The latter didn't require any oaths, and so Ning managed to uncover quite a few techniques which not even Autarch Titanos or Autarch Awakener had been able to acquire. This is an unexpected surprise. And, it seems that Janbek's home truly had many powerful experts within it. Ning found quite a few memories pertaining to the Sith Chaosverse as well. There, the exalts were truly autarchs in power. But of course, there were differences in power amongst the autarchs as well. Some reached autarky as heart force cultivators, while others reached autarky through the Dao of the Sword, the Dao of Spacetime, the Dao of Space, and more. Some reached autarky through the Dao of Metal, while others reached autarky through the Dao of the Five Elements. Different Daos would result in different levels of power. Those who reached autarky via the Dao of Space, for example, would be a bit weaker than those who reached autarky via the Dao of Spacetime. In turn, those who reached autarky via the Dao of the Five Elements would be even more powerful. Alas, all memories pertaining to the secrets of the Omega Daos were sealed by lifeblood oaths. Even so, Ning's horizons were considerably expanded. He actually gained new insights into his own path of cultivation as well. I don't have enough time as a cultivator of the Dao of the Sword. Reaching autarky via my Omega Sword Dao before my true soul crumbles is nothing more than a vain dream. I don't have nearly enough time, in fact, I probably won't even be able to finish my Karma Sword Dao. I need to focus all of my efforts on creating the True Soul Everlasting technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 15, Deadlock. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 15, Deadlock. Crunch. Crunch. Clack. Within a gorge inside the sacred realm, Ning was standing next to the Iceland Elder Hall, using his Sword Dao domain to break it apart and deconstruct it. The Iceland Elder Hall was devoid of all power, and so he was able to break it apart quite quickly. Dao Lord Dark North, why are you wasting time breaking apart a useless Dao Guard tower? Is it perhaps because of how pathetically impoverished all you cultivators are? During the last war we fought against you cultivators, your kind did the same thing in frantically scavenging for any scraps you could find. The heavens echoed with a cold, mocking laugh. I'm in no rush, Ning murmured calmly. Oof. Then go ahead and keep on breaking it apart, the icy voice replied coldly. That was exactly what Ning did. He continued to break the Dao Guard tower apart piece by piece, and he carefully scrutinized every inch of it. This was the first time he had a chance to inspect an Exalt-class Dalgard tower up close. His next action was to enter Exalt Bolwenya's Elder Hall. Given that all Dalgard towers shared certain commonalities in construction, deconstructing and inspecting this one was a form of preparation for him. As the saying goes, if you knew yourself and knew your enemies, you would be blessed with victory in all of your battles. The deconstruction of the Iceland Elder Hall was part of Ning's efforts to know his enemies. A pity that the Flameland Elder Hall was virtually annihilated, Ning mused to himself. 26 days went past in the blink of an eye before Ning had finally finished carefully tearing apart the entire Iceland Elder Hall. During this process, he had also discovered a strange beast which had been slumbering deep within a prison inside the tower. Ning had used his sword Dao Domain to pick up the sleeping beast, toss it far away, and then use illusions to mask his own location. As for what happened once the beast woke up, Ning really didn't give a damn. He had considered drawing it away into his own estate world, but the creature was too overwhelmingly powerful. Ordinary estate worlds wouldn't be able to contain its might. It would probably be able to tear through Ning's estate worlds with ease. Yes, some of the Sith treasures Ning had might be able to contain it, but Ning didn't want to go through the trouble of doing so. An insane beast was of little value to him. Ning stood within that empty gorge, the Iceland Elder Hall having been completely deconstructed and then put away within an estate world. Exalt-class Dalgard towers truly are marvelously built up. They require an utterly inconceivable amount of expertise with regards to manipulating space and time. I wager that the blueprints for Exalt-class Dalgard towers were created by the Sith Lord of Chaos. Ning was secretly shocked by what he had found. The Iceland Elder Hall had been devoid of all power, and so many of its powerful functions had become inert and hidden, and yet, Ning was still able to see how incredibly powerful and complex it was based on how it had been created. Now what should I do? Given my current level of power, if I actually tried to barge my way inside one of these things, my chances would be quite low. Ning was quite worried. He had never entered a Dalgard tower before. Now, however, if he wanted to leave this place he would have to pass through the center of this hidden dimension, and that center was located within that Dalgard tower. He had to enter it, but if he did, he would be in incredible danger. Ning transformed into a streak of light as he quickly flew towards that final remaining Elder Hall. Exalt Bolwenya stood within that Elder Hall, staring intently at the streak of light flying towards him. He murmured softly, "He's coming." Good. My only fear was that you wouldn't come. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Bolwenya's face. Get ready, everyone. Once Dowlord Darknorth enters the tower, you'll be responsible for manning your stations and killing him. Understood. The hundreds of hegemons and emperors were all ready for this. Some were berserk, some were filled with hate, and some were filled with desire for glory. They had already sacrificed far too much to kill this terrifying Dowlord. Whoosh! The distant Ning suddenly landed on the peak of a mountain less than 1 billion kilometers away from the tower. A wine-laden table appeared in front of him as he sat down in the lotus position. Bolwenya was flabbergasted. Why isn't he coming? The hegemons and emperors behind him all grew worried. Bolwenya. Between mouthfuls of food and wine, Ning chuckled, "Did you really take me for a fool? This is an Exalt-class Dalgard tower which has you, an Exalt, in command. You also have hundreds of hegemons serving as your deathsworn. I'm not so bored with life as to go barging into your Dalgard tower. So what are you saying?" Bolwenya's voice rang out. "Not much. I'm simply not planning to go inside, that's all," Ning said. "Even if I do end up dying, you can forget about swallowing away my true soul fragments." Ning knew that if he died at the hands of the Sith, his true soul would be devoured instead of returning to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Bolwenya blinked, while the hegemons and emperors behind him grew anxious. "Exalt, what should we do? If he doesn't come in, what can we do? He's too powerful." He managed to deal with both of the previous Elder Halls when they moved to attack him. Right, what should we do? They were all panicked. Exalt Bowenya barked, "Shut up!" Instantly, the Elder Hall fell silent. He then frowned and stared at the distant Ning, then said in a cold voice, "Lord Darknorth, I admire you for your strength. If I fought you in solo combat, I would probably be defeated by you with ease. I have no chance of defeating you if I exit this tower. I failed my Dao merge. My true soul has been crumbling this entire time." Ning sat at the peak of that distant mountain, sipping his wine and smiling. "You are still a Sith Exalt, after all. It won't be easy for me to kill you, and my lifespan will be dramatically lessened by battling you. Perhaps my true soul will crumble to the point of collapsing during our battle, in which case you would have won. If you fight, you stand a chance at winning. If I come out and fight you, I have a greater than 90% chance of dying," Bowenya said. "And you, Lord Darknorth, must know that although killing me won't be easy due to how tough my body is, capturing me would be much simpler." "Oof. I've encountered Omega Emperors before in my own homeland." Ning raised an eyebrow. It was true. Killing Bowenya would be fairly difficult, as his body and true soul were both on the autarch level. It was only because he was a foreign invader that this Chaosverse rejected him and suppressed his power to the level of the Blaze Sun ruler. To kill him would take many blows, but simply capturing him would be easier. Ning had already mastered the Space Sword Dao. He could use a blow to wrap Exalt Bowenya within layers of space and then imprison him. Ning had many different Sword Daos. The Space Sword Dao would be the easiest one for capturing Bowenya. "That's why I won't go out and fight you," Bowenya continued. "Either you come inside, or I'll just watch you die from afar." "Watch me die? Then you won't have the chance to be rewarded for this." Ning smirked. "You prepared so many plots to kill me, all for the sake of exhausting me and slaying me so you can swallow up my true soul. If I just die naturally, you won't get my true soul. My life is more valuable than any reward. The rewards for killing you are great enough that I would be willing to risk my life if I felt my chances were good, but given how slim my chances would be, I won't be so foolish as to go out and fight you. You are indeed very powerful. My only chance lies in battling within the Daoguard Tower," Bowenya said. "You were able to use your illusions to defeat the many other traps and treasures I threw your way. Now, only my Daoguard Tower remains. If you come inside, I'll battle you to the death. If you do not, you can just die outside." Bowenya remained quite calm and focused. He cared intensely about staying alive. He could calmly, emotionlessly watch as over 2,800 hegemons and emperors perished, including Hawkfang and Zhanbek, but himself? He wasn't going to throw his life away. He would rather abandon his chance at glory than to risk himself. Whoosh! Ning transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the Daoguard Tower. "He's coming." Bowenya and the others began to grow excited. The gates to this Elder Hall were wide open. Ning was on par with the autarchs in power. To him, whether or not the gates were open was really meaningless. He could simply teleport inside even a completely sealed-off castle. Ning quickly flew next to the Elder Hall. He stared upwards at the towering, 12-story tower, then reached out with his right hand and gently pressed it against the surface of the Daoguard Tower. The surface felt rather cool to the touch. Thanks to his mastery over the Metal Sword Dao and the Earth Sword Dao, Ning could sense some of the internal underpinnings of the tower without even having to enter it. As I expected, the most dangerous part of an Exalt-class Daoguard Tower lies in the Dao of Spacetime. Ning secretly frowned. When he had torn apart the Iceland Elder Hall, he had come to this conclusion. He was hoping that perhaps Exalt Bowenya's Daoguard Tower was different, but in truth, the situation was essentially the same. The Daoguard Tower looked like a single entity, but it was actually composed of many different spacetime continuums that were fitted together in extremely marvelous ways. This required an extreme level of mastery of the Dao of spacetime. If Ning entered, he would need to traverse a veritable maze of spacetime continuums and would probably die midway through. If I also managed to master the Time Sword Dao and then merged it together with my Space Sword Dao into the Spacetime Sword Dao, I would be completely confident in my chances, Ning mused. Unfortunately, it took me thousands of chaos cycles just to master the Space Sword Dao. The Time Sword Dao is even more difficult. It will probably take me over 10,000 chaos cycles. Ning had spent the majority of his 3,000 chaos cycles of wandering on the Space Sword Dao, which was why he had been able to master it after entering the Scythelans. The Space Sword Dao was more difficult than all 5 of the 5 elements Sword Daos combined. The Time Sword Dao was even more difficult than that. I don't have enough time, but if I go inside while simply relying on the Space Sword Dao, I'm not sure I'll make it out again. Ning hesitated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 16, Charging into the Elder Hall. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 16, Charging into the Elder Hall. In the end, Ning elected to begin silently training in the spacetime sword Dao atop that mountain peak within the sacred mountains. He's training again? This Dao Lord Dark North is. Bowenya and the others were so angry, their teeth hurt. Unfortunately, they wouldn't dare to actually charge out and attack. Ning had long ago mastered his space sword Dao and had reached hegemony in both the Dao of space and the Dao of time. The spacetime sword Dao, Ning silently visualized how it could be manifested. 26 chaos cycles went past without him even realizing it. Finally, Ning opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. He had made significant improvements at first, but now he had reached a major bottleneck and was stuck. He was far from being able to succeed in this Dao, which would most likely take tens of thousands of chaos cycles. He couldn't waste all of his time here. The true soul everlasting technique was even more important. My true body only has 600 chaos cycles of life left. I have no chance of mastering the spacetime sword Dao. Ning rose to his feet, his eyes flashing sharply. Then I suppose I'll just have to take the risk and try to find a chance for myself. Ning turned to stare at the distant, towering Elder Hall. 26 chaos cycles have gone past, but Exalt Bowenya refuses to come out. He's quite steadfast. If the Exalt came out, he would almost certainly be defeated. Bowenya cared immensely about his own life, why would he come out? He's coming. He's coming. He's headed our way. Bowenya and the others had been forced to watch as Ning had trained for multiple chaos cycles. Now, Ning was coming for them once more, but this time they didn't feel too worried. Let's see what this Dao Lord is planning to do, Bowenya said calmly. Swoosh. Ning reached the Elder Hall, then rested his hand against its outer surface. Moments later, he silently blinked past its outer shell and entered it. He came inside. Exalt Bowenya's eyes bulged out in shock. Moments later, they became filled with wild joy as he ordered, all hegemons and emperors, prepare to follow my previous instructions. Stand guard over your stations and attack Dao Lord Dark North. Worsen his injuries and make sure he dies within my Dao Guard Tower. Yes, Exalt. The response came from throughout the Dao Guard Tower. Ah ha ha ha. Dao Lord Dark North, you actually dared to come inside, eh? Even your autarchs would probably be trapped for an extremely long period of time if they dared to enter my Dao Guard Tower. You? A Dao Lord who failed the Dao Merge? Ah, you'll definitely die. Bowenya was filled with confidence. He immediately turned and strode into the air, then vanished without a trace. Within the very center of the Dao Guard Tower was a dark and secluded region. This region was filled with an enormous millstone-like formation base which was slowly swiveling at all times. It emanated ripples of spacetime, and Bowenya was standing atop it. This was the center of the Dao Guard Tower, and the main control mechanism for this entire hidden dimension. This time, I, Bowenya, shall have accomplished something incredible for the Civ. I'll be able to truly transcend my service and gain freedom. Lord Darknorth, you are going to die. Bowenya stared towards countless globe-shaped illusions that were in front of him. One of the many globes was displaying a white-robed youth who bore a black sheath on his back, Ning. The many globe-shaped illusions represented the true shape of this Dalgard tower. It was a space-time maze. After blinking into the Dalgard tower, Ning saw a brand new world appear before him. He was within a dark red cave that was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in size. This region was covered with countless flowing runes that brimmed with fiery energy. There was nothing within this region save for Ning himself. Up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards, Ning stood there in midair, scanning his surroundings. He could vaguely sense that this region was connected to 6 other spacetime continuums. It doesn't seem to matter which direction I choose. At Ning's level, his premonitions were extremely accurate. In truth, these senses were a reflection of the whispers of the Chaosverse itself. Ning truly was blessed and doted upon by the prime essences of the Chaosverse, and so his senses were extremely keen. Even here in a spacetime maze, his senses would help tell him which was the best path to take. Rumble, suddenly, all of the mystic runes within this region of 1,000,000 kilometers began to flare up, producing dark red flames that swarmed the region as they flew towards Ning. Ning was surrounded by his sword Dao domain, but the flames were omnipresent. What powerful flames! Ning drew a northbow sword. Sword light spun out as he poured his divine power into his sword, using the earth sword Dao. It formed a triple layer of rippling yellow energy which surrounded him and protected him. The flames blazed away against him, but the earthen yellow energy simple rippled slightly while managing to endure. Of Ning's many Daos, the earth sword Dao was the best suited for dealing with these corrosive dark red flames. However, its power would quickly be used up at an alarming rate. Most likely, it would be consumed within 10 seconds. These flames are incredibly powerful. I imagine even the Blaze Sun ruler would be roasted to death by them. Ning quickly began to inspect this spacetime continuum in detail. However, it took him 3 strikes with his sword to defend against the flames before he was able to locate the critical points to this spacetime continuum. Boom! Boom! Ning began to furiously attack using his space sword Dao. His first sword scissored through space like paper, doing the groundwork necessary to allow his second sword to tear through this spacetime continuum. Whoosh! A giant gaping hole in spacetime appeared. Ning immediately darted into it, then stared at the void before him. Ning raised his head to glance at the skies. These spacetime continuums all seemed to be globe-shaped, and the spacetime globes were all linked together. There were dimensional seams between them as well, and Ning was within one of those seams. As he flew through the seams, he carefully inspected the area around him, but in the end was only able to discover a total of 4 spacetime continuums. Everything else was completely blocked off by these 4. So if I wish to advance, I have to enter one of these 4? Ning hesitated. Suddenly, crack! A bolt of lightning shot out from one of the nearby spacetime continuums, striking towards Ning and forcing him to use his lightning sword Dao to defend. Lord Darknorth, even if you don't enter my maze you'll still die, a cold voice rang out. Ning quickly understood that hegemons were using treasures within the Dalgard Tower to assault him. If he entered one of the continuums, he would have to face the dangers inherent to each continuum. If he remained outside, he would be ambushed and assaulted by the hegemons and emperors. Ning glanced at the spacetime around him. What a formidable formation! Swoosh! Ning drilled into one of the spacetime continuums, flying inside. The spacetime membrane didn't block his path, allowing him to enter with ease. This particular continuum was one filled with a boundless howling wind which felt as sharp as daggers. The wind cut everything within the continuum to ribbons, and Ning was forced to use his water sword Dao to defend. Danger was everywhere. Death was omnipresent. Ning's only choice was to defend while searching for ways to defeat the mechanisms inherent to each continuum. It must be remembered that within this space-time maze, every single space-time continuum contained a powerful offensive formation. As a result, they weren't exceptionally stable. These Dalgard towers weren't built to trap foes. If trapping the foe was the goal, the sacred realm and purgatory was more than enough. They existed to actively kill enemies. Alas, they were invaders into this chaosverse. As a result, Sith Dalgard towers were only able to draw upon the energy provided by the local generator they had set up. There was a limit to how much power they could draw. Back in their own homeland, they could draw upon the power of the entire chaosverse. Only then would they be at peak power. Every single spacetime continuum would become dramatically more powerful. Even autarchs would be attrition to death. As for now, it would be hard for this Dalgard tower to slay an autarch, but it could certainly trap one for an extended period of time. As for killing a Dowlord whose lifespan was limited, Bowenya felt certain that it would be quite easy. This one here. Ning broke out of another spacetime continuum, following his premonitions and advancing without hesitation towards a brand new continuum. His senses wouldn't deceive him. This was definitely the path which led him closest to where he needed to go. If he followed this path, he would definitely be able to reach the core of this Dalgard tower, but... Ha ha ha! Dowlord Darknorth, if my count is correct, you've already attacked more than 50 times. Exalt Bowenya's voice echoed within this mist-filled continuum. As expected of the first master of an eternal Omega Dao in this chaosverse. You truly are impressive, and your senses truly are sharp. Even in a spacetime maze, you are able to find the best path available. Ning completely ignored him, choosing to instead focus on analyzing the new region he was in. He wanted to find the center of this tower, then assault it with all his power. His strikes against it would be far more effective than his strikes anywhere else. 2 or 3 strikes would be enough to grant him escape. But even if you can find the best path, it'll be of no use. You'll die of exhaustion before you ever reach it. Exalt Bowenya roared with laughter. Let me tell you a little secret. You are still at the outer edges of the spacetime maze. You aren't even close to me yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 17, The Epiphany Within the Spacetime Maze. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 17, The Epiphany Within the Spacetime Maze. Ning did in fact feel anxious. He could sense that although he had indeed chosen the quickest path, the journey before him would be a long one and he would need to traverse over 1,000 different spacetime continuums. He had to strike at least 4 or 5 times within each spacetime continuum to break free. Some cost him 7 or 8 strikes. He had only been fighting for a short while but had already struck over 50 times. This was rapidly depleting his lifespan. Although Ning had expected that this would be dangerous, there was nothing he could do upon being trapped within the spacetime maze. I didn't have to use full power on each strike, but I really don't have many strikes left in me. My true soul is crumbling faster and faster now. I can't predict when the final collapse will come. Ning was worried. More and more cracks had appeared upon his true soul, hastening the day when it all came crashing down. These cracks were accumulating at an alarming rate. Ning's lifespan was rapidly decreasing, but he didn't slow down in the slightest. He wouldn't give up until the last moment came. Drip. 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 Ning was within a world of rain. His swordlight cut a hole into the world, allowing him to flee this spacetime continuum. He had always been charging forwards fearlessly, but suddenly he came to a halt and turned backwards to look into the rain. For some strange reason, perhaps because he knew he was about to die, when Ning saw the rain, he couldn't help but think back to his father and mother. His father had personally taught him the Raindrop Sutra, sword arts. Later on, Ning had then understood the true meaning of the raindrop and embarked upon the path of the Tao. Whoosh! The giant gaping hole behind him began to rapidly close as spacetime reached out to merge together and seal the breach. The hole began to shrink in size, and he was able to see less and less of the rain behind him. Suddenly, Ning's entire body froze. When he saw how spacetime reached out to heal that wound, he suddenly had the feeling that spacetime had a type of life and vitality of its own, as though it was a living being that was struggling to grow, develop, and heal. Spacetime. Ning stood there, an epiphany going off in his mind that illuminated his thoughts. Exalt-Bowenya frowned from his position at the very center of the Daoguard Tower as he stared at the small, illusory figure who stood within one of many illusory globes before him. Why did Tao Lord Dark North suddenly come to a halt in the dimensional seams? Oof. Does he really think he'll last longer if he doesn't go into the next spacetime continuum? Fuse, attack Tao Lord Dark North, Exalt-Bowenya instructed. Understood. Upon hearing the order, a Sith Emperor who was lying in wait within the dimensional seams of the spacetime maze immediately prepared to launch an attack with the treasures within the Daoguard Tower that had been assigned to him. Ning was in the middle of a prajna state of epiphany. When you were weak, you might be unable to control yourself upon entering such a state. In fact, you might even forget the entire world around you, including any danger you were in. Ning, however, had reached an autarka's level of insight. Even though he was in a prajna state, he was able to remain somewhat aware of his surroundings. He first accelerated time by 100x around him, then carefully continued his meditations. Not just him, even the black-robed primal twin in the outside world had also entered a prajna state. Swish! A streak of black wind howled straight towards Ning. The meditating Ning was able to divert a bit of his attention to dealing with it, using the water sword Dao to form a curtain of water which protected and surrounded him. He's still not leaving? Exalt-Bowenya was able to watch everything from afar. When he saw that Ning remained within the dimensional seams, he immediately ordered, "Continue. Do not stop. Since he has chosen to remain within the seams, bombard him with attacks until he dies." But the black wind attacked again and again, but Ning continued to stand there without moving. If he entered a new spacetime continuum, he would have to deal with incessant attacks which would come from every direction. This black wind, however, was only able to attack roughly once every 5 seconds. Each time Ning used his sword arts, he would be able to defend for roughly 20 seconds. During this period of time, Ning kept himself at an 100x temporal rate while continuing to maintain his prajna state. Time continued to flow on. After Ning executed the 18th stance from his sword arts, his eyes suddenly lit up. Spacetime is alive and sentient in its own way. So this is the spacetime sword Dao. Ning's heart was filled with joy. If he had been forced to just sit in the outside world and quietly ponder the mysteries of spacetime, it truly would have taken him over 10,000 chaos cycles to understand all of this. But he was in a life and death state in a region where spacetime had been manipulated to an unbelievable degree. Thanks to his mastery of the space sword Dao and the many insights it had brought, Ning had also come to understand some of the mysteries behind this spacetime maze, which had been developed by the Sith Lord of Chaos and was incredibly profound and abstruse. All of this had resulted in Ning entering a prajna state, and in doing so he had shattered through all the obstacles in his path, allowing him to break through to the next level. Oftentimes, eons of normal cultivation wouldn't be as effective as a single moment of epiphany. It had been a long, long time since Ning had entered a prajna state. Generally speaking, the higher a level of insight you reached, the harder it would be for you to truly enter such a state. Back when he was young and living in the three realms, he had entered this state on multiple occasions. However, ever since he had become the incredible Tao Lord Dark North, master of the eternal Omega Sword Dao, he had never entered this type of state again. Although he gained the occasional insight, those were not true epiphanies. But this time, Ning had a true epiphany. It seems that I, Dark North, am not destined to die in this place. Nor our mistress and the others. Ning revealed a smile, unable to disguise his excitement. If the paragon of pills had truly died here, he would forever feel ashamed of himself. Ning suddenly flew into one of the nearby spacetime continuums. I thought he'd just stay there for quite some time. Exalt-Bowenya smiled coldly. This is my Dalgard Tower and my spacetime maze. He can do nothing save passively endure attacks from within my spacetime continuums, and in the end he shall die. Within the new spacetime continuum, everything was blurry and indistinct in this region, but the air was filled with many flowing runes that brimmed with electric power. Ning raised his head to glance at the runes. Given his mastery over the spacetime sword Dao, a single glance was all it took for him to discover the secrets behind how the lightning formation was connected to the spacetime continuum. Rumble! Ning's sword Dao domain spread out, quickly covering every inch of this spacetime continuum. It even reached out to penetrate spacetime itself, disrupting the lightning runes and bringing the power flowing through them to a sluggish halt. Both the lightning formation and the spacetime continuum were disrupted, making it extremely difficult for them to draw upon the power of the Dalgard Tower and then release it. Previously, Ning's only choice was to passively endure the hits while searching for the critical points in each continuum, then breaking through them. This time, he had twisted spacetime itself to disrupt the local formations. This was a testament to how much control over spacetime the spacetime sword Dao granted him. This spacetime continuum, Ning inspected it carefully. He was able to instantly see that there were a total of 360 nodes here, but it would take him time and careful analysis to figure out a way to break through them without using any of his own power at all. Lord Dark North, what have you done? What have you done? Exalt-Bowenya's enraged and panicked voice rang out from far away. How could he not be angry? He was in control of the entire Dalgard Tower, and as a result he could instantly sense that the spacetime continuum Ning was in was now unable to draw upon the power of his Dalgard Tower and no longer attack Ning. How had this happened? Why did the attacks come to a halt? He didn't understand. Could it be that he is incredibly talented in the Dao of formations and was able to deconstruct the lightning formation? Exalt-Bowenya was puzzled. But these are all top-tier formations. Even autarchs would find it extremely hard to breach them. But of course, he had no idea that Ning hadn't actually deconstructed the formation itself, rather, he had severed the connection between the formation and the local spacetime continuum. Now that the formation was severed from its power source, it was naturally unable to launch any attacks. Lord Dark North! Lord Dark North! Exalt-Bowenya shouted repeatedly. Ning completely ignored the Exalt's rants as he continued to carefully analyze the local spacetime continuum. There were now fewer and fewer runes before him, awaiting his analysis. He was already able to merely use his sword Dao domain to deconstruct this spacetime continuum, but he continued his studies because he wanted to learn how to best deconstruct the other continuums as well. All of these spacetime continuums had to share certain commonalities. The more he researched one of them, the easier it would be for him to understand the others. Finally, however, Exalt-Bowenya was no longer able to hold back. Destroy! Whoosh! The spacetime continuum Ning was in finally began to break apart. Exalt-Bowenya was in complete control over this entire spacetime maze, and as a result was able to create and destroy new spacetime continuums as he saw fit. Ning blinked, then chuckled. Exalt-Bowenya, since you are so impatient, I'll hurry it up a little. I'll be seeing you soon. As he spoke he began to fly forwards, expanding his sword Dao domain as he flew. His domain quickly expanded to the point where it pushed against the surrounding spacetime continuums, which Ning glanced at with a relaxed smile on his face. Every continuum within this spacetime maze is pretty much constructed in the same manner, but just 2 seconds later, Ning had completely taken over and destroyed the 5 spacetime continuums around him, while his sword Dao domain expanded to an even greater size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 18, Higher. Book 42, The Five Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 18, Higher. When Exalt Bowenya saw this, he felt as though a bucket of cold ice had just been dumped over his head. He was completely stunned, shaken, and stupefied. As a Sith Exalt, he instantly knew what the scene in front of him represented. Lord Darknorth had been surrounded by 5 spacetime continuums, but he had been able to simultaneously destroy all 5 of them in 2 seconds. Clearly, the spacetime maze was no longer any danger to him at all, as he was able to easily see through the mysteries of spacetime they employed. "I'm finished." Exalt Bowenya's face turned ugly. "Thankfully, I still have a bit of time left. The closest path to me will still require him to pass nearly 1,000 spacetime continuums. It'll take him a while to get here." Bowenya began to frantically consider what options were available to him. "Obey my orders." Exalt Bowenya immediately began to issue new orders. "All hegemons and emperors, attack Lord Darknorth's position with everything you have. I'll give you his exact location." "Understood. Understood." The various hegemons and emperors all acknowledged his orders. As for Exalt Bowenya, he took control over some of the Dalgard Tower's treasures and used them to assault Ning, who was still surrounded by countless spacetime continuums. Now that the spacetime maze was no longer of any threat to Ning, Bowenya's only choice was to use his emperors and the Dalgard Tower's own treasures to attack him. Boom! Whoosh! Slash! All sorts of attacks rained down upon Ning from every direction, passing through various spacetime continuums. Exalt Bowenya remained in full control of spacetime here, and thus he was able to make it so that the various continuums allowed attacks to pass through them without impediment. Ning stood there without moving, his sword Dao domain active around him. He was able to use it to sense how spacetime was operating around him, and in doing so he was able to quickly dissolve the various continuums his domain touched. This time, he was actually a bit faster than previously. Every single continuum was deconstructed with ease. What he needed to do was to get a clear picture of how each of the continuums operated. Upon doing so, he would be able to deconstruct them. Ning suddenly felt a premonition that dangerous attacks were raining down towards him from every direction. What's with all these attacks? The hegemons and emperors were all scattered throughout the Dalgard Tower, which was why prior to this Ning had only had to deal with a single attack each time. Now that Exalt Bowenya had abandoned using the spacetime maze to trap Ning, all of the emperors were attacking at the same time. Some were so very far away that their attacks had to fly through spacetime for an extremely long period of time before reaching Ning, who was able to use his illusion sword Dao to dodge the vast majority of them. The only ones which were dangerous were the ones coming from nearby hegemons and emperors who were attacking from close range. The ones who were just 10 or 20 million kilometers away were especially dangerous. Whoosh! Ning was forced to use his water sword Dao to defend. His sword Dao domain was currently only able to expand to a maximum of 8 million kilometers, and so these attacks were able to easily saturate this entire region with attacks. Pop! Pop! More surrounding spacetime continuums were destroyed, with Ning continuing to deconstruct them faster and faster. Lord Darknorth! A voice rang out from afar. "I know that we are going to lose this battle. My only request is that you spare the countless mortals who live within our homeland. Give them a chance to survive. Boundless, how dare you betray me? Attack! Attack and kill Lord Darknorth!" Exalt Bowenya screamed frantically. Boundless, why even bother with him? Angry, desperate, and grief-filled voices rang out. These came from the other hegemons and emperors within the Dalgard Tower, and the rain of attacks pouring down upon Ning began to slow down. Pop! 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 Just 4 seconds later, Ning was able to destroy 4 more continuums towards his left. He instantly saw the hegemon known as Boundless, who was controlling treasures from the dimensional scene beyond those continuums. He was looking at Ning, a pleading look in his eyes, and his aura was rapidly weakening. His true soul was breaking apart. Even his body began to break apart and decompose. It must be remembered that these hegemons and emperors had all sworn lifeblood oaths to obey Exalt Bowenya's orders. Exalt Bowenya had ordered all of them to attack Ning. If they were perhaps a bit slow while they attacked or took it easy on Ning, that would be one thing, but if they suddenly and completely halted all of their attacks, that would constitute a violation of orders and therefore a violation of their oaths. They would be punished for it. They had all sworn oaths with extremely heavy consequences. As a result, every strand of true soul within Boundless' body was breaking apart, as his body itself began to crumble and break apart as well. Brother Boundless! Boundless! Many voices rang out. Quite a few of the hegemons and emperors present were Sith descendants, and they all felt grief. Clearly, Hegemon Boundless had many friends amongst their ranks. Ning gazed at Hegemon Boundless, who continued to stare at Ning with a pleading expression even as his body broke apart. Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh. Why? The Sith descendants, they felt much more love and attachment towards this hidden dimension than the true Sith did, as this was the place they were born and bred. They had lived here for countless eons, and they were willing to die for the sake of their homes. Now that they had no further hopes of defeating Ning in battle, their only choice was to beg him. When I captured the other hegemons and emperors, I promised long ago that I would not destroy your homeland. There's no need for you to worry. Ning's voice echoed throughout the Dalgard Tower as he continued to destroy the spacetime continuums surrounding him. By now, it took him less than a second for each cycle of destruction. Ning could as easily deconstruct 9 or 10 continuums simultaneously as he could 2 or 3. There was no real difference. Anything he could see through his sword Dao domain, he could deconstruct. Farewell, Brother Boundless. Brother Boundless. Some of the emperors and hegemons began to dramatically slow down their attack rates. They were bound by their oaths to continue attacking, but now they were just doing the bare minimum necessary. Ning's sword Dao domain continued to expand, reaching 10 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers, and more. It gradually began to encompass some of the nearby hegemons and emperors, who Ning captured and transferred into his estate world. Almost none of the descendants fought back, in fact, most were quite calm. The true Sith, however, resisted fiercely, unwilling to give up. Ning could sense the deep feelings the Sith descendants had towards their home. This caused him to feel a sense of admiration towards them, but it also increased his distaste of Bowenya. Bowenya truly didn't treat these people as living beings at all. Rumble, the sword Dao domain continued to rapidly expand in every direction, destroying more and more spacetime continuums as Ning moved closer to the heart of the Dalgard Tower. Within the dark room inside the heart of the Dalgard Tower, the giant formation-base millstone continued to slowly swivel, and next to it were 3 other formation-base millstones of varying sizes which were swiveling slightly faster than the big one. Bowenya flew over to the smallest millstone. This one was merely 3 meters long and it was semi-translucent. Focus! Bowenya took control over that millstone, pouring the power of his Dalgard Tower inside it. Rumble, a pillar of blurry light instantly appeared above the semi-translucent millstone. The pillar of light slowly began to resonate with another distant location. Finally, a blurry humanoid figure began to appear in the middle of the light. The figure slowly began to solidify further, resolving into a barefoot, gray-robed man who had a benevolent smile on his face, one which seemed to whisper of the pity he felt for the plight of mortals. He was dressed in loose robes and was balding, but his body was extremely muscular. His eyes contained a strange, irresistible magnetism, as though anyone who stared into his eyes would be forever trapped within them. Not even Exalt Bowenya would dare to stare this man in the eye. Almighty Ayer. Exalt Bowenya bowed reverently. The respect he showed came from every fiber of his being. He was like a servant in the presence of the master. Bowenya, why have you contacted me directly? The tall, balding, barefoot Ayer cast his gaze across spacetime to stare at Bowenya. Bowenya felt both embarrassed and terrified, and as a result his voice became even more respectful. Almighty Ayer, I have discovered that this Chaosverse has given birth to a Dao Lord who controls an eternal Omega Dao. An eternal Omega Dao? Yes, I've heard of this as well. His name is Dao Lord Dark North, I believe. His name has been spread throughout this entire Chaosverse. My servants have notified me of this long ago, Ayer said calmly. He is currently within the dimension I control. In fact, he's right here inside my Dao Guard tower. Bowenya said hurriedly. Ayer's eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light. He wanted very much to kill Dao Lord Dark North, but he knew that the man would be able to summon autarchs to assist him. Killing him anywhere in this Chaosverse would be extremely difficult. Ayer was the supreme commander of the Sith forces here, and his goal was to take over this entire Chaosverse. It was important that the local cultivators not even know of his existence. Thus, all high-ranking Sith had been forced to swear oaths not to divulge his presence. As a result, neither Ning nor the autarchs even knew of Ayer's existence. Have you killed him? Ayer asked. I have not. He's already solved my spacetime maze and will reach the heart of my Dao Guard tower soon, Bowenya said hurriedly. I'm no match for him at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 19, Descent. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 19, Descent. He's solved the spacetime maze? Ayer hesitated slightly, then said in a calm voice, I'll send an Apocalypse-class servitor over. Remember, you must not reveal any traces of my existence. A hidden weapon was only effective when it remained hidden. Once his presence was revealed, the cultivators would be on their guard against him, which would drastically weaken the impact he might have. During the previous Dawn War, Ayer could tell that the situation was unfavorable for them. Even if he led his forces in a final attack, they would at most be able to cause the cultivators to suffer heavy losses. Victory would still elude them, and so he instead chose to hide, waiting for a better opportunity. He was a very patient man. There was no way he would be willing to risk exposing himself merely to kill Dao Lord Dark North. I understand, Bowenya said respectfully. Sharp light flickered in his eyes. He had sacrificed too much in his efforts to kill this damnable Dao Lord Dark North. An Apocalypse-class servitor, humph. Those are some of the most powerful servants under Almighty Ayer's control. Bowenya was filled with eagerness. This time, we'll definitely be able to kill you, even if we have to simply attrition you to death. He had previously used an Apocalypse-class castle in formation against Ning. In truth, Apocalypse-class simply represented an overall level of power. Apocalypse-class servitors, however, were actual living beings. Every single attack they launched was comparable to the power of an Apocalypse-class treasure, making them far more deadly than the treasures themselves. Rumble. Deep within the spacetime maze. Ning stood there at the center of the maze, his sword Dao domain continuing to furiously expand as he popped the various spacetime continuums and destroyed them. Each continuum was only able to last a single second in the face of Ning's might, and just a short while later his sword Dao domain had already stretched out to encompass 100 million kilometers. We've lost. I really can't accept this, Stut. Who would have thought that after surviving the last Great War in this Chaosverse, we'd end up dying here? The true Sith hegemons were filled with despair as the sword Dao domain reached out to encompass them. They were captured without being able to fight back at all. Ning continued to furiously expand his sword Dao domain as he moved closer and closer towards the center of the Dao Guard tower. Suddenly, Dao Lord Dark North, I'm truly impressed. You were actually able to solve my spacetime maze. Not even my Dao Guard tower can suppress you. Ha! Still, since I know that I've lost this battle, I'm not going to stay here any longer. Before leaving, I'm going to give you one final gift. Bowenya's voice rang out from afar. Exalt, take us with you, Exalt, save us. Instantly, some hegemons and emperors began to beg for rescue. This hidden dimension was able to capture enemies from afar. Naturally, it was also able to allow Exalt Bowenya free passage in escaping. As far as Bowenya is concerned, his life is the only life that matters. He won't care about whether the rest of you survive or not, much less whether this dimension will survive, Ning said coldly as he continued to furiously break apart the various spacetime continuums. However, it would still take him hundreds of seconds to reach the core of this tower. He simply didn't have enough time to stop Exalt Bowenya from leaving. My final gift to you is the most terrifying of the many creatures which have been kept suppressed within this hidden dimension. If you can survive it, you'll be able to leave this place. I, however, won't be staying to watch, Bowenya called out. Rumble, a deep thrumming sound pervaded the entire Dalgard Tower as dimensional ripples spread out. He laughed? Ning was quickly able to ascertain that Exalt Bowenya had indeed fled. Damn it! Bowenya! Bowenya, why couldn't you take us with you? Many hegemons and emperors were cursing at him. Within the core of the Dalgard Tower, an enormous hand tore through space, ripping open a dark dimensional tunnel that led straight to the core. A giant tree suddenly came flying out from that dimensional tunnel. This giant tree was covered with countless branches and leaves, and the main trunk had a single giant eye on it. When it flew out of the black passageway, it gave Bowenya a cold glance. Bowenya said, "I'll leave the rest up to you." He quickly fled into the dimensional tunnel. Although this Exalt-class Dalgard Tower did indeed hold other creatures within it, those were all insane prisoners. How could he possibly have an Apocalypse-class servitor with him? These powerful beings always followed by Air's side. The giant tree grunted, watching as Bowenya disappeared within the darkness of the tunnel. The tree was now in charge of protecting the core of this entire Dalgard Tower, and it quickly took control of it as the tunnel behind it vanished. Whoosh! Its countless branches all stretched out, extending out of the central room and towards the outside world as its countless branches grew longer and thicker. It must be understood that this creature had lived in the infinite void prior to being captured and tamed by Air. Its true form was as vast as any celestial object. Its current form was just a miniaturized version of itself. The spacetime maze was quite enormous. Ning had only dealt with a small portion of it. The branches quickly extended outside the Dalgard Tower, then began to twist themselves around it. As soon as they exited the Dalgard Tower, the branches began to rapidly expand in size, with each branch coiling around the tower like a titanic python. The entire Dalgard Tower was almost instantly surrounded by a cocoon of countless leafy branches. The branches covered every single inch of the Dalgard Tower in a tight embrace. Next, the branches began to extend in every other direction, including both the sacred mountains, the skies, and the depths of the earth. They continued to furiously expand in size, snaking out longer and longer. After just 10 seconds, the branches had filled every inch of the entire sacred realm, completely covering every inch of it. Within the Dalgard Tower, as soon as the giant tree completely covered the Dalgard Hall, it began to attack Ning as well. Ning turned pale. He could subconsciously sense that something incredibly dangerous was happening. Moments later, a series of enormous black branches shot through the air and entered the range of his Sword Dao domain. Illusion Sword Dao. Ning kept his illusory realm active, hiding the location of his true body. Dao Lord Dark North, Do you think you can hide from me? A sonorous voice boomed out as a large number of twisting veins appeared on the surface of every single branch. The countless branches began to sweep through every inch of the Sword Dao domain. There were simply too many of them, while Ning's domain was merely 100 million kilometers in size. There was nowhere for him to hide. Break! The Northbow sword in Ning's hand suddenly flashed with light. Crack! 12 branches were instantly severed by this blow. It seemed as though this creature was actually more fragile than the other creatures Ning had encountered. Still, Ning's face remained quite somber. There were simply too many of these branching tendrils, and the ones he severed began to quickly regrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The branches quickly managed to locate where Ning was, then began to lash out at him with abandon. Each strike was just as powerful as the strikes from the first beast Ning had encountered. What he didn't know was that while this Apocalypse-class creature's attacks weren't all that strong, it was extremely difficult to actually get rid of and defeat. Ayer had sent this servant because it was a perfect counter for Ning, whose true soul was already crumbling away. The goal was to kill him through attrition. There are too many branches. I can't get rid of them. Ning was forced to strike 8 times in a row, seeking to carve an escape path for himself, but each time new branches would spring up to cover the ones he had destroyed. Worse, Ning had the vague feeling that there were even more branches waiting for their turn. How could this Daugard tower have such an irritating creature within it? Ning's face was grim. If he was an autarch, he could continue to attack with abandon, unleashing thousands of full-strength blows in an extremely short period of time. But he didn't have much time or energy left. At most, he only had a few dozen strikes left in him. There was no way he could escape at all. Boom! Boom! The branches continued to furiously rain blows upon Ning, who was forced to use the space-time sword Dao to create a tiny miniature space-time continuum which served as a form of armor which covered him. This was his most powerful defensive technique thus far. Focusing on defense allowed him to conserve more energy. Attacking consumed it far too quickly. Die! Die! The countless branches lashed at him like 1,000 whips, furiously slamming against the space-time armor covering Ning. They attacked at such high speed that they were like countless leafy blurs, and each strike was slightly stronger than a blow from the Blaze-Sun ruler. Ning continued to fly about and dodge while letting his armor absorb the blows, but just 1 second later he was forced to once more use his sword arts to recreate the armor. His divine power and immortal energy was depleting at a fast pace, and the cracks in his true soul were growing larger and larger as the crumbling process accelerated. Autarch Mog, hurry up and deconstruct this hidden dimension. Ning felt extremely anxious. I'm not going to be able to hang on for much longer. He had been just 1 step away from success. If he died here, that meant the Paragon of Pills would die here as well. Ning truly couldn't accept this outcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 20, The Autarchs Arrive. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 20, The Autarchs Arrive. The Outside World. There were 3 figures located in the dark void outside this hidden dimension. They were the black-robed Ning, the bald, red-robed avatar of Autarch Titanos, and the skinny, black-robed avatar of Autarch Mog. Boom! As Bowenya departed from this dimension and the tree creature arrived, a dimensional ripple suddenly spread outwards. A spatial ripple. Autarch Titanos revealed a look of delight, as did the black-robed Ning. Both of them turned to look at Autarch Mog. The black-robed Ning said, Bowenya probably fled out of the hidden dimension. Autarch Mog's azure eyes narrowed intently as he stared at the dimensional ripples before him. He said softly, yes, I can sense a dimensional tunnel, but it was opened in an extremely careful and intricate way. The ripples are very minute. The dimensional tunnel had not actually opened up from within the hidden dimension itself. If it had, the ripples would be far greater. This was a passageway created from afar by Ayer, and the ripples were very subdued as a result. I'm being attacked by some sort of strange lifeform. It is incredibly powerful, and I won't be able to hold on for much longer, Ning blurted out. I'm moving as fast as I can, Autarch Mog said. 15 seconds went by. Found it! Autarch Mog's eyes lit up. Those ripples were minute, but he was still able to use them to lock onto the location of that hidden dimension. Autark Mog was the autark of the space Birth essence, after all, and he was in his own chaosverse. He had every factor on his side, and as a result he was naturally able to locate that dimension. Hurry up and open a path into it, Autark Titanos urged. All right. Autark Mog drew an extremely slender saber with his right hand, then gave it a wave. Slash! The space before him was torn open as easily as paper, producing a neat wound in space. This slash tore through multiple layers of different dimensional continuums, reaching all the way towards the hidden dimension which Autark Mog located. Yep. The slash clashed against the tenacious exterior membrane protecting the hidden continuum. There it is. Autark Mog blinked in surprise. The membrane is quite tough. Break! Autark Mog instantly manifested a total of 6 arms. Each of them was grasping an extremely long and slender blade, and he leapt forwards to soar towards the membrane. Thousands of beautiful flowers seemed to bloom before him, with each snowy white flower being formed from a slash of dimensional saberlight. Autark Mog was definitely the paramount expert in chopping apart dimensional membranes, and it took him just a single second to tear through it. Impressive. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He might have his space sword Tao, but its power was still fundamentally that of the Tao of the sword. The Tao of space was just a supporting Tao. There was no way it could compare to Autark Mog's space Tao birth essence. Without question, Autark Mog's mastery over space was superior to all others within this chaosverse. If Autark Titanos had to assault the dimensional membrane, he would have been forced to tear through it by hammering it repeatedly through brute force attacks. Autark Mog was able to accomplish it much more easily. Let's go inside. Autark Mog led Ning into the hidden dimension. As soon as the two avatars and the black-robed Ning entered it, they saw the countless leafy tendrils which completely filled this entire world. There were many places which were completely surrounded by those countless branches. This sight caused even Autark Mog and Autark Titanos to reveal looks of surprise. Die! When the great tree saw that outsiders had arrived, it instantly sent countless tendrils sweeping towards them. My true body is right in the center of the Dalgard Tower, Ning said hurriedly. Titanos, you take care of Dark North's primal twin. I'll go to the Dalgard Tower, Mog said. Better that we go together. Dark North's true body isn't going to be able to hold on much longer. Dark North, go inside my estate world for a short while. Autark Titanos waved his hand, sending the black-robed Ning into his estate world. Ning didn't try to resist it. Attack! The avatars of Autark Mog and Autark Titanos drew their weapons and began to fight. Thanks to their mastery over space and karma, they were able to accurately sense the location of the Dalgard Tower, and the two worked together to charge closer and closer towards it. Whoosh! 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 Autark Mog's 6 slender sabers chopped through everything within their path. His weapons were like dimensional blades that could chop through all matter, and his strikes actually extended out on a multidimensional level to continue cutting through space itself. His attack speed was absolutely incredible. Die! Autark Titanos was wearing a set of inky black gloves on all 6 of his hands, and each glove unleashed boundless mystical power as he struck out towards the opponent. Although his movements seemed much more relaxed, each strike caused countless branches to decay and rot away. In terms of raw damage, he vastly surpassed Autark Mog. This creature has incredible vitality. Most of these creatures are unable to take more than 3 palms from me. Autark Titanos frowned as he realized how strong this creature's vital force was. The two continued to advance at high speed, with black gloves annihilating countless branches on one side and slender sabers chopping through everything on the other. The tree was suffering more and more injuries. It didn't really care too much about Autark Mog's chops, because it could regrow the parts that had been severed. Autark Mog's attacks weren't causing too much real damage. Autark Titanos' karmic strikes, however, were assaulting its very essence and causing it much more damage. I have to kill him. The tree was under orders, and it began to fight in an even more frenzied manner. It didn't have much time left, it had to kill Ning as soon as possible. Within the Daoguard Tower, countless tough tendrils and branches were continuing to furiously rain blows upon Ning, whose true soul was crumbling at an extremely fast pace. In order to conserve as much energy as possible, he didn't launch any counterattacks and instead focused completely on defense. Ning's body was covered by a miniature spacetime cocoon which accompanied him as he fled, dodged, and was occasionally knocked flying. Each time he was struck, he didn't try to resist the momentum, instead borrowing from it to conserve as much of his own power as possible. Time continued to flow on. Ning repeatedly used his sword arts to defend, but each time it resulted in his true soul crumbling faster and faster. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Ning grew increasingly desperate. I have nothing left. Boom! An enormous explosion rang out. The countless branches within the Daoguard Tower began to tremble as two figures charged inside the tower. No! No! I have to kill this Dao Lord. The great tree was already heavily wounded, but it still had a considerable amount of power left. It continued to rain attacks down against Ning while sending many tendrils out to block the two intruders. Whoosh! Boom! Saberlight flashed while black gloves struck out as Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos unleashed the power of their Das. In the face of their attacks, these branches seemed unspeakably weak and were destroyed on a large scale. A snowy white streak of saberlight suddenly flashed out, severing all the branches and leaves within its path. Some of the branches which were furiously assaulting Ning were severed as well, and Ning could sense that the attacks against him had suddenly lessened. The saber light was followed by two consecutive strikes from the black gloves, causing the surrounding branches to wither away and rot into nothingness. Ning finally allowed himself to relax. He landed atop one of the undamaged spacetime bubbles, then sat down and took a deep breath. Phew! Ning smiled as he looked at Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos. You finally made it. Ning laughed, and his laughter was very joyful. They had finally succeeded. Autarch Titanos' terrifying black gloves finally demolished the great tree's remaining life force. The Daoguard Tower was now completely empty, with just a few remnants of the spacetime maze left behind as well as some terrified Sith. The great tree had not gone out of its way to slay these hegemons and emperors. Dark North. Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog both looked at Ning. They quickly turned pale. Ning's true soul was crumbling at an incredibly fast rate. It was now so badly cracked that the true soul itself was shuddering violently, as though it was going to break apart at any moment. If Ning absolutely had to, he might be able to unleash 4 or 5 strikes at most, but even if he didn't, the true soul was still going to completely crumble apart soon. As soon as my true body became trapped in here, I knew that my chances of surviving would be slim. I'm happy that I was able to survive as long as I did, and to tell the truth, I benefited greatly from my experiences here, Ning said with a smile. Autarch Titanos could sense that Ning's true soul suddenly began to crumble many times faster than before. Clearly, it was about to completely break apart. Oh! Don't be in a rush to kill these hegemons and emperors. Many of them are Sith descendants. They are quite pitiable, Ning said hurriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 21, Glad You Are Safe. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 21, Glad You Are Safe. It doesn't really matter if we kill them or not. They're nothing more than foot soldiers, Autarch Titanos said. But if we don't kill them, I recommend that we at least imprison them. We shouldn't let them escape and reinforce the other Sith. I understand. Ning smiled. There's something else I'll need to trouble you two with. Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog both looked at Ning. Please don't tell the Paragon of Pills and the others about my true body dying here, Ning said. Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos blinked. Autarch Titanos said with surprise, "Don't tell them? You came to the Sitherlands for the sake of the Paragon, I believe. They'll probably be able to guess the truth. Let's hide it as best we can. Otherwise, they'll feel guilty about this," Ning said with a smile. Suddenly, Ning's gaze grew distant. He murmured softly, "What an odd feeling. So this is what it feels like for my true soul to crumble." Boom! His true soul completely fell apart. Ning could feel his mind and his thoughts turn sluggish. The entire framework of his true soul was completely collapsing, like a cracked dike which was falling apart. Countless true soul fragments spread out in every direction at a pace which was thousands of times faster than before. So much of his true soul was breaking apart that it was actually visible to the naked eye. Countless specks of light flew out from Ning as his divine power and immortal energy both vanished as well. Everything feels slow. Going back to Chaos Verse? Ning's sluggish mind could sense that an enormous, warm location was calling towards him. This had to be the quintessence of the Chaos Verse. Suddenly, Ning's seated figure lit up like a ball of fire, instantly transforming into countless specks of light that blasted out in every direction, leaving nothing behind. Ning's body was completely gone. The only things left were his clothes and magic treasures. Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog simply watched silently. Within an estate world, the black-robed Ning was silently standing on his feet. The death of his true body had no impact on his primal twin at all, as the two were completely different lives. His primal twin would only perish if a powerful foe was able to use a karmic attack to slay the true body and then follow the karmic connection between the two to slay the primal twin as well. A normal dissipation, however, wouldn't result in any connected consequences. Ning's primal twin continued to slowly disintegrate, but it had yet to engage in any combat since his downmerge attempt, and so the process was still quite slow for it. So this is what it feels like for one's true soul to dissipate? The black-robed Ning murmured softly. His true body had died. If his primal twin was unable to devise the true soul everlasting technique, it would face the same fate. I have to seize this opportunity. The black-robed Ning's eyes were shining with hope. Autarch Titanos, let me out, the black-robed Ning said. Very well. Within the Daugard Tower, Ning's true body had dissipated, while the black-robed Ning had appeared next to Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog. Come. The black-robed Ning waved his hand, summoning his northbow swords and his other treasures to him. Moments later, his clothes immediately changed as well, going from black to white as he sheathed the northbow swords on his back once more. From this day forth, there is no true body or primal twin, just me, Ning murmured softly. This was the only life he had. Break! Ning released his awesome sword Dao Domain, instantly beginning to destroy the few remaining space-time bubbles of the maze that had trapped him. The nearby Autarch Mog chuckled. Let me give you a hand. As he spoke, he unleashed an awesome wave of power that swept across the entire region, instantly annihilating the continuum bubbles and destroying them in just 2 seconds. Autarch Skyfeeder and Autarch Mog were most likely superior to all others in this Chaosverse when it came to solving space-time mazes. One was the master of the Time Daubirth Essence, while the other was the master of the Space Daubirth Essence. With the various continuum bubbles destroyed, the hegemons and emperors who had been scattered throughout the various scenes were all revealed. Some of the Sith descendants managed to remain quite calm, but the true Sith were driven to both rage and despair because they knew that Ning would never spare them. Lord Dark North, you didn't die? It is all your fault. Why did you have to come here? We grew tired of the war long ago and were enjoying a peaceful life in this dimension. You had to come and ruin everything. Some of the true Sith were howling angrily at Ning. My fault? Ning shook his head. You know the secrets behind this hidden dimension. Do you really think I would have been able to enter on my own? Clearly, it was the controller of this hidden dimension, Bowenya, who forcibly teleported me here. The formerly howling Sith suddenly fell silent. Right. It had to have been Bawenya who teleported Ning here, but he did so because he wanted to render great merits to the Sith and be rewarded for it. This was on the standing instructions of the Supreme Sith Leader. Who could blame him? You wanted to kill me, so I had to fight back, Ning said. He then expanded his sword Dao domain to cover all of the hegemons and emperors. Get in here. He instantly teleported them into his estate world. Now, the only figures left in the Daoguard Tower were the two autarchs and Ning. Next, Ning willed the Paragon of Pills, Hegemon Tia, Hegemon Flame left, and Lord Annihilation to appear. Dark North. The Paragon and the others turned to look at the two autarchs, both of whom radiated auras of ineffable power, then at Ning. Ning's true soul was clearly disintegrating at a very, very slow pace. They all revealed looks of delight. Respectful greetings, Autarch. All four of them bowed respectfully. Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mod both nodded slightly, but their gazes flickered a little when they glanced at the Paragon of Pills, who Ning clearly cared about deeply. It was for this woman's sake that Ning had lost his life. Ning continued to maintain the illusory effect around his sword Dao domain, ensuring so that his true soul appeared to be crumbling faster than it actually was. He didn't wish for the Paragon of Pills and the others to be able to see any flaws in his pretense. His primal twin had never engaged in battle after the Dao merge, and so its true soul was crumbling at a pace which was slower than his true body's prior to his true body entering the Sitherlands. This was an obvious problem, and so Ning quickly masked it. He didn't wish for the Paragon of Pills to feel too much guilt. He had already accomplished his goal and saved her. There was no point in making her feel guilty about it. I'm glad you are safe. The Paragon of Pills was all smiles. I knew that Dao Lord Darknorth would be able to defeat those Sith with ease. Lord Annihilation said flatteringly. I was just lucky. I also have to thank these two autarchs for managing to get here in the nick of time. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble, Ning said. Mistress, since you have realm ships, you can head off on your own. I have a few things to discuss with the autarchs. Very well. The Paragon and the others all nodded. Autarch Mog, please help send them outside the Sitherlands, Ning said. That's easy. Let's leave this dimension first. Autarch Mog sent out a powerful wave of dimensional might which captured all of them. Swish! They instantly reappeared in the black void of space outside. A surprised look appeared on Ning's face. We laughed? As easy as that? When we broke into this place, I went ahead and bound the core of this Daoguard Tower to myself. I can now control it with ease, Autarch Mog said. That's why we were able to leave so easily. The rest of you can be off now. Autarch Mog waved his hand, cutting through space with ease. Ryup! An iridescent dimensional tunnel appeared before him, leading out of the Sitherlands. The Sitherlands was quite a dangerous place, after all. Who knew what would happen if they had to fly out? Given how strong the Paragon was, once they made it outside the Sitherlands they would definitely be safe. Dark North, I really have to thank you for everything. The Paragon looked at Ning. She felt extremely grateful towards him. Not only had Ning ensured that her three brothers were brought back to life, he had also helped her survive this place, allowing her to reunite with them in person. She had no idea how she was supposed to repay him. Thankfully, Ning didn't suffer any serious injuries during their time in this dangerous dimension. Otherwise, she truly would have been racked by guilt. Off with you. Shoo! Ning smiled at her. The Paragon of Pills and the others quickly entered the dimensional tunnel and disappeared. Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos glanced at each other, then sighed. Clearly, the Paragon of Pills had no idea that Ning's true body had already died within this hidden dimension. She would probably never know the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 1, Sealed Away? Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 1, Sealed Away? A dazzlingly beautiful and fragrant meadow. A barefoot, gray-robed man was seated in the lotus position here. He reached out to gently pluck a flower, then closed his eyes to sniff it. A gentle yet infectious smile appeared on his face which affected even the nearby exalt Bowenya. This caused the latter to feel an even greater sense of awe. "You handled this matter very poorly," Ayer said while continuing to enjoy the flower's fragrance. "I made a mistake. I was too desperate for glory," Bowenya said rather nervously. Ayer stared raptly at the flower before him, as though he wanted to memorize every millimeter of it. "Your hunger for glory and your unwillingness to share it resulted in you not notifying me about this until the very last moment, when the Dalgard Tower itself was about to be destroyed. In other words, you only reported it when you were out of options. You didn't give me enough time at all." Bowenya was silent. He didn't dare to say a word, especially since Ayer was correct. He had indeed waited until the situation was quite grim, with Ning ripping his way through spacetime and charging towards the heart of the tower. Ayer didn't have enough time to fully prepare a counterplan, and so his only choice had been to send in a servitor who he thought would have the highest chance for success. "Losing his servant is a minor matter," Ayer continued, "but I'm concerned that the local autarchs will discover that our heartlands have not been truly sealed by them." "Impossible. They won't be able to discover anything." "We didn't make any mistakes at all," Bowenya said hurriedly. "I sent over a servant and tore a dimensional tunnel for it and you to traverse. This created a dimensional ripple," Ayer said. "It was thanks to this ripple that Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mod were able to enter the dimension and slay my servitor. I acted to mislead Dowlord Dark North," Bowenya said. "I made sure that he thought I fled out of fear while unleashing the creature being suppressed by my Dalgard Tower. It all fits together perfectly. There were no mistakes made at all." Ayer nodded slightly. If certain secrets were revealed, their chances at victory during the final battle would be lessened. The most important secret, of course, was the existence of himself, Ayer. Thankfully, this wouldn't be a problem so long as he didn't accidentally reveal himself. Everyone who had met him and knew of his identity had been forced to swear lifeblood oaths. They couldn't even mention him in the most oblique of ways. Ning had reviewed the memories of many hegemons and emperors, but he knew nothing at all of the supreme leaders of the Sith invasion. He knew that the Sith had a Lord of Chaos, but the Sith Chaos Lord was a transcendent figure that could be described as truly invincible, even in all the infinite void. He wouldn't be so foolish as to actually enter Ning's Chaos Verse, because once he did he would lose his connection to the Chaos Verse he controlled. Not only would he be dramatically weakened, he would also be suppressed by this Chaos Verse. If enough things went wrong, he could theoretically be killed here. However, so long as he avoided other Chaos Verses he would be completely invincible. Thus, the autarchs of Ning's Chaos Verse felt certain that the Sith Chaos Lord would never come here in person. All that aside, the fact that the Sithilans had not truly been sealed away was another extremely important secret. The seals which the cultivator autarchs had placed over the Sithilans were so powerful that the autarchs felt that if the Sith wished to escape, they would have to fight their way through. As a result, the cultivator civilizations entered an era of peace, with just Autarch Mog and the avatars of autarchs remaining behind to keep a watch over things here. In reality, however, Ayer was able to open dimensional tunnels to the outside world with ease. The tunnel he had established to send out his servant and bring Bowenya back was proof of this, which meant that the entire Sith army was capable of slipping out without anyone being the wiser, but there were still a few gaps in our masquerade which might be discovered. Ayer glanced sideways at Bowenya. "We didn't have enough time, and I really did want to kill Dowlord Darknorth and swallow his true soul. I was at fault," Bowenya said immediately. "However, I don't think the cultivators will be able to notice them," Ayer said calmly. "Either way, the fact that this Chaos Verse has given birth to someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Dao means that we'll need to launch the final war sooner than anticipated. If we wait for too long, this chaosverse might give birth to an Omega Autarch, in which case we'll truly be finished. You can make up for your mistakes once the war begins. Understood, Bowenya said. Ayer then waved his hand, causing Bowenya to disappear without a trace. The meadow remained as calm and tranquil as ever. The only beings here aside from Ayer were a few ordinary animals. Last time, I saw that the tide was turning against us, so I feigned weakness and allowed you to seal us here, Ayer murmured softly. I've waited and prepared for a very long time. This time, I understand you far better than I did in the past. I'm definitely going to win. Immediately after Ning sent off the paragon of pills and the others, Autarch Mog's face turned grave. Let's go back into the hidden dimension, he said, then teleported Ning and Autarch Titanos inside once more. The three of them stood in midair within the sacred realm, staring at the distant Daugard Tower. The entire sacred realm looked as though it had been through hell and back. The ground was filled with craters and crevices, a testament to the earlier battle that had rocked this place. It's been ruined. Autarch Mog stared at the distant Daugard Tower. The dimensional control formations have been wrecked. This Daugard Tower can no longer be used to monitor the surrounding area, nor can it be used to activate the dimensional teleport function which was used to capture cultivators. The dimensional formation has been destroyed? Ning was startled. The grand formation which had captured him was formed by a combination of 9 mighty dimensional formation bases. When it had activated, Ning had been teleported straight to this hidden dimension. The Sith definitely arranged for guards to watch over those 9 formation bases, Autarch Mog said. Once we took over this hidden dimension, they moved to destroy the formation bases to avoid us making use of them. If they'd been destroyed, they'd been destroyed. This hidden dimension is useless to us cultivators, Autarch Titanos said with a smile. His gaze suddenly turned towards the devastated landscape. He frowned. Mog, did you have the feeling that the creature we fought against was much more troublesome than usual? Autarch Mog blinked, then nodded. It really was a handful. Exalt-class Daugard towers generally don't suppress creatures of such strength, Autarch Titanos said. As I recall, the previous ones we dealt with I could kill within just 4 or 5 palm strikes. This time, the two of us had to work together to fight for quite some time before it died. During the Dawn War, it wasn't until the very end that the Sith released creatures of such power. This secret dimension was used to spy on the outside world. It was probably quite special to the Sith, which was why they stationed a particularly powerful creature here, Autarch Mog said. Possible, I suppose. Autarch Titanos nodded. We've always felt certain that the Sith were completely sealed away, especially since we've taken full control over the outer perimeter of the Sithilans. I never would have imagined that such an enormous dimension could have been hidden from us for so long. If they weren't so desperate to get rid of Dark North, we probably would have never discovered it. Autarch Mog frowned. I've been standing guard over this place for countless eons, but I never noticed it. That's why I'm worried. How many other secrets are the Sith hiding? Autarch Titanos frowned as well. Haha, we've completely locked away the Sith heartlands. If they made it out, I'd definitely notice, Autarch Mog said with a chuckle. It doesn't really matter if a few Sith are hiding in the outside world. How many of them could there be? Autarch Titanos nodded as well. All of the Autarchs had worked together to forge those seals over the Sith heartlands. They felt quite confident in its efficacy. Ning simply gazed at the world around him. This was very important, but with his true soul crumbling away, the most important thing for him to do was to use his remaining years to create the true soul everlasting technique. There was no way he could take part in any battle against the Sith. Gentlemen, Ning said, as you know, I acquired the 5 truncheon chapters. This is something which would be tremendously beneficial to the entire cultivator civilization. I acquired it from Hawkfang after I entered the sacred realm. I promised him that I would guarantee a peaceful life for the countless Sith descendants who lived here. That's easy. I have to admit, Hawkfine did something incredible for us. I'll give them an other verse of their own, Autarch Mog said with a smile. An other verse will be more than enough for all of them to reside within. I feel sorry for them. The Sith clearly don't care about them at all, they treat them as pawns to be sacrificed. Ning shook his head inside. Suddenly, he frowned and his face turned pale. Wait a second. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 2, Mistake. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 2, A Mistake. The avatars of Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog turned to stare at Ning, puzzled. That great tree was clearly capable of exhausting me to death, so why did Bowenya immediately flee upon releasing it? Ning added, and when you fought against it, it showed that it was sentient and capable of rational thought. It wasn't like those other insane prisoners. It followed Bowenya's orders to continue assaulting me even though the two of you were destroying it. I doubt it would have accidentally injured Bowenya, so why did he flee? Autarch Mog hesitated momentarily. Perhaps, since this was his final trump card, he felt rather nervous because you defeated all his previous ones? As a result, he fled immediately after using it, to avoid you exceeding his expectations once more and making it impossible for him to flee, but... Dark North, what are you suggesting? Autarch Titanos asked. There's some sense to Autarch Mog's explanation, Ning said, but Autarchs, what you don't realize is that after I entered the Sacred Realm, I had to first deal with a combined attack from 2,800 hegemons and emperors, then had to deal with 2 Dalgard towers which broke free from their foundations to assault me. The Sith were clearly willing to pay an enormous price to try and kill me. If you were Bowenya and had access to such a powerful tree creature, how would you employ it against me? Ning shook his head, then continued in a low voice, if I was Bowenya, I would have sent the tree to attack before the 2,800 hegemons did. The giant tree could have completely surrounded the dimensional trap, giving me nowhere to run. They could have surrounded and killed me with ease. That tree was clearly sentient and clear-minded. There was no reason to wait that long before employing it. Why sacrifice a pair of Dalgard towers and thousands of hegemons and emperors before releasing it? Ning said. Losing that many hegemons and emperors, even if he would still be rewarded, the rewards would have been reduced. Most importantly of all, in the Sacred Realm, I meditated and trained on multiple occasions for extended periods of time. In fact, I even pretended that I would rather wait for death than actually enter the Dalgard Tower. Bowenya's response? He said that he would rather watch me die outside than take the risk of fighting me. Ning frowned. If he had that tree at his disposal, why would he have chosen to just watch as I died of natural causes? Mog and Titanos both blinked. They didn't know all the details of what Ning had experienced in this hidden dimension, but upon hearing this they too began to feel that something was off. That great tree had been an intelligent, sentient being which was under orders to kill Ning no matter what. Given how powerful and obedient it was, why not use it earlier? Why flee immediately after using it, instead of continuing to watch over things from within the Dalgard Tower? The giant tree was extremely powerful and possessed tremendous amounts of vital energy. It was perfect for dealing against a failed Dowlord like Ning. Unless Bowenya was a complete fool, he should have known early on that the tree would be a perfect counter for Dowlord Dark North, but he refused to use it. He waited until all of his other resources were used up and until his Dalgard Tower was at the brink of collapse before using it. Why? He would have rather watched Ning train from his position within the Dalgard Tower, waiting for Ning's true soul to naturally collapse instead of releasing that creature. Why? Unless, Ning's eyes flashed with a cold, hard light, unless that tree originally wasn't here. Wasn't here? Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos both narrowed their eyes. It wasn't here, which was why Bowenya was unable to do anything to me. I trained for multiple chaos cycles, and all he could do was watch. If the tree had been here this entire time, there would have been no reason for him not to use it, Ning said. He waited until I was at the verge of conquering his Dalgard tower. He probably grew desperate, at which point he begged the Sith commanders for help, and they sent over that tree creature in response. So where did the great tree come from? Autarch Titanos said heavily. One of the formation bases? Another hidden dimension, perhaps? Or, an ugly look appeared on Autarch Mog's face. Did it perhaps come from the Sith Heartlands? Mog and Titanos shared a worried glance. The two of them had learned much of the Sith's capabilities during the Dawn War. Creatures like the giant tree would have definitely been classified among the most powerful of Sith war assets. They were even more important than Sith exalts. They didn't really want to believe it, but it now seemed that the likeliest explanation was that it really did come from the Heartland regions of the Sithilans. But we've already locked the Sith Heartlands away, Autarch Mog muttered irresolutely. Even if they came out, I should have been able to sense something. Too much time has gone past. The Sith were probably able to devise a way to avoid the seals without us noticing, Autarch Titanos said heavily. They are superior to us in so many areas. Dark North, thank you for informing us. Autarch Titanos turned to look at Ning. We didn't suspect a thing at all. Once the next war begins, the Sith would have been able to slip out with us none the wiser. We would have continued to stand guard over this place while they assaulted the rest of the Chaos Verse. We would have been caught completely flat-footed. Autarchs, you only arrived at the very end to rescue me, and so you didn't know the details of what happened here. It was only when I reflected on all the things that occurred since my arrival into that hidden dimension that I realized that the way Exalt Bawenya employed the Great Tree made no sense at all, Ning said. It was my pity for the Sith descendants that led me to realize something was wrong. Titanos and Mog both had extremely serious looks on their faces. Although other explanations are possible and we can't be completely sure that the tree creature came from the Sith Heartlands, Autarch Mog said, I'd say there is a better than 50% chance of it being the case. It's possible that our seal has been rendered useless, if it was even effective to begin with, Autarch Titanos agreed. It seems we need to start preparing. Ayer didn't make any mistakes in sending the Great Tree to kill Ning per se, but it clashed with Bawenya's previous words and actions. If Bawenya had access to the Great Tree all along, why would he have needed to turtle up for so long? Why would he rather wait and watch as Ning's true soul naturally broke apart, rather than use it? It didn't add up, and that was the mistake. Ning, Autarch Titanos, and Autarch Mog continued to stand in midair. By now, the area in front of them was filled with an enormous amount of emperors. There had to be over 3,000 of them, and all of them were Sith descendants. Around 30 or so were at the hegemon level of power. Clearly, the Sith were far superior in rearing and teaching their emperors. Ning looked at the group before him. Although you are descendants of the Sith, you are still part of our Chaosverse. The true Sith were invaders who came here from another place. They don't care about you at all. We won't demand that you take part in our war against the Sith, but you are not to assist them either. We'll arrange for you to stay in an otherverse of your own, and you can live quiet lives there. Don't take part in this clash of civilizations. Thank you, Lord Dark North. Hawkfawn led the group in expressing reverent thanks. Thank you, Lord. A few others quickly followed his lead. Thank you, Lord. Finally, all of them bowed towards Ning, with many of them tearing up as they did so. They had long ago sensed that the Sith treated them differently, and they had been discriminated against for many, many years. You can go now. Evacuate all the mortals from the 6 mortal realms, Ning instructed. This place isn't safe. Understood. We'll go right now. Let's go. The awesome army of over 3,000 hegemons and emperors quickly flew away, beginning a large-scale evacuation of this realm. Although the 6 mortal realms in this dimension held many living beings, over 3,000 emperors were working together to evacuate them. They gave the mortals some time to prepare for their departure, but it still only took them just half a day before completing the evacuation process. Ning then led the Sith descendants in departing from the Sithlands. He brought them to an extremely distant, out-of-the-way location within the Great Dark. Rumble, a massive otherverse suddenly appeared within the darkness. "Go ahead and bind it, Hawkfang," Ning said, glancing at the 3,000-plus emperors before him. All of the emperors were filled with excitement. If given a chance to live in peace, who would choose to serve as cannon fodder instead? This was doubly true when they would only be repaid for their sacrifices with contempt and belittlement. All right. Hawkfang's eyes were shining brightly. He could sense that the life he had been longing for was finally at hand. Whoosh! 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 After Hawkfang bound the otherverse to himself, the thousands of emperors all began to fly inside it. Ning, Mog, and Titanos all smiled at the sight. "This is a secluded place where I once trained. If any Sith come here, I will be alerted instantly," Autarch Mog said. "Let these Sith descendants live a peaceful life here," Ning said. "Once we defeat the Sith, the entire Chaosverse will be at peace as well," Titanos said with a smile. All three of them were looking forward to that day. "Gentlemen, now that everything has been taken care of, it's time for me to depart," Ning said. "I'll send you back," Autarch Mog volunteered. "Ha, no need." Ning shook his head and smiled. "I'm not exactly busy. The only thing I'm concerned with is creating a true soul everlasting technique. Although the journey back to my homeland is a long one, I'll take this opportunity to do some sightseeing. Who knows, I might even find something which inspires me." "Very well." Mog and Titanos didn't try to press the issue. Ning re-entered his realm ship. Azurfian's avatar once more began to pilot it, sending it disappearing into the Great Dark under the watchful gazes of Mog and Titanos. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 3, Meeting Autarch Stonerule. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 3, Meeting Autarch Stonerule. Within the realm ship. Ning sat in the lotus position, staring at the dazzling prismatic spacetime tunnel as marvelous realmverses flickered past them, but his mind was occupied on the True Soul Everlasting technique. A True Soul Everlasting, if I can create a technique like this, it would allow even the damage caused by a failed downmerge to be reversed, with the True Soul being healed. Ning was keenly attuned to the sensations of his True Soul crumbling away. His immortal energy, his God sense, his azure flower mist energy, all of it was filled with his True Soul. But now, every speck of his soul was beginning to crack apart, with tiny flakes of it slowly drifting off and disappearing. This crumbling is taking part in every part of my True Soul. Not a single inch of it remains intact, Ning mused. How should I reverse it? When Ning had been a Downlord of the third step, he had died once but been revived thanks to the Lifeblood Dao Seal. The Lifeblood Dao Seal was filled with a portion of Ning's undamaged True Soul, making revival a simple process. But now that Ning's True Soul had already begun to crumble, there was no known technique which could be used to stop it. How to reverse it? How do you reverse that which has already crumbled apart? Ning mentally reviewed the mysteries of the Deathless chapter, while comparing it to his own crumbling process, and as he did so he would occasionally make a few changes and improvements to the chapter. After 5 million years of non-stop meditation, Ning finally woke up. Azure Fiend, where are we? Ning asked. We're halfway there. Give us another 6 million years and we'll reach the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Azurfian's avatar said. No need for us to rush. Let's explore the surrounding realms while we are here, Ning said. Yes, Master, Azurfian's avatar said hurriedly. The time he had spent following Ning had shown him far more stunning sights than everything he had experienced in the past. They had captured over 2,000 hegemons and emperors, fought against a Sith Dalgard tower, seen strange creatures which came from beyond the Chaosverse, and more. He had never seen such incredible things in the past. Ning also treated him very well, and he in turn would silently pray, I hope Master can remain alive forever. That would be wonderful. So long as Ning remained alive, he would have a powerful backer supporting him. They continued to wander through the cosmos, visiting the marvelous sights the Chaseovers had to offer as well as the many unique lifeforms it had birthed. Every so often, Ning would enter periods of silent meditation to reflect on what he saw. A vast planet which was teeming with life. Ning was seated at the peak of a mountain, silently meditating with Azurfian's avatar standing guard next to him. Ning had been training here for billions of years now, and ever since he started there had been no creatures who could move near this peak. A maze formation had been established halfway up the mountain, and those who escaped the maze would find themselves back at the base of the mountain. Young fellow, the destiny that brought us together must come to an end today. Your future accomplishments will be up to your own efforts. I accepted a total of 6 disciples before you. If you ever meet them, you'll know it right away. Remember, you must not battle amongst yourselves. Azurfian's avatar remained by Ning's side, while he had created an incarnation to chat with a youth at the base of the mountain. Your disciple understands, Master. The youth's eyes were brimming with tears. The past year he had spent with his master had been a truly transformative one for him. Go, Azurfian's avatar said, then vanished without a trace. The youth repeatedly kowtowed before departing as well. At the peak of the mountain. Azure Fiend, you actually took on 7 disciples during the years I was training? Ning's voice rang out. Azure Fiend was badly startled. He turned to glance at Ning, who had already risen to his feet, then let out a deep chortle. Don't tease me, Master. I was bored and had nothing to do. I spent my time just watching the countless people who lived in this world, and every so often I would find one I liked and take him or her on as a disciple. Ha ha ha. Well, it is time for us to return to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said. We'll be leaving soon, so go ahead and finish making any arrangements necessary for your disciples. No need. I've made those arrangements long ago and have given them everything they should be given. The rest will be up to them. The path of cultivation is a path of self-reliance, after all, Azure Fiend said. Very well. Let's head off. Whoosh. The realm ship flew away from the snowy peak, and the maze formation which had surrounded it for so many years finally vanished as well, becoming nothing more than a mystery and a legend to this planet. Ning ended up spending nearly half a chaos cycle on the return trip back to the 3 realms. He had gained quite a few insights into the True Soul Everlasting technique, but he also gained a better understanding of how difficult it would be. The crumbling of the True Soul involved countless tiny little flakes disappearing and returning to the quintessence of the Chaos Verse. To reverse this process by seizing those True Soul fragments back from the quintessence was impossible. Not even autarchs could succeed in this. The only other possibility was to use the remaining fragments to somehow remake a complete, undamaged True Soul anew. This was very similar to the concept of blood drop rebirth, wherein fiend gods who had reached the Zifu disciple stage of cultivation would be able to completely remake their entire bodies from a single drop of blood, if they had enough divine power to do so. This was because that single drop of blood contained the essence and foundation for the entire body. Now, however, Ning was trying to accomplish this with something that was even more fundamental, the True Soul. His goal was to allow a powerful cultivator whose soul had shattered and whose True Soul was breaking apart to be able to remake the True Soul anew. So long as just one scrap of True Soul was remaining, the cultivator would be able to use the True Soul Everlasting to recreate the entire True Soul, then reconstitute the spirit in the body. A very familiar realmverse appeared before them. We reached the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Ning revealed a delighted look from within the realm ship. Finally, they had returned. Home was home, and the feeling of being home was unlike any other. Ning turned to look in a different direction. He could sense through karma that another powerful figure, Autarch Stonerule, was located within the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Just 1 second later, whoosh! Space rippled around Ning, followed by the dazzlingly handsome Autarch Stonerule appearing. Autarch Stonerule. Ning flew out of the realm ship to greet him, with Azurfian's avatar following obediently from behind. Dark North. Autarch Stonerule smiled. Why have you come here, Autarch? Ning asked curiously. Because of you, obviously. Autarch Stonerule said with a laugh. I'd been waiting for quite some time. Sorry. I wasn't in a rush, so I took the scenic route while taking the occasional cultivation break, Ning explained. That's why it took me a while to come back. If I had known you were here, I would have immediately returned. I'm just teasing you. I'm not in a rush either, Autarch Stonerule said. I came here because there are a few things I need to tell you. Ning looked at Autarch Stonerule. All of us have been analyzing the 5 truncheon chapters you gave us. We're in the process of completing the Downlord chapter, but as for the most important, Deathless chapter, I'm sorry to say we probably won't be able to help you much, Autarch Stonerule said helplessly. There's nothing you can do? Ning felt rather anxious. Although he had made some improvements in recent years, he knew just how difficult it would be to create a true soul everlasting technique. He had been counting on the Autarchs being able to help him out with it. We want to help you, but the true soul everlasting technique revolves around reversing the process of a true soul's decay, Autarch Stonerule said. The problem was, all of us Autarchs have perfectly intact true souls. We've never experienced the crumbling process ourselves. We've seen the true souls of quite a few failed Downlords break apart, yes, but just watching it as an outsider doesn't really mean much. We don't know what it is like to have the true soul break apart, so we have no idea where we should even begin to fix it. What? Ning was stunned. The Autarchs had never experienced their true souls breaking apart, which meant that they were unable to make any headway with regards to the true soul everlasting technique? But the Sid's Lord of Chaos, Ning said. He's at a much higher level of insight than us, which was why he was able to come up with a true soul everlasting technique, Autarch Stonerule explained. The 6 of us are merely on par with you, and we've never truly experienced our true souls breaking apart. Our chances of being able to reverse the true soul process via a true soul everlasting technique are extremely slim. I came to tell you this in person because I don't want you to place too much hope on us being able to help you. Ning nodded. I understand. This had always been a path which would likely result in failure. Autarch Stonerule's words were a bit discouraging, but Ning was able to accept them calmly. But of course, we're still going to keep working at it, Autarch Stonerule said. There's something else I wanted to discuss with you. Something else? Ning was puzzled. The Sith are desperate to kill you. We believe that the Sith are paying close attention to whether you are dead or not, Autarch Stonerule said. That's why I came in person to take a look at the Flame Dragon Realmverse. I followed up on quite a few clues, and in the end I managed to find a few Sith spies. Autarch Stonerule waved his hand, causing a total of 6 individuals to appear before him. All of them simply stood there, their gazes vacant. 1 was a hegemon, while 5 were emperors. Spies? Ning frowned. They've infiltrated the Brightshore Kingdom and Vast Heaven Palace, hoping to be able to keep track of your status via your heart lamp and similar items, Autarch Stonerule said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 4, Solving the Heart of Eternity. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 4, Solving the Heart of Eternity. Ning stared at the 6 captured Sith spies, then chuckled, I'm a failed Downlord. Why would the Sith be willing to expend this much effort on me? It's best if we keep your status a secret, Autarch Stonerule said seriously. The Sith have never given up on their efforts to keep our entire Chaosverse under surveillance. In the past, we didn't really care as we were sure their army remained permanently sealed within the Sith heartlands, but it now appears highly probable that they long ago found out a way to slip out undetected. They've been biding their time, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to us. We're quietly making arrangements for our forces throughout the Chaosverse to prepare for war, but this will take time. So long as you are still alive, the Sith will be hesitant to start the war. Right. Ning nodded. The Sith would naturally be unwilling to start the war while Ning was alive. Not because they feared him, rather, because they worried that the high-pressure life-and-death environment created by the war would result in Ning suddenly making a breakthrough and mastering an autarch-level Dao. If that happened, Ning would be able to easily take control over the entire Chaosverse, and the problem with his crumbling true soul would disappear. Although chances of this happening were remote, the Sith were unwilling to take this risk. Anyone who was able to master an eternal Omega Dao on his own, without any guidance at all, was without question an incredibly talented figure who would have the blessing of the entire Chaosverse itself. It was entirely possible that a miracle would happen, resulting in him gaining autarky. Thus, it was best for the Sith to play it safe. They would wait for Ning's true soul to completely break apart before launching the war. By then, the cultivators wouldn't have even a single eternal Omega Dao wielder at all, much less an Omega autarch. The greatest fear of the Sith would have been avoided. With your eternal Omega Sword Dao serving as the guide, we've already begun to lead some of the most talented geniuses of the entire Chaosverse onto the path of the Omega Dao. However, the birth of a new Omega Emperor will take time. We might need millions of chaos cycles or even longer. I'm afraid the Sith won't give us the time we need, Autarch Stonerule said. But so long as you remain alive? They'll have something to fear, something which holds them back. I understand. I know what to do. Ning smiled. Then I'll be leaving now. Let me know right away if there's anything you need. Autarch Stonerule waved his hand, collecting the 6 spies and then disappearing without a trace. Ning watched as he vanished, already beginning to consider what his next steps should be. That very day, Ning went to meet with Hegemon Brightshore and Emperor Soulsky. Brother Brightshore. Big Brother Soulsky. Ning said, my true soul has been crumbling away ever since I failed the Dao merge. I'm worried that the remaining Sith are trying to keep tabs on my status. Thus, we must destroy the Heart Lamp in the Sword Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom and the other life-monitoring artifacts pertaining to me in the Dao Alliance and in Vast Heaven Palace. Destroy? Brightshore and Soulsky were both puzzled. Then, we'll replace them with fake ones, Ning said. The fake ones we create will always show that I am alive, even if 10 million chaos cycles go by. I want the Sith to always believe that I might be alive. Soulsky couldn't help but argue, creating a fake one will be easy, but your true soul is breaking apart. Even if the fake soul lamps are lit for 1 million chaos cycles, do you really think the Sith would believe that you are still alive? Soulsky, that could be explained away by temporal deceleration, yes? 1 million chaos cycles could go by in the outside world, but for Dark North only 10,000 chaos cycles would have gone past. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning. Dark North, what are you planning to do next? Go into secluded meditation, Ning said. After this, we probably won't be meeting again. Do you have a way to reverse the crumbling of your true soul? Hegemon Brightshore said rather anxiously. A way? Ning smiled. Maybe. Alright, enough of that. I'm going to leave with Yuji in Pilsaint. That very day, Ning departed from Vast Heaven Palace with Su Yuji, Pilsaint, and his other retainers in tow. They went back to the 3 realms. Everything which was able to detect Ning's status, such as his heart lamps or his life towers, were all destroyed and then replaced with fake versions. In all the Chaosverse, the only ones who would know for sure if Ning was alive or not were the Autarchs, Nuwa, and Subhuti. Not even his daughter Brightmoon or his parents would have a way to know for sure. After finishing all of his arrangements, Ning entered the Azure Flower estate by himself. He needed the help of the Autarch Stone Dais for this project. Dao Lord Dark North. The estate spirit was clearly much more respectful towards him than it had been in the past. I'll be spending almost all of my remaining time on researching the True Soul Everlasting technique. Ning smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Tao Lord, if you really were able to create such a technique, you would have brought boundless blessings upon the entire Chaosverse. Not only would you yourself survive, you will have saved countless future generations of cultivators to come. Our entire Chaosverse shall thrive and grow strong. The estate spirit was filled with anticipation. Ning smiled and nodded, then closed his eyes and emptied out his mind of all extraneous thoughts. With the Autarka's stone dais and the stone fire pervading him, Ning began to meditate on the task at hand. Countless insights flashed through his mind as he continuously analyzed, hypothesized, and restructured the technique he needed. With the Deathless chapter serving as his framework, Ning knew what he needed to do. Every so often, he would finish completing a True Soul Everlasting technique, but each time he tested it out he would discover that it didn't work. Time continued to flow on. Every so often, Ning would take a break from researching the True Soul Everlasting to work on solving Autark Awakener's Heart of Eternity. More than 1,600 years after he had entered secluded meditation. Crack! 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 Ning finally solved the seals covering the 99th level of the Heart of Eternity hovering before him. The final layer of incredibly complicated runes vanished from the sphere, and it was as though some mechanism had been activated within it. Moments later, the insides of the sphere were revealed. Rumble, a streak of light shot out, resolving into a scholarly youth who was dressed in white robes with blue fringes. Ning immediately recognized this person as being Autark Awakener. Autark Awakener had been the most scholarly Autark, the one with the biggest dreams. He had spent countless eons working on the 10th Chaos Seal. Young friend, the white-robed scholar said. Ning immediately understood that this was a projection which Autark Awakener had left behind before his death. Since you were able to solve the 99th seal covering the Heart of Eternity, you must be at or near my own level with regards to the Chaos Seals I devised, the white-robed scholar said with a smile. Thus, you are probably strong and wise enough to know of the great danger our entire civilization is facing, and of the foes threatening our entire Chaosverse, the Sith. The Sith are still there, and they are still as dangerous as ever. The Sith are able to repair even shattered true souls, allowing them to attempt the downmerge repeatedly. They also have a more perfect energy system, allowing them to generate far more autarks than us. I have always hoped to create a similar technique which would allow us to birth more hegemons, and perhaps as many as 10 or 20 autarks. If I succeeded, we would easily win the battle which is yet to come. I have left behind my 9 Chaos Seals to this Chaosverse. Although their flaws mean that one can only successfully start to train in them prior to reaching the world level, I actually fixed those flaws long ago in my own version. I imagine that you, my young friend, can easily do the same as well. The reason why I intentionally published a flawed version of the 9 Chaos Seals is because those who cannot master it prior to the world level cannot be considered true geniuses. There is no chance that they can succeed in helping me to perfect the 10th stage of the technique. Within the Heart of Eternity lies the true, perfected version of the 9 Chaos Seals, as well as 2 lines of thought I have pondered while researching the 10th seal. I wasn't able to succeed through either of these 2 paths, but I feel that both can theoretically lead to success. They represent my greatest accomplishments, and I entrust them to you along with my hopes and dreams. This is all the Heart of Eternity holds. In terms of value, this probably is not that valuable to someone who was incapable of solving the Heart of Eternity, but to one who was able to solve it, they may perhaps be of some use. My young friend, after spending countless eons in painstaking research, I discovered that I was unable to advance any further. This is why I gave up. I hope you can complete the 10 Chaos Seals and give our civilization a chance to defeat the looming threat. If you can, then I, Awakener, will be grateful even in death. Autark Awakener smiled, then his projection vanished. The white-haired elder who was the estate spirit had been watching this entire time. Tears streamed down his face. Ning could sense the powerful will which had driven Autark Awakener to do so much. He felt a deep sense of admiration for Awakener, who truly had been a leader for the cultivator civilizations. Ning turned to inspect the contents of the Heart of Eternity, which indeed held many techniques and records left behind by Autarch Awakener. One of those techniques was the perfected 9 Chaos Seals. The perfect 9 Chaos Seals could be trained in by world-level cultivators, downlords, and even emperors. After doing so, it could be used like divine power inside the body and immortal energy outside the body. This was a truly flawless type of energy, but it was limited to the first 9 stages. Perfecting it was simple. Ning was at such a high level of enlightenment that he immediately grasped the principles behind it. Given enough time, he too would be able to duplicate the work which Awakener had done. So Autarch Awakener actually had 2 different lines of theory, both of which he thought could be successful in creating the 10th Chaos Seal? Nin nodded slowly. He had the assistance of the Deathless chapter, and he was using it and his own insights to pursue multiple avenues of research as well. 2 of them were the ones which Autarch Awakener believed to be workable. The first was the path of the infinity everlasting, while the second was the path of the void everlasting. Ning began to greedily read through Autarch Awakener's notes. Over the course of eons of research, Autarch Awakener had clearly gained many more insights than Ning with regards to these 2 paths. He also had many different ideas of his own, which quickly gave Ning new insights and ideas. Ning became completely focused on reviewing Autarch Awakener's work and adding it to his own. 1,000 chaos cycles, 2,000 chaos cycles, 5,000 chaos cycles, 10,000 chaos cycles. Time continued to flow onwards, as cold and uncaring as ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 5, Out of Seclusion. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 5, Out of Seclusion. The white-robed Ji Ning was as still as a statue, his eyes closed. He had been seated there for countless years now. Finally, Ning opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with the boundless power of space and time, containing all the cosmos within them. True soul everlasting, Ning murmured softly. He had the insights of Autarch Awakener and the Deathless chapter, as well as 15,000 chaos cycles worth of meditation. By now, he had reached a level of understanding with regards to the true soul everlasting that vastly surpassed Autarch Awakeners. It has been over 15,000 chaos cycles. I only have 1,000 chaos cycles left. Time for me to resolve my various affairs. Ning rose to his feet. His original body's lifespan had been rapidly depleted due to the battles which it had fought, but this body had never fought a single time since failing the Dao merge. The Water Sword Dao, Space Sword Dao, Illusion Sword Dao, and other Daos had all strengthened his true soul considerably, dramatically slowing down the crumbling rate and extending his lifespan considerably. However, he had spent over 15,000 chaos cycles in training. He didn't have much time left, and he had some things he wanted to resolve before he could finally, fully devote himself while holding nothing back at all. Dao Lord Dark North. The elderly white-haired estate spirit immediately came over to him. I'm going to make a short trip. The next time I come back, I'll be entering terminal seclusion. Terminal seclusion? The white-haired elder was shocked. He could sense the firm resolve within Ning's words. Terminal seclusion, it represented abandoning everything else and entering seclusion for the final time. Either one would succeed in one's goal, or one would die in seclusion, never to return. Ning departed from the Azure Flower Estate and made his way over to the Three Realms. Ning arrived at Brightheart Island in Serpent Wing Lake. This was where Ning's family resided, and Ning's 3 major retainers Azure Fiend, Suyuji, and Pilsaint lived here as well, as did Ning's 8th disciple Stonepool. Everyone was seated, happily enjoying a meal together. Ji Ning, each time you go into seclusion you disappear for a few thousand chaos cycles. We hardly see you these days, Ji Chuan said with a smile. He was in a wonderful mood today. Whenever Ning reached a bottleneck, he would leave seclusion and spend some time with his family. During the past 15,000 chaos cycles, he had exited seclusion a total of 6 times. Our son is busy with something that's very important to him. He needs to stay in seclusion to do his best, rather than stay with us and let you bother him all the time." Yuji Snow immediately leapt to Ning's defense, then turned and smiled at him. "Ning, son, let me make the introductions. Dawnjade, come over here." The adorable child who had been waiting nearby for quite some time immediately ran over. Yuji Snow happily took the child's hand, then said towards Ning, "Dawnjade is the most intelligent child our G-clan has produced in eons. He's an absolutely unparalleled genius who has embarked upon the path of the Omega Dao. He is currently a Dao Lord of the second step." "Oh?" Ning glanced at the child in astonishment. "Greetings, Patriarch Dark North," Dawnjade said respectfully. "Father, I have to admit that Dawnjade is very talented." "He's much more talented than me," the nearby Brightmoon said happily. "He's only been cultivating for a very brief amount of time, and we didn't dare to disturb you when you were in seclusion. That's why we didn't inform you when he became a Dao Lord." Ning had long ago instructed that he was only to be disturbed if someone was in mortal danger. Otherwise, his seclusion was not to be interrupted. Ning looked the child over, his eyes lighting up. He had long ago instructed his daughter, Brightmoon, to take his place in teaching his eighth disciple, Stonepool. After spending many years training together, the two of them had actually ended up becoming Dao companions. Both of them had actually been emotionally hurt when they were young. Brightmoon had been single her entire life, while Stonepool had poured all of his efforts on cultivation. Still, after spending many years together, they began to grow extremely fond of each other. The two had ended up having a child, and Stonepool had voluntarily suggested that the child have the surname Ji in order to show respect to his master and father-in-law, Ning. If they had a second child, that child would take his family name. And so, Ning's lineage began to grow. Time had passed on, and Ning's line had flourished. All of them were born with tremendous blessings of karmic luck, but none of them were comparable to the most impressive geniuses of this realmverse, until, that is, Dawnjade was born. He was incredibly intelligent and sailed through his path of cultivation, rapidly advancing to the world level with her clan's aid. He had then gone out adventuring, and the end result was that he had also embarked upon the path of the Omega Sword Dao. In truth, the autarchs had already begun to ensure that quite a number of geniuses scattered throughout the vast Chaosverse had begun to train in the path of the Omega Dao. There was now one or two in virtually every single realmverse who trained in an Omega Dao, and after over 10,000 Chaos cycles, the G-clan had finally given birth to a second such genius. Ichuan and Snow naturally doted on him heavily. Ning stared at Dawnjade, scanning his past as he did so. Ning could even get a vague sense of what the future held in store for the child, and what he saw was a truly extraordinary destiny. The boy would probably surpass even Ning's 8 disciples, but in the end, the Dao merge would remain a huge obstacle. Good. Good. Ning actually praised the boy twice. Dawnjade, from this day forth, you shall stay by my side. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask me. Yes, Patriarch. Dawnjade said excitedly. He all but worshipped the ground Patriarch Ji walked on. The Patriarch was a man who treated with autarchs as an equal. Dawnjade had also heard many boasting stories from Hegem and Azure Fiend, including the story of how the Patriarch had captured nearly 4,000 emperors with ease. He knew that the Patriarch was inconceivably powerful and was the most supreme expert of the Dao of the sword their Chaosverse had ever seen. The more Ning saw of Dawnjade, the more he liked the boy. Ning felt almost as though he was seeing a reflection of himself in many ways. If Ning himself failed in his terminal seclusion but Dawnjade succeeded in his Dao merge, that wouldn't be too bad an outcome. Sit next to me, Ning ordered. He didn't disguise his fondness for Dawnjade in the slightest. Brightmoon. Ning turned and smiled. Has anything important happened lately? Each time Ning left his secluded meditation, he would ask her this question. Both Brightmoon and Stonepool were Dao Lords of the fourth step. The former was Ning's daughter, while the latter was Ning's disciple. They often wandered the outside world, and they were well versed in what was happening lately. Yes, actually. Something very important happened, Brightmoon said. I actually considered asking you to leave seclusion, but in the end I decided not to disturb you. For you to find out a bit later doesn't make much of a difference. Something very important? What? Ning asked curiously. Second brother Green Bamboo succeeded in the Dao merge and became a hegemon. Brightmoon said happily. He was the first in our group to attempt the Dao merge. To this very day, I'm still afraid to make the attempt. Suiting succeeded in the Dao merge? Ning was delighted to hear this. He immediately began inspect the karmic threads binding him to his disciple. His second disciple, Green Bamboo Yang Suiting. When Ning was at the world level, Ning had met him by accident when he had entered Annihilation's Otherverse. Back then Yang Suiting had been an ordinary mortal, but his Dao heart had impressed Ning. Ning had taken a liking to him and had accepted him as his second disciple. Ning always had the feeling that his second disciple would probably become an extremely accomplished figure, but Ning never would have expected him to become a hegemon so quickly. After he succeeded in the Dao merge, he came here in person, wanting to pay his respects to you, Father. I didn't want to disturb you, so after discussing the matter with Patriarch Subhuti, I decided to give him 3 Sith treasures as a celebratory gift, Brightmoon said. You did well. Nin nodded. He had acquired many Sith treasures from that hidden dimension, but he had given them over to Nuwa, Subhuti, and Brightmoon to hand out as they saw fit. He wouldn't hand over treasures of such power to even his disciples without a good reason. Giving his second disciple a few of them to celebrate his hegemony, however, was fine. I'm not finished. Not too long ago, second brother received an Otherverse and became an Otherverse Lord. Brightmoon said happily. He didn't acquire it in battle, he was given it by an autarch. By an autarch? Ning was startled. Ning knew the autarchs very well. They wouldn't casually hand over Otherverses to juniors, no matter how much they liked them. They acted impartially in all things. So here's the story. Second brother is incredibly talented in the Tao of the sword and has a perfect Tao heart. He had an accidental meeting with the autarch of Annihilation, who tested him. He passed the test, and the autarch viewed him so favorably that the autarch bestowed an Otherverse upon him, Brightmoon said. A perfect Tao heart? Ning was astonished. A perfect Tao heart was a prerequisite for becoming an autarch, and also a prerequisite for succeeding in the Tao merge for an Omega Tao. Everyone who had a perfect Tao heart was without a doubt an extraordinary character. No wonder Rakong showed him such favor. Ning had felt long ago that Green Bamboo had an extraordinary heart and was highly suited for cultivating in the Tao. Ning had released him into the wild and allowed him to make his own way in the world as a mortal cultivator with just a few techniques. Ning hadn't spent too much time teaching or taking care of this second disciple. The man had to rely on himself for everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 6, Old Friends, Part 1. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 6, Old Friends, Part 1. Ning was in an excellent mood today. Tell me about how all my other disciples are doing, one by one. Very well. Brightmoon was rather surprised at her father inquiring in such detail, but she began to narrate without giving it much thought. Ning had left his secluded meditations to wrap up all his worldly affairs. Of course, he needed to get a good idea as to how his personal disciples were doing. While listening to his daughter speak, he also carefully inspected how they were doing through his karmic ties to them. His first disciple, Bluecliff Xiaoyu, was even less talented than Brightmoon. To this very day, she remained just a world-level cultivator. Still, her life was a carefree one. Perhaps Xiaoyu preferred this sort of peaceful, quiet life. His second disciple, Green Bamboo Yang Suiting, had become a hegemon. His third disciple, Skywind, had become a resoundingly famous figure within the Flame Dragon realmverse. He had caused quite a deal of trouble, and was stubborn to an extreme. He made many enemies, and for the sake of a female immortal he had actually assaulted a major sect and slain 2 of its emperors. He was now publicly acclaimed as the #1 Downlord of the Flame Dragon realmverse. Ning, of course, had long ago transcended such silly rankings. "Oh, Skywind. I was able to sense long ago that your future would be fraught with troubles. You've always been the one I've been the most worried about." Ning shook his head, then decided, I have to visit him one final time, it seems. The position of 4th disciple remained vacant. His 5th and 6th disciples, Boundless and Muse, lived a romantic, heavenly life together as a pair of immortal lovers. They remained happily in love, and together they wandered the various territories of the Flame Dragon realmverse. This pleased Ning greatly. His 7th disciple, Great Immortal Amander, had a childlike disposition and loved to wander about. His current whereabouts were unknown. His 8th disciple, Stonepool, was a solid and reliable figure who had ended up together with Ning's daughter Brightmoon. After spending 2 years in the 3 realms, Ning departed with Azure Fiend, Yuji, Pillsaint, and his favored descendant Dawnjade. They left the 3 realms and began to wander through the world outside. They were going to visit his friends and disciples. The very first person Ning went to visit was Ninedust, whom he had shared so many life and death adventures with. Vast, billowing waves could be seen sweeping through this entire world. At the very center of the waves was a towering, silver-robed god who was 540,000 meters tall. He stood atop the endless waves, practicing a set of fist arts. Every single punch and strike caused the waves around him to rumble and roil about. A ship appeared far off in the distance, but it quickly came to a halt and did not interrupt. Roughly an hour later, the training appeared to come to an end. Only then did the white-robed Ning call from next to the hovering realm ship, Ninedust. The Ninedust sect lord turned to stare at Ning, a delighted look instantly appearing on his face. "Ha! Dark North, my big-shot Dowlord friend. You surely are a sight for sore eyes. You actually came to visit me, . I'm sorry. I know I didn't visit you a single time in many years. I've been in secluded meditation the entire time." Ning strolled over, with Su Yuji and the others staying behind. "As it should be. You are working on something important." Ninedust looked at Ning. He could sense how Ning's true soul was crumbling at a very fast pace, and he couldn't help but feel sorrow for his old friend. He knew that Ning wouldn't last for much longer. "Dark North, have you come to bid me a final farewell?" "Perhaps." Ning smiled. "I'm about to go into terminal seclusion and make one final push. If I succeed, I'll be able to reverse my true self's decay. If I fail, then yes, this will be the last time we 2 brothers have a chance to meet. Reverse your true self's decay?" Ninedust instantly became filled with hope. "Death has always been the only outcome for anyone who fails the downmerge," Ning said. "No cultivators in our Chaosverse have ever been able to change this. The Sith are able to do so, but they are different from us on a fundamental level. Not even autarchs are able to reverse a true self's decay. All I can do is try my best and then pray." Ninedust patted Ning on the shoulder. "I'm sure you can do it. Enough about me. How have you been?" Ning smiled. "When are you planning to attempt the downmerge? I can tell that you've reached an incredibly high level in the Tao of Water. From what I can see, you should be the one ranked at the top of the Dowlord listings for the Flame Dragon realmverse. How did my disciple end up taking the position instead?" Ning had passed on both the incense spirit fruit and several water-related techniques to Ninedust to help him out. Ninedust had trained assiduously and had reached an extremely high level of insight into the Tao of Water. It could be said that his defensive prowess surpassed that of all other Dowlords in the Flame Dragon realmverse, save for Ning himself. He was absolutely strong enough to be ranked #1, but his actual ranking was fairly low. Who cares about those stupid lists? Look at you, Dark North, you transcended that very concept long ago. Nine Dust chuckled. Besides, as your brother, Skywind should be considered one of my juniors. How could I compete with him over something like this? Skywind, he's a bit too much of a show-off. Ning shook his head slowly. But he has plenty to show off. I once sparred with him when he first became a Dowlord of the fourth step. He truly did amaze me. Nine Dust let out a sigh. Excessive hardness leads to brittleness. He's too extreme, but perhaps that's also what made him so special. Ning shook his head. Of his many disciples, his third disciple had been given the hardest path. The man had experienced numerous difficulties as a mortal, and hadn't ended after becoming a Dowlord. When are you planning to begin your Dowmerge? Ning asked. Soon. Thanks to the techniques you gave me, I can sense that my Dao is growing even more perfect than before. Nine Dust smiled. Once I feel it has reached full perfection, I'll use the incense spirit fruit and begin the Dowmerge. It'll be anywhere between 10,000 chaos cycles and 50,000 chaos cycles from now. I'll have to come to offer my congratulations once you succeed, Ning said with a laugh. You must, Nine Dust agreed. Both had their own tribulations to overcome. Nine Dust had to deal with the tribulation known as the Dowmerge, while Ning had to deal with the crumbling of his true soul. Both of these two brothers had to succeed if they wished to meet again. By comparison, Nine Dust stood a very good chance. He had already used a Void Sea Jade Seal and been given both techniques and an incense spirit fruit by Ning. Ning's chances were much lower. After spending quite some time chatting with his old friend Nine Dust, Ning finally bade the ancient cultivator farewell. A short while later, Ning headed off to an ordinary chaos world within the Flame Dragon realmverse. He had come here to meet his third disciple, Skywind. Ning found Skywind in the corner of an alehouse. Skywind was dressed in ordinary grey robes. The robes were not magic in any manner, these truly were cheap hemp robes which mortal peasants might wear. He was caked in filth, and his hair was disheveled. He sat there in the corner, drinking wine by himself. He was never able to get drunk, but he still came here to drink quite often. No one in the alehouse dared to bother him, because half a year ago, this filthy-looking man had killed the governor of this city with a pair of chopsticks. Drinking by yourself? A voice rang out. Startled, Skywind looked up. Someone had actually been able to approach him without him even noticing it? And this person clearly hadn't hidden his aura either. Skywind could clearly sense the aura of the sword about him. How did I not notice him approaching? This was so strange that Skywind could hardly believe it. When he turned around, he saw a white-robed Ning seated at a nearby bench. Ning poured himself a cup of wine. Master! When Skywind saw Ning, he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed. He respected and revered his master more than anyone else. Ning simply watched as his disciple kowtowed, not moving to stop him. You can get up, Ning said a moment later. All right. Skywind rose to his feet. Ning picked up his wine cup. Come. Let the two of us, master and disciple, share a cup of wine. Skywind immediately lifted up his own wine cup and offered Ning a respectful toast. None of the ordinary mortals within this alehouse were able to notice or sense Ning's presence. After finishing the wine, Skywind said in a guilty manner, I've disappointed you, master. There's nothing to be disappointed about. Cultivation can lead to countless different paths, Ning said. A shadow was cast over your heart back in your homeland, long before you ever entered the Flame Dragon realmverse. For you to end up in your current situation. I blame myself as your master for not having helped you more. It isn't your fault, master. This is the path I chose for myself, Skywind said hastily. He himself knew that he had gone too far in his murderous actions. If it hadn't been for the fact that his master was Dowlord Dark North, the archons of the sacred cities probably would have wiped him out long ago. So are you planning to just spend your final years here? Ning asked. I'm tired, Skywind said softly. I don't want to run around any longer, and I don't want to go back home either. I suppose I'll just keep living here in this mortal world. You might as well. Ning didn't try to dissuade him. This will most likely be our final meeting. Let's just share some wine with each other. I'll only give you one final piece of advice. In cultivation, you must always follow your heart. The only thing you need to do is stay true to yourself. If you can do that, then there will be no need to feel any fear, nor will you need to feel guilt. Skywind's eyes reddened. He could sense how quickly his master's true soul was disintegrating. His master probably wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. Now, enough of all that. Let's drink. Ning smiled as he lifted up his wine cup once more. After a lengthy drinking session with his disciple, Ning departed. He could not interfere in someone else's path of cultivation. He couldn't even interfere in his own daughter's downmerge, save to provide her with as many resources as he could. The only thing he could do was to try and guide Skywind in following, strengthening, and perfecting his own Dao heart. As for what Skywind would do afterwards, that would be up to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 7, Old Friends, Part 2. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 7, Old Friends, Part 2. Ning next led Su Yuji and the others to visit his fifth disciple, his sixth disciple, and his seventh disciple. Swoosh! The realm ship continued to fly through the skies. Donjade, Ning said, you are significantly more talented than all 8 of my disciples. By now, Ning had encountered many geniuses in his life. Mother Nuwa, for example, was so incredibly talented that she had reached hegemony within an extremely short period of time. As Ning saw it, Donjade was extremely close to himself and Mother Nuwa in talent. However, you have an obvious weakness, Ning said. Due to the fact that you've always lived within the G clan, you've experienced almost no setbacks in your life. During your early years in particular, you were always given the best treatment by the clan. As a result, your Dao heart is lacking and needs tempering. I understand, Donjade said obediently. Favored son, this phrase described Donjade perfectly. Ning had been forced to scour the world for techniques, fighting and clawing for every scrap of karmic luck he could find before stumbling upon the path of the Omega Dao. Donjade was different. The G clan had poured its resources into rearing him, and had also arranged for him to undergo many different tempering exercises, but in the end all of those exercises were artificial. Donjade had a decent Dao heart, but it wasn't even close to the perfect Dao heart one needed to succeed in the Dao merge for an Omega Dao. If you wish to succeed in the Dao merge for the Omega Dao, you must have a perfect Dao heart, Ning said. In the Flame Dragon Realmverse, there was an emperor known as Emperor Heartsword. If you can fully master his Heartsword art, you'll have a perfect Dao heart. There are multiple legacies within the annals of the G clan pertaining to perfecting one's Dao heart. I understand. Donjade nodded. Just understanding is meaningless. You have to act, Ning instructed. From this day forth, you shall begin training in the Dao Heart Illusion Sword. The Dao Heart Illusion Sword? Donjade was puzzled. Patriarch, I've never even heard of this technique. This is a Dao heart technique which I just finished creating. I'd be shocked if you had heard of it, Ning said with a chuckle. It should be a technique which suits you very well, but in the end, you have to temper your Dao heart yourself. Techniques can only serve as a guide. Ning waved his hand, producing a jade slip which he handed over to Donjade, who respectfully accepted it. Emperor Heartsword, God Emperor Helong, Green Bamboo Yang Shooting, all of them had perfect Dao hearts, and all of them were incredible figures. However, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to gain perfect Dao hearts by training in the techniques they left behind. This was because every cultivator had to find his own spiritual path to perfecting his Tao heart. If Ning had tried to perfectly emulate the heart sword art, he wouldn't have been able to perfect his Tao heart either. In the end, he had only been able to take that final step during the Tao merge, using 3 years of time in that hyper-stimulated environment to succeed. Alas, all that wasted time had resulted in Ning failing the Tao merge. Although my technique will help you temper your Tao heart, Ning said seriously, you must remember, your Tao heart is your own, not someone else's. Thus in seeking the Tao, you must seek your own true self. If you want a perfect Tao heart, you'll need to do it your own way. Understood. Donjade firmly engraved these words into his heart. Ning said nothing further. He had scryed Donjade's future, and he knew that Donjade had to suffer many setbacks if the child wished to have a chance at perfecting his Tao heart. If everything in his life was completely smooth and trouble-free, he might become a Tao Lord of the 4th step, but he would never be able to perfect his Tao heart, much less succeed in the Tao merge. Within a secret realm hidden within a region of empty space. The insides of this secret realm had been half demolished. Clearly, a great battle had been fought here. Brother Greatjoy. Ning stared at the palace ruins before him, his gaze piercing through spacetime and showing him what had occurred here in the past. During the time Ning spent in seclusion, Tao Lord Greatjoy had perished in battle here. Greatjoy had been an incredible figure, but in the end his dying enemy had destroyed the entire realm around them in a final suicide attack. The two had died together. Skyfire Brightshore had a very relaxed life. Ning ate and drank and made merry with him for 2 days, then parted paths. Rumble, tens of thousands of chaos planets were being moved about like chess pieces. They slowly orbited a vast region of empty space, controlled by a great formation. At the center of that region was a temple, and before that temple sat a skinny, bald, red-robed youth. An invisible surge of power swirled around him, encompassing the tens of thousands of chaos planets around him. Mortal rank, Class 1 mission, complete. This was your first time embarking upon the path of cultivation. You survived, while all of your experienced teammates died. You are worth spending a bit of extra effort on. Do not disappoint me, Sheenan. Evaluation, 6.0. Reward, 3,000 mortal ranked gemstones. A spectacled youth stared, puzzled, at the illusory globe of light before him. This globe of light was filled with an enormous amount of information regarding cultivation, pill-making, and even how to transform the body. One was even able to trade for mighty fiend god bodies that could be used to uproot the mountains themselves. But of course, the price would be high. I can even trade for a golem body that would allow me to easily destroy a vast world with a wave of my hand? If all this is real, this is absolutely terrifying. The spectacled youth's eyes were shining as he continued to review the information. I can bring the dead back to life and even travel to other worlds. Anything and everything is possible. This type of world is much more interesting than my old one. I love this world. Sheenan was a nerd who lived in a world of ordinary mortals. He was extremely clever, but his brilliance was only put to good use after he was brought to the Cataclysm trials. He took on one mission after another, forming squads with others to challenge them. He sparred against many powerful martial artists, going so far as to actually embark upon the path of true immortal cultivation. He was even sent into a world of fiend gods, where he battled against mighty gods and fiends alike. He was tempered and tested over and over again. In the process, many teammates perished, but they were quickly replaced. The survivors only grew stronger and stronger. Soulwind, I have to say, this Cataclysm Trials game you came up with is rather interesting. Ning appeared in the emptiness of space outside the temple. The skinny, bald, red-robed youth opened his eyes. A delighted look was on his face. Dark North, you came. What do you think? My Cataclysm trials are pretty nice, eh? I used tens of thousands of chaos planets as the foundation for the formation, my many estate treasures as support beams, and my Tao of illusions to join them all together into the Cataclysm trials. I then chose countless mortals to take part in my trials, allowing them to claw their way forwards upon the path of cultivation within it. It's not bad at all, Ning praised. My heart force is strengthened and improved by the process, Soulwind said with a smile. I'm planning to maintain the Cataclysm trials for 10,000 chaos cycles. Hopefully, by then I'll be confident enough to attempt the downmerge. If not, I'll find another way to train. Ning nodded. It was extremely difficult for Heartforce cultivators to succeed in the downmerge. They had to try all sorts of strange, unique methods to train and improve themselves. Have you come to bid an old friend a final farewell? Soulwind suddenly asked. As powerful Heartforce cultivators with strong hearts, there was no need for the two of them to mince words. Ning nodded and smiled. I'm going into terminal seclusion after this meeting. I've made many friends on my path of cultivation, but I admire you above all others, Soulwind said. You are going to succeed. You have to. Soulwind knew that if Ning was going into terminal seclusion, that meant Ning was most likely trying a last-ditch effort to save himself. If Ning was truly out of options and saw no hope at all, why would he go into seclusion? Stop trying to make me feel better, Ning said with a chuckle. I don't need it. By the way, I actually spent 1,000 years watching events occur within your Cataclysm trials. That long? Soulwind was surprised. I use reality as the foundation, then use illusions to make up for reality's shortcomings. Now, why would the venerable Dowlord Darknorth take an interest in such a simple technique? Ning explained, I was actually watching a young fellow who was training within it. That's why I watched for 1,000 years. Are you willing to let him follow me instead? I might have put countless cultivators into my Cataclysm trials, but only a few thousand have been able to survive for more than 1,000 years. They are priceless treasures to me, Soulwind said in an intentionally sorrowful manner. But since you've made the request, Dowlord Darknorth, I suppose I must give you face. Which one have you taken a fancy to? The one called Chenin, Ning said. Chenin had come from a world which was extremely similar to the world Ning had lived in during his previous life, Earth. There were quite a few underdeveloped worlds like Earth in the Chaosverse, and Dowlord Soulwind had teleported many people from such worlds to the Cataclysm trials. Chenin. That boy was born to be a cultivator. Soulwind sighed dramatically. You know, he doesn't view the trials of the Cataclysm trials as dangers to be avoided. He eagerly dives into mission after mission. I actually prepared a few difficult trials just for him, but he managed to flip the script each time. I've taken a liking to the kid as well, Ning said. I'm planning to take him on as a disciple. Then he is one lucky kid. Soulwind immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! A youth suddenly appeared in the emptiness of space by Soulwind's side. The kid was dressed in black robes and had a stately gaze. He looked completely harmless, but when he scanned the area around him and saw Dowlord Soulwind and Ji Ning, his eyes narrowed. He could sense that his very soul itself was quaking in fear. The auras emanating from the two individuals before him were absolutely terrifying. Even though just hints of their auras were leaking out, the two were clearly unfathomably more powerful than even the most powerful creature he had ever encountered, an elder god-class fiend god. I am the creator of the Cataclysm trials. You can address me as Soulwind. Dowlord Soulwind's very first words caused the young Chenin to feel completely stunned. The creator of the Cataclysm trials? Soulwind smiled. Next to me is my good friend, Darknorth. Chenin, today is your lucky day. My friend is far more powerful than I am, but he's actually taken a fancy to you. Chenin, are you willing to become my disciple and take me on as your master? Ning asked. He had always followed his own heart in choosing new disciples. His fourth disciple, for example. Ning had simply tossed a talisman into a hidden location. Whoever was lucky enough to acquire it would become his fourth personal disciple. Thus far, this person had yet to arise. His seventh disciple Amandar and his eighth disciple Stonepool had all been extremely weak when Ning had first noticed them, while his second disciple Green Bamboo Yongshuding had been just an ordinary mortal. Ning cared more about the Dao hearts of his potential disciples. And of course, he also chose people whose personalities he liked. He had seen countless beings struggling within the Cataclysm trials, but the only one he had liked was Cheenen. He admired how Cheenen was still brimming with confidence and excitement despite having seen so much death and lost so many friends in the Cataclysm trials. This truly was quite rare. I'm willing. Willing. Cheenen had experienced much in recent years, and he was no fool. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Master, your disciple Cheenen greets you." "Good. From this day forth, you shall be the ninth disciple of myself, Dark North. You are the last personal disciple I shall ever take," Ning said. Soulwind glanced at Cheenen. How the hell was this kid so lucky? He actually became the final disciple Dao Lord Dark North chose before going into terminal seclusion. It must be remembered that even major powers like Lord Hou of the Blaze Sun domain would love for the chance to become Ning's servant and receive a few occasional pointers from him. Ning looked at his new disciple, Cheenen, then nodded. He now had a ninth disciple, and he had visited everyone he needed to visit. It was time to return to the three realms and prepare to enter terminal seclusion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 8, Terminal Seclusion. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 8, Terminal Seclusion. Before Ning brought his ninth disciple, Cheenen, back to the three realms, he first paid a brief visit to the Badlands territory. "Halt," Ning instructed. The realm ship came to a halt in midair. Ning turned to glance at Cheenen, then reached out to tap Cheenen on the middle of his forehead. An enormous amount of information began to pour into Cheenen's mind, followed by 3 surges of sword intent being hidden deep within his soul. All 3 surges of sword intent were of varying levels of power. At Cheenen's current level of power, if he had to learn this enormous amount of information from Jade Slips, it would probably take over 10,000 years. Using this method, Ning had accomplished it in the blink of an eye. Most of the information, however, would remain sealed. Cheenen was currently too weak, his soul and true soul simply couldn't absorb that much information at once. "Master." Cheenen regained consciousness. "Of my 9 disciples, you are the most talented at dealing with danger," Ning said. "I've left you 3 surges of sword intent to protect you and many techniques for you to learn. The rest shall be up to you." This place is known as the Badlands Territories, and it is very vast, far vaster than the Cataclysm trials you were in. You'll have to rely on yourself in adventuring through this place. Once you reach the world level or become a Dao Lord, you'll probably be able to locate your fellow disciples. World level? This was an incredibly distant concept to Cheenen. He hadn't even become a celestial immortal yet. "Alright, you can leave now. Your path will be your own." Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Cheenen was teleported through spacetime into an ordinary chaos world within the Badlands territory. "Master, you remain as, succinct as ever in teaching your disciples," Suyuji said with a snicker. "The more setbacks they encounter, the farther they'll make it on their respective paths," Azure Fiend said. When Ning returned to the 3 realms, he began to meet with some of his old friends for what was perhaps the final time. Northmont Byway, Mu North Sun, his master Immortal Diensai. It must be remembered that even Empyrean gods and celestial immortals were able to live for the incredibly long time of 108,000 chaos cycles. When Ning had been very young, he had acquired a prison world filled with Empyrean gods and celestial immortals who had been alive for multiple chaos cycles. However, Empyrean gods and celestial immortals generally had very weak Dao hearts. Very few would be able to live to their maximum lifespans, as most would end up developing mental issues that would result in their energies running wild, resulting in death. Most had to rely on using spirit pills to nourish their bodies, only then would they be able to live long enough to hit the 108,000 cycle limit. Northmod Baiwei, for example, was nearly a pure yang true immortal, but he was still alive. Another person Ning went to visit was Nine Lotus. Nine Lotus was the first woman Ning had ever romantically loved. Ning's status was so incredibly high that after they broke up, no one else ever dared to pursue Nine Lotus. Nine Lotus herself set up her own school long ago, and she only accepted female cultivators who swore to be forever single. Nine Lotus had vanished for many years after establishing her sect, but then she had suddenly skyrocketed in power. She had first reached the world level of power, then became a Samsara Dowlord during the period of time that Ning was secluded in meditation. This caused many people in the three realms to feel quite speechless, and many secretly whispered that Fairy Nine Lotus had to have reached this level thanks to Dowlord Darknorth's help. Otherwise, how could she have been ordinary for so long, then suddenly risen to power? But Ning himself, however, knew that he hadn't helped Nine Lotus at all. Below a giant tree within a courtyard, Ning and Nine Lotus were seated facing each other, with Nine Lotus pouring Ning some tea. "I grew this tea tree myself and personally harvested the leaves," Nine Lotus said. "Have a taste." Senior apprentice sister Nine Lotus. Ning smiled. "You truly amaze me." Ning had seen many things. By now, he knew that there were indeed some cultivators who rose to prominence late in life. Common sense dictated that they shouldn't be able to make any further breakthroughs, given how long they had been alive for, but they somehow did. They just slowly advanced at their own pace. "For a long time, you cast a deep shadow over my heart." Nine Lotus looked at Ning. She could sense his true soul crumbling away, and she felt sorrow for him. He had been an extremely important man in her life, after all. "I eventually set up my own female-only school and strictly forbade my disciples from falling in love, but that's not something a mere rule can prevent. In the end, quite a few of my disciples ended up becoming Tao companions with men from the outside world. After teaching many of them and seeing many things, the shadow over my heart began to gradually dissipate. I began to get over the past. I simply taught my disciples and tended to my garden, planting trees and weeding weeds. Every so often, I'd read a few treatises on the Tao." Nine Lotus smiled. "Honestly, it was quite strange. For some reason, cultivation became easier and easier for me, and I began to improve faster and faster." Ning could sense that Nine Lotus' Taoheart had reached incredible heights after she had managed to dispel the shadow that had bedeviled her heart for so many years. In the end, the Taoheart was what mattered the most to cultivators. Long ago, Ning had established a Tao repository filled with countless techniques which all talented cultivators of the three realms were given access to. Many of those techniques had been written down by hegemons and included a detailed explanation from start to finish. This had allowed the three realms to produce more and more major powers. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, the brightest star of the Black-White College. "I felt certain that you would continue to dazzle long after I died," Nine Lotus said. "I never thought that I'd still be alive while you. That's why I had to come visit you, old friend." Ning smiled. "Is there hope?" Nine Lotus suddenly asked. Although the love between them had vanished long ago, she still cared deeply about Ning. Many failed Dowlords refused to give up hope. Dowlord All-God, for example, had tried all sorts of methods to extend his life. The law of the universe was that the heavens always gave a chance, no matter how slim, and it was true. There was, in fact, a way for those who failed the Tao merge to survive. Alas, to this very day not even the autarchs had been able to truly grasp it. "I'll enter terminal seclusion soon to find out," Ning said with a smile. "If you ever see me again, you'll know that I succeeded. Then I'll wait for you to come back." "I'll make sure to have some more tea ready for you," Nine Lotus said hopefully. Ning felt quite happy after leaving Nine Lotus' residence. He could tell from her breakthroughs that she had gotten over her previous issues. This was why he had been willing to visit her. If she was still entangled by the demons of the past, he wouldn't have disturbed her. He continued to wander the three realms, visiting all of his old friends. Finally, he hosted a family banquet in Brightheart Island. The only ones invited to the banquet included his parents, Brightmoon, Uncle White, Autumn Leaf, and other extremely close friends and family. Yuji, Pillsaint, and Azure Fiend were also permitted to attend as his retainers. Even the slumbering Flamewing god was awakened by Ning and called over to take part. After the banquet ended, Ning was going to enter terminal seclusion. Flamewing, Ning instructed, stay for a few 100,000 more chaos cycles in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. After that, you can go where you please. You'll definitely make it back, Master. Flamewing truly couldn't bear to part with Ning. Ha, Ning chuckled, then turned to look at everyone else present. Ning. Son. Yuchi Snow's eyes were filled with worry. Young Master. Autumn Leaf looked at Ning as well. Ji Ichuan and Uncle White looked at Ning. Both were able to remain fairly calm. Master. Su Yuji's eyes were filled with anxiousness. Ning looked at this gathering of the friends and family who meant the most to him, then smiled. Relax, everyone. I'm going into terminal seclusion, not certain death. Besides, I've already lived a far longer life than ordinary mortals are granted. I'm an old fart by now. All right. I'm off. As he turned to leave, he cast Su Yuji a final glance and nodded towards her. How could he not understand the feelings Su Yuji bore him? Su Yuji, in turn, knew how Ning felt, and so she continued to hide her feelings, never giving voice to them. Ning had no answer for this, no solution. Mortals might be easily moved to love, but someone like Ning? At most, he could care about her as he would a beloved family member. As far as romantic love went, he truly felt nothing for her at all. Whoosh! As Ning took a single step forwards, a dimensional tunnel appeared before him. He stepped into the dimensional tunnel, then vanished. Everyone on Brightheart Island watched as Ning departed, their hearts filled with many emotions. Master. Nuwa. If I truly do fail in my terminal seclusion, the security of the three realms will be up to the two of you. Ning's voice suddenly rang out in the minds of Subhoodie and Nuwa. Subhoodie had been meditating, while Nuwa had been teaching students. Both were startled by Ning's sudden message. Ning hadn't met with them before going into secluded meditation. He only sent them this single, simple mental message. Disciple, Subhoodie murmured softly. There is still hope. Nuwa turned to stare into the void beyond the three realms. The Azure Flower Estate was the same as it always was as the white-robed Ning stepped inside. Tao Lord Dark North. The white-haired elder had been waiting at the gates for quite some time now. He immediately bowed respectfully as Ning entered. Ha ha. You get to be the last one by my side as I enter terminal seclusion, Ning teased. To accompany you in this is my honor, the white-haired elder chuckled. Ning turned to glance at the world behind him. He felt as though he could see the images of those who he cared about appearing outside. Close the gates, Ning instructed. With a rumble, the towering gates to the Azure Flower Estate swung shut. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 9, The Only Path, Void Everlasting. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 9, The Only Path, Void Everlasting. Far, far away, in the outer perimeter of the Citadels, there was a floating island here which had an ancient temple on it. Inside were Autarch Mog and the avatars of the other Autarchs. Autarchs, I wanted to let you know that I, Dark North, am preparing to enter terminal seclusion. Let our various conversations and sharing of insights be paused for now. But of course, if you gain any extremely important insights, you can still go ahead and share them with me. Ji Ning sent via the Autarch Talisman to the other 6 Autarchs. Terminal seclusion? Titanos, Akon, Bolin, Skyfeeder, Stonerule, and Mog all stiffened. They all felt a mixture of complex emotions in their heart, as well as a sense of sorrow. They knew just how difficult creating a true soul everlasting technique would be. The 6 of them had spent a great deal of time in recent years on this technique, but they actually made much less progress than Ning. There were no important insights they could share with him. "If we have any important insights, we'll definitely notify you." Autark Bolin was the first to reply. "Dark North, you are the first and only master of an eternal Omega Dao our Chaosverse has produced. I know you can succeed, no matter how hard the task," Autark Titanos said. "There's always a chance, no matter how slim." "I know that you will seize it," Autark Skyfeeder said. They all replied supportively, but although their words were filled with encouragement and they spoke of their faith in Ning, deep in their hearts they knew how slim Ning's chances were. That was why they had to speak so supportively. Over the course of the past 15,000 chaos cycles, they had often exchanged insights with Ning regarding the Deathless chapter. At first, they had been able to provide Ning with some new ideas, but later on their rate of advancement became far slower than Ning's. "Yes. I'll definitely find and seize that chance. I'm going into seclusion now." Ning sent one final reply, then fell silent. The 6 autarks exchanged glances, then sighed. "Ugh. Just like that, one of our good friends has. Perhaps a miracle will happen." All of them felt saddened, and the atmosphere quickly turned heavy. Dark North had been a dazzling figure, the first master of an eternal Omega Dao their Chaosverse had produced. He had established a new path for future generations to follow, and now, all by himself, he was preparing to go out in a blaze of glory, fighting a battle which no one had ever won in a bid for survival. He had so many unfinished hopes and dreams, but alas, nothing in life would ever be exactly as one wished it to be. The 6 autarks could do nothing but wait silently. Within a silent hallway, the white-robed Ning first drew all 6 of his northbow swords from their sheaths, then placed them atop a nearby table. The elderly white-haired spirit of the estate watched silently from one side. Ning then walked to the autarka's stone dais, sat down in the lotus position, then slowly closed his eyes. He had already settled as many affairs as he could. There was no point in worrying about the rest. He was now able to truly empty his mind of all extraneous thoughts and focus everything on creating the complete, true soul everlasting technique. That creation of this technique was his one and only chance to survive. Of course, successfully becoming an autark via the Omega Dao was also possible, but by all rights that would require an enormous amount of work and time. He simply didn't have that much time left to him. Rely on an epiphany? Epiphanies could only be hoped for, not counted on. Hoping for an epiphany that would propel him into Omega autarky was nothing more than a foolish pipe dream. He at least had a slim chance at surviving with a true soul everlasting technique, but his chances of surviving due to becoming an Omega autark were next to nil. If he had 1,000,000 chaos cycles or more, he might be able to accomplish it with some luck and an epiphany, but as of right now? Forget it. Besides, when entering terminal seclusion, one had to put everything at stake. The worst thing he could do was to allow himself to be distracted by other possibilities. Ning knew that becoming an Omega autark in such a short period of time was far less likely than successfully developing the true soul everlasting technique. Thus, he didn't hesitate at all in choosing the latter option. He had made this choice 15,000 chaos cycles ago, and he didn't hesitate at all as he entered terminal seclusion. This path was illuminated by the Deathless chapter of the 5 truncheon chapters, which in turn represented Hawkfang's distillation of the Sith Chaos Lord's insights as represented by the 9 techniques he had created. Ning had joined them together with all of the insights pertaining to this Chaosverse which he had gained over countless years, as well as the insights of Autark Awakener. Without question, it was the path most likely to succeed. A true soul everlasting, there are 2 paths to success which I can take. The first is that of the void everlasting, while the second is that of the chaos everlasting. Ning began to ponder this most important of questions. What should I choose? Once I make the decision, I'll have to follow it to the bitter end. During previous eons, he had pursued multiple paths at the same time. Autarch Awakener had believed that the two most likely paths were those of Void Everlasting and Infinity Everlasting. The latter followed the most fundamental principles of Taoist cultivation, and was based on the principle of how 1 begot 2, 2 begot 3, and 3 begat all things. The principle was basic, but actualizing it was difficult. Ning had finally abandoned this approach by Chaos Cycle 12,000. As for the other paths, he had abandoned them at other intervals as well. Now, only 2 paths remained which Ning felt would have the highest chances of success. The Void Everlasting, it involves using my will as the core. I would need to be able to maintain my will and consciousness in the emptiness of space itself. Even after my true soul shatters apart, I would still be able to remain conscious and could then use the empty void of space itself to serve as the medium for remaking my true soul anew. The Chaos Everlasting, it involves trusting my will to the prime essences of the Chaos Verse themselves. I would borrow from the power of the quintessence, asking it to halt its instinctual desire to swallow my true soul. If I can do that, my true soul will naturally stop crumbling. Ning continued to ponder this decision. The Void Everlasting required him to rely on himself, while the Chaos Everlasting involved him swaying the prime essences and convincing them to ease drawing upon his true soul. Why did the true soul continuously shatter and break apart? Because the prime essences would begin pulling at it after the first cracks appeared during the downmerge. The Void Everlasting technique works in theory, but I haven't sensed it actually function in practice, Ning mused. As for Chaos Everlasting, I can sense its effects. I've tried numerous times to link my will to the prime essences and have been able to use this technique to slow down the rate at which it absorbs my true soul, but as soon as I halt the technique, the prime essences will continue to swallow my true soul at the normal rate once more. The first technique seemed ineffective, while the second one did have some effects. Which one should he choose? Ning gritted his teeth. To completely prevent the prime essences from devouring my true soul fragments would be to go against the natural order of the Chaos Verse. The only reason why my technique seems to be effective is because right now, this Chaos Verse has no lord governing it. Ning shook his head. However, my chances of completely halting this process remain very low. He understood this point from the very beginning. To go against the natural order of the Chaos Verse was not a wise option. The only reason he had yet to abandon it was because it did seem to at least have some effect. I can't leave things to luck, nor can I try and have backup options. Void Everlasting it is. Ning made his final decision, deciding to focus all of his efforts on embarking upon the path of the Void Everlasting. The Void Everlasting technique was a completely self-reliant technique. It required him to be able to maintain a void will. Only then would he have successfully acquired a true soul everlasting. What did the phrase void will mean? The word will referred to his mind, to his consciousness. For ordinary mortals, possessing a soul meant possessing consciousness. Powerful cultivators understood that only possessing a complete true soul represented having consciousness and the capability for true thought. As for the most supreme of major powers, even if their true souls were fragmented and shattered, they would still be able to maintain consciousness. A major power's mind and consciousness would only come to a halt when the final fragments of his true soul completely collapsed. When Ning's original body had perished, he had experienced this process of his true soul breaking apart and his consciousness dimming away. The reason that consciousness vanished was because its most fundamental vessel, the true soul, had completely broken apart. To have a void will meant that even after your true soul completely broke apart, you would still be able to maintain consciousness, housing it within the emptiness of the void itself. Imagine what a powerful will one would need in order to be able to accomplish such a thing. If his will was sufficiently powerful, he would be able to play tug-of-war with his true soul fragments, forcibly latching onto them even after his true soul had broken apart and preventing them from dissipating. He would draw them together into a new whole. In order to accomplish this, the power of his will would have to surpass the absorptive power of the Chaos Verse itself. Only then would one have a true soul everlasting. Chaos everlasting required one to be able to convince the Chaos Verse to temporarily halt the absorption process, while void everlasting required one to use one's will to overpower the energy-sucking strength of the Chaos Verse. Willpower strong enough to exist independently of body and soul. To accomplish this, I will need to truly perfect the void everlasting technique, Ning mused to himself. Ning was going all in on this final gamble, and he completely threw himself into researching this technique. Time continued to flow on. He continuously tested out new theories, but each time he failed. There was no effect at all on the dissolution of his true soul, but he didn't let himself grow dispirited. Instead, he drew from these experiences and continued to perfect this technique, pushing in one new model after another. He failed 1 billion times. 10 billion times. 1 trillion times. If he was immortal, he would have abandoned himself to despair long ago. Ning, however, remained as calm as a still pond of water. Everything was as he had expected. 1,000 chaos cycles went by in the blink of an eye, and he was getting close to the very end. 1,000,000 years. 100,000 years. 10,000 years. 100 years. 1 year. 1 month. He now had very, very little time remaining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 10, The Final Gamble. 1 month. 10 days. 1 day. 1 hour. Ning learned from each of his failures, drawing upon those experiences as he worked hard to further perfect the technique. Slowly, the void everlasting technique began to take some effect, dramatically strengthening the power of his consciousness. However, he still wasn't even close to being strong enough for his true soul to resist the siren song of the prime essences of the Chaos Verse. North Bow. Ning was seated next to a table, pouring himself a cup of wine. He had chosen to spend his last hour of life drinking wine and relaxing, releasing all of the tension that had built up over 1,000 chaos cycles in one fell swoop. Master. Sad-faced children had appeared on the surfaces of all 6 Northbow swords. They looked despondently at Ning. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, Number 4, Number 5, and Number 6. Ning called them all by name, then smiled. After I finish this cup of wine, I'll go try one last time. If I fail, it'll all have been for naught. The 6 of you are, without question, the deadliest swords in all the Chaos Verse, the only swords powered by the eternal Omega Sword Tao. Once I'm gone, you will be ownerless. Go and find owners which suit you. Master. We won't choose anyone else. We only want you, Master. You'll definitely survive, Master. All 6 of the sword spirits were unwilling to part with Ning. You can also choose to take human form and just rove the Chaos Verse, Ning said. Given how powerful the Northbow swords were, they could easily choose to take human form, while their natural power was enough to heavily injure even hegemons. If they wanted to flee from someone, not even an Otherverse Lord would be able to catch them. Bind them by force? That would be even harder. No. You'll definitely succeed, Master. We want to stay by your side forever. All 6 of them were crying. Ning looked at the 6 little children, a smile playing on his face. When I see the 6 of you, I feel satisfied with what I accomplished in my life. Ning lifted up the tankard of wine, drinking it all down in one gulp before rising to his feet. Let me congratulate you in advance, Tao Lord, for you shall surely complete the technique and gain a true soul everlasting. The white-haired spirit of the estate had been watching silently this entire time. Upon seeing Ning rise, he came forward and bowed respectfully. Complete the technique and gain a true soul everlasting. All 6 sword spirits chorused. Ha ha. Yes, a true soul everlasting. I shall indeed. Ning walked over to the autarka's stone dais, then sat down in the lotus position. His true soul was on its last legs now, and he didn't have any time to waste. The remaining fragments of his true soul were so weak that they could very well completely collapse as soon as Ning attempted to use this true soul technique. The final gamble. If I fail, I die. If I succeed, a new world will begin. Ning closed his eyes and began to ruminate on ways he could further perfect the void everlasting. Just 10 seconds later. Rumble. Ning's shuddering true soul began to come together in a final attempt. Ning's powerful consciousness reached out, seizing to forcibly pull the dissipating true soul fragments back into shape, but the call of the prime essences was simply too hard to resist. Alas, this final attempt caused the final shards of his true soul, which had been just barely able to hold onto a basic framework, to finally and completely break apart. I failed? So in the end, I still failed. Ning opened his eyes, and a peaceful look was in them. His eyes, his skin, his body, every inch of him began to crumble apart and vanish away like sand blown away by the wind. All the remaining fragments of his true soul finally and truly broke apart in a complete and utter collapse. Countless spots of light which began to fly out of Ning could be seen with the naked eye, and then, Ning's entire body transformed into an enormous, human-shaped mass of light. Tao Lord. When the white-haired estate spirit saw this, a look of grief appeared in his eyes. A truly peerless Tao Lord, the very first Tao Lord to master an eternal Omega Tao, had just passed away. Master. The 6 sword spirits stared frantically at the humanoid mass of light. It was like a dazzlingly beautiful flame, but hidden behind its beauty was the sorrow of a peerless Tao Lord's passing. Whoosh! Ning's light body split apart into countless specks of light that quickly began to shoot out in every direction. No, the sword spirits sobbed. Within that ancient temple located in the outer perimeters of the distant Cithalans, Autark Mog and the avatars of the other autarks remained gathered here as always. Suddenly, all of them fell silent and began to exchange glances with each other. Dark North. The 6 of them could sense through their message talismans that the one belonging to Tao Lord Dark North had just lost its master. The 3 realms. Nuwa was responsible for administering many matters here, while Subhuti spent most of his time training by himself within his Taoist monastery inside Mount Innerheart. Brush. 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 Subhuti was sweeping the floor of his monastery. He was the only person in this entire monastery. Not even the 2 novices stationed outside would enter without a very good reason. Subhuti had already trained to an extremely profound level, and he put particular emphasis on training his Tao heart. In this, he was second only to Ning and Nuwa. After he finished sweeping the floor, he entered another room and began to wipe down the pillars and the tables. As he did so, he raised his head to glance at a lamp located atop the highest table. The light of the lamp blazed away like a tiny little bead of flame. This was a heart lamp, Ning's heart lamp. In all the 3 realms, only he and Nuwa had a way to know whether Ning was alive or not. Ning's parents, Bright Moon, their Tao hearts were too weak. Ning was worried that if they found out that he died, they wouldn't be able to keep it completely secret. When Subhuti saw that the heart lamp was still lit, he couldn't help but smile. He usually cultivated in this very room. That way, he could glance at the heart lamp whenever he wished. Whenever he saw that the heart lamp was still lit, he would feel a sense of relief in his heart. After wiping down the tables, he turned to sit down upon a nearby prayer mat and began to meditate. But just a short while after he began his meditations, Subhuti suddenly shuddered. He quickly opened his eyes and turned to look at the highest table, as though he could sense something was amiss. The light coming from that heart lamp was quickly dwindling away, and the sight of it disappearing was like a bolt of thunder that came crashing into Subhuti's mind, completely stunning him. Subhuti! Nuwa's slightly frantic voice echoed within his mind. Ning, my student. Subhuti's old eyes began to redden as a hint of tears appeared. He had accepted many disciples in his time, and some had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Ning had been a fairly unremarkable disciple, one whose sub-hoodie hadn't spent too much effort on. Ning's later accomplishments, however, had truly impressed Sub-Hoodie. Sub-Hoodie had come to view this disciple as he would his own son. He knew that this disciple of his had worked many miracles in the past, and he had felt so certain that another miracle was in the making. "Gee Ning," Sub-Hoodie murmured softly. The old man shut his eyes as tears began to fall down his face. But, right at that moment, pop! The heart lamp had clearly been extinguished, but suddenly, flickers of flame began to appear within it as it lit up once again. Sub-Hoodie was a downlord of the fourth step. He was naturally able to sense what had just happened, and he immediately opened his eyes, not quite daring to hope that his senses were telling him the truth. That heart lamp, it remained lit, as it had been over the course of countless eons. It was as though it had never dimmed at all. But, Sub-Hoodie was completely stupefied. He had never imagined that a heart lamp could be extinguished, then reignited. Once the true soul was destroyed, the heart lamp would no longer be able to sense it, at which point it would become extinguished. Now, however, it had been reignited. This meant that the true soul was back to normal again, but how is this possible? Sub-Hoodie, did your heart lamp suddenly light up again? Nuwa sent mentally. She was in a state of joy mixed with disbelief as well. It is lit. Lit. Sub-Hoodie sent frantically. Within the second hall within the Azure Flower estate. Rumble, countless specks of light began to gather together, coming to form a humanoid shape. In the instant of his true soul's destruction, Ning finally felt what true death was like. All of his true soul fragments had completely dispersed, losing all cohesion. He felt nothing but emptiness, as though he was drifting within a world with no time, no space, and no color. The various void everlasting techniques he had theorized in the past were not able to allow Ning's true soul to resist the call of the prime essences, but they had still strengthened Ning's consciousness dramatically. Even as his true soul broke apart, he didn't immediately lose all consciousness the way an ordinary downlord might. Instead, his consciousness entered an extremely faint and sluggish state. He couldn't sense either space or time, all he could sense was completely and utter nothingness, the emptiness of the void. This is what the void truly is. Suddenly, Ning's sluggish consciousness was awakened to the truth. In this instant, he truly understood what emptiness meant, what the void truly meant. Only now was he able to understand how to entrust his consciousness to the void, and his void everlasting technique immediately transformed on its own accord. At the same time, Ning's feeble consciousness immediately began to pull at his countless dispersing true soul fragments. As he continued to follow the principles of the void everlasting technique, his consciousness suddenly began to grow much more powerful, skyrocketing to unprecedented heights. Void. Everlasting. A powerful will suddenly manifested, and it let out a psychic scream of such power that it could actually be heard audibly. It was a cry filled with power, a cry of indomitable resolve. When this shout rang out within the room, it caused the sorrowful white-haired elder and the 6 sword spirits to all stare in astonishment. They watched as the countless specks of light which had been flying every which way to suddenly freeze in midair as a powerful force suddenly pulled at them, connecting them together. The countless specks of light seemed to come alive as they came forward to form a complete whole. They no longer had a true soul holding them together in an established framework, but they somehow still remained bound to each other. But merge! Yet another shout echoed within the room. Those frozen countless specks of light instantly began to gather together once more. They quickly reformed into a humanoid blob of light, and that blob of light quickly crystallized in appearance. Once again, the white-robed Ning appeared within the room. He carefully inspected everything around him, then gently reached out to touch the table next to him. The cool, slick touch of the table made him smile. The white-haired elder and the 6 sword spirits were all unspeakably excited. His true soul was now everlasting, which meant that Downlord Darknorth was about to become Emperor Darknorth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 11, Emperor Dark North. What's with those silly looks on your faces? Ning glanced at the 6 sword spirits and the white-haired elder. Come, let's drink. Ning wasn't in a rush to connect with the outside world just yet. He wanted to be by himself for a while. All right, the white-haired elder said excitedly. Woohoo! The 6 sword spirits were quite excited as well. Treasure spirits at their level all possessed keen senses of sight, smell, and taste. It was quite common for powerful treasures to transform themselves into human form and live in the mortal world. Wine was quickly poured for all. Ning's smile only broadened as he lifted up his wine cup and gave it a sniff, letting the pleasing aroma of the wine seep into his soul. He glanced at the crystalline liquid within his cup, then murmured softly, "Being alive feels wonderful." He looked very calm, but inside he was unspeakably excited. He had succeeded. He had actually succeeded in overcoming the greatest tribulation he faced. Although he had behaved quite placidly before others, he knew just how tiny his chances of successfully creating the true soul everlasting technique were. He had mentally prepared himself for death, which was why he had gone to visit so many of his old friends and even Nine Lotus. He wanted to empty his mind of all distractions and leave nothing behind. Now that I've created the true soul everlasting technique, I can make repeated attempts at the downmerge. Ning smiled. However, I personally don't need to. I can easily succeed in the downmerge and become an emperor. An emperor with an eternal Omega Dao. I can reach this level whenever I want to. Now, it'll be much easier for me to deal with the Sith. He had always been extremely strong thanks to his eternal Omega Dao, but he had never dared to truly launch a wild barrage of attacks. Autarch Mog and the other Autarchs could launch tens of thousands of attacks in a split second, allowing them to overpower and crush everything in their path. The only place which made them a bit nervous was the heart of the Scythelans, but they were able to handle it by pouring a large amount of energy and casting a seal over that place. Dangerous, eh? Then I'll seal you inside and make it impossible for you to leave. Just rot there. Autarchs were unimaginably powerful. The only problem was that there simply were not enough of them. If they had dozens of Autarchs, the Sith would have been defeated long ago. Once I become an Omega Autarch, I'll be able to bring her back to life. Ning lifted up his wine cup, his gaze distant. He could still remember with absolute clarity the life they had enjoyed together. Having the chance to bring Yue back to life was the greatest source of joy he felt. He knew that actually becoming an Omega Autarch would be extremely difficult, but at least there wouldn't be any fatal roadblocks in the way that could derail him. So long as he was given enough time and continued to slowly build up his experiences, with a bit of luck he would sooner or later suddenly gain an epiphany and breakthrough. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. As long as we're able to meet again, it'll all have been worth it. Ning began to blissfully fantasize about their reunion. It had been a long time since he was this happy. Suddenly, beep. Ning sensed something happen. He waved his hand, producing a dark red jade talisman within it. This was the Autarch message talisman. He was able to sense the location of the other 6 through it, and even sense their very auras. Dark North, just now we sensed that your talisman suddenly lost its aura, but now, the aura is back. Have you created the True Soul Everlasting technique? Autarch Titanos asked. All 6 of them had thought that Ning was dead, but now, Ning's talisman had suddenly regained its aura. This caused them to feel rather stunned. It must be remembered that very few of these talismans had ever been made. Only the Autarchs were in possession of them. No one else but Ning would be able to bind the one he had been given, which meant that if the talisman had Ning's aura about it, the only explanation was that Ning had to have created the True Soul Everlasting technique. But, they had to ask. Just to be sure. I succeeded, Ning replied. Ah ha ha ha. Dark North, I knew you would succeed. Autarkakon said excitedly. Dark North, from this day forth, you must join the 6 of us in bearing responsibility for overseeing and safeguarding all cultivator civilizations as well as the very Chaosverse itself. Autark Bolin was fairly calm, but his words and his meaning were clear. Now that Ning was no longer in danger of losing his true soul, there would no longer be any limits on his power. For all intents and purposes, he was now a true peer of the Autarks. Congratulations, Dark North. Our civilization has finally given birth to an Omega Dao Emperor. You know, I've been thinking about this for quite some time. In the past, the most powerful emperors were always called hegemons, but you became an emperor through an Omega Dao. What should we title you? Autark Skyfeeder teased in a relaxed manner. She was in a wonderful mood as well. Before Ning's sudden rise to power, she had been planning to follow Autark Awakener's path and try to take control over the quintessence of the Chaosverse, but she knew that her chances were slim and that she was almost guaranteed to perish in the attempt. Now, there was no need for her to take that risk. I think we should call him Autark Dark North. Autarkakon said immediately. But, he's only an emperor. If we call him Autark Dark North now, what are we supposed to call him once he actually becomes an Autark? Autark Stone Rule jested. Well, by then he'll be the Lord of Chaos. Autarkakon laughed loudly. Hey, Dark North? Get a move on it. You are the first creator of an eternal Omega Dao this Chaosverse has ever seen, and you were also the first to create a true soul everlasting technique. The rest of us would submit to you if you became the one to bind the Chaosverse, but what if it ends up being someone else? In the future, there will be many juniors who will make use of your experiences in treading the path of the Omega Dao. If one of them ends up becoming an Omega Autark before you do and then takes control over our Chaosverse, we'll be annoyed and you'll be embarrassed. But of course, there'll be nothing we could do by then. Ning was speechless for a moment, then snorted in laughter. The Autarks were bombarding him with messages. He didn't even know how he was supposed to respond. The title doesn't really matter. We don't need to worry about it too much. Finally, Ning was able to compose a reply. I think it is best if we kept this a secret for now. That way, we can deal the Sith a nasty, unexpected blow at just the right moment. Right. I agree. Let's keep this a secret for now. Autark Titanos and the others all agreed with this proposal. Then that means you have to keep staying in hiding for now, Dark North. Ugh. You made such a huge breakthrough, but you still have to be so low-key about it. That's no fun, Autarkakon muttered. I wouldn't say I have to be in hiding. Given my mastery over the art of illusions, the Sith Exalts wouldn't be able to recognize me even if I stood right in front of them, Ning said. Later on, I'll pay a visit to the quintessence. Let's chat a bit then. All right. Let's meet at Skyfeeder's place. See you all at Skyfeeder's. The 6 Autarks were all in a wonderful mood. Their civilization had just gained another protector who could battle by their side as an equal. This meant their entire Chaosverse had just risen considerably in power, and Ning might one day advance to become an Omega Autark. A short while later, Ning reinitiated the Dao merge process. This time, things were completely different. Ning didn't need to make any preparations at all, he just sat there by his table, drinking his wine as he initiated the Dao merge. His body was perfect, as were the Jindan Chaos region and the Dao tree inside. Once again, the flower of eternity began to bloom. The flower of eternity. The aura of the Dao merge began to flood outwards, but the seals protecting the Azure Flower estate were able to mask it all and keep it contained. The thick, towering Dao tree was 540,000 meters tall. It gave birth to a dazzlingly beautiful flower bud which glistened with beads of dew formed by countless flashing illusions of sword stances. This was a flower of eternity which was born from the eternal Omega Sword Dao, a flower which was far more beautiful than the ones which ordinary emperors and hegemons could produce. Rumble, the prime essences of the Chaosverse descended upon Ning, whispering in joy and delight. Ning could sense their happiness, which contrasted with the sorrow they felt the last time they descended upon him. It seems I'll have to make a visit to the quintessence if I wish to make a breakthrough with my heart world, Ning mused. His immortal energy could easily evolve from Daelord-level energy to Emperor-level energy, as the amount of energy needed could be provided by the Azure Flower Estate, even though Ning's immortal energy was far purer than that of ordinary hegemons. It was on the level of the autarchs. His heart world, however, would be another matter. The next breakthrough he made in Heart Force would result in his heart world becoming incredibly realistic. In addition, it would expand once more to become the size of an entire realmverse. A realmverse-sized heart world that was semi-real. To form such a thing would require an absolutely enormous amount of energy. If Ning simply sat here in the Azure Flower Estate and tried to draw in enough energy from the surrounding area, it would probably result in destruction on a vast scale that would damage even the three realms. In fact, the entire Flame Dragon realmverse would probably be shaken. If that happened, there would be no way he could hide his breakthrough. His only choice was to go to the quintessence, where energy was so plentiful as to be nearly limitless. Only then would Ning be able to form his heart world with ease. So this is what it feels like to be an emperor? Ning's god sense had evolved as well, gaining a whiff of eternity about it. His god sense was now as stable and far-reaching as an autarch's. Whoosh! Ning's god sense spread out silently and soundlessly, easily reaching out past the Azure Flower Estate and almost instantly reaching out through space and time to cover the entire Flame Dragon realmverse. He was now able to monitor an entire realmverse with but a thought. The Bright Shore Kingdom, the Dao Alliance, Vast Heaven Palace, the Three Realms, all of it was under Ning's watchful gaze. Ning was also able to see his friends, his family, and his disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 12, Reunion. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 12, Reunion. Ning's god sense was omnipresent and all-encompassing. Every single speck of dust within the Flame Dragon realmverse was plainly visible to Ning's gaze. Nothing could escape it. Ah, the Sith gave up? Ning was able to quickly scan all of the emperors and downlords within the entire Flame Dragon realmverse. The only ones present were the ones he knew. Ning worried that the Sith would use their techniques to disguise themselves as individuals he was familiar with, and so he double-checked through karma just to be safe. It seems Autarch Stonerule scared them off when he captured all of their spies. Ning smiled. This actually was in fact the case. With Autarch Stonerule personally keeping watch over the Flame Dragon realmverse, how could any spy escape? As many spies the Sith sent, as many spies the Autarch captured. Downlords might be able to confuse him, but they were so weak that they wouldn't really be able to find out anything important. Thus, the Sith leader Iyer had chosen to give up and instead prepare his other plans. Master Nuwa. Ning simultaneously reached out via Godsense to both his master and Nuwa. Disciple. Subhuti was overjoyed. Dark North. Nuwa finally let out a sigh of relief when she heard Ning's voice. I've created the True Soul Everlasting technique and succeeded in the Dao merge. I am now an emperor, Ning sent. I'll be coming back soon. Don't worry about me. True Soul Everlasting? Emperor? Good, good, good. Subhuti was unspeakably excited. His student was now an Omega Emperor. I can finally relax a bit now, Nuwa said with a laugh. I've been worried for years that the Sith might come, and so I kept a vigilant watch without ever relaxing. Now that you've broken through, Dark North, things will be much simpler. I don't think the Sith would be able to get anywhere near the Three Realms without you noticing. Ning could sense how excited his master and Nuwa were when he sent them word. Not just them, Ning himself remained ecstatic. Time to recreate an avatar. Ning rose to his feet. Now that he was an emperor, he naturally had to remake his avatars. At his current level, it would be simple to create even universe-class treasures. It must be remembered that of the many universe treasures which lay scattered throughout the Chaosverse, only a tiny portion had been created by actual hegemons, and mostly through luck at that. The vast majority were created by autarchs. Autarchs were able to create entire otherverses, after all. All they had to do was infuse a weapon with just a hint of their Daos and a new universe treasure would have been born. Ning's true soul had been crumbling, and so he didn't dare to expend his immortal energy on creating new treasures for himself. Now, however, creating a universe treasure was simplicity itself. He could create new weapons which were close to the Northbow swords in power, then fill them with the eternal Omega sword Dao as well. The Northbow swords, however, would still be stronger because they were Ning's original lifeblood weapons. He had nurtured them for many years, and they had grown alongside him. Without question, they shared a higher level of affinity with Ning. Newly created weapons might have the eternal Omega sword Dao within them, but they wouldn't have as high a level of affinity. Thus, they would only be close to the Northbow swords in power, but of course, they would still surpass the vast majority of other universe treasures. With them in hand, Ning's avatar would have close to 80% of Ning's power. This represented another autarch-class combatant. Whoosh! Boom! Within Ning's estate. Ning had set up a large formation to help him create his avatar, and he had poured a large number of resources into the forging. The wind howled through the formation as thunder came crashing down again and again upon a giant boulder. The left side of the boulder was covered by boiling red lava, while the right side was covered by a freezing blue liquid. One side hot, one side cold, Ning was using a combination of elements for the forging of his avatar. At Ning's current level, treasures were ubiquitous and meaningless. Weaker emperors and even hegemons would generally start with a weak but flawless avatar, then use time to slowly nurture it and empower it. Ning, however, elected to start off by using the finest ingredients. That way, the avatar would grow more quickly. 3 years went past in the blink of an eye. The boulder was now perfectly round and semi-translucent, and a humanoid figure could be seen seated inside of it. "Come out," the white-robed Ning barked from next to the boulder. Boom! The round boulder cracked open, followed by a youth who looked identical to Ning flying out of it. Moments later, a layer of golden robes formed across the youth's body. "Greetings, real Ning." The golden-robed Ning bowed. "Greetings, Avatar Ning." The white-robed Ning chortled as well. The two shared the same mind and shared the consciousness. Ning was just playing around by speaking to himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two simultaneously left the estate world they were in, returning to the private room within the Azure Flower estate. When the white-haired spirit of the estate saw them appear, he immediately realized that one of them was an avatar. Time to go visit Autarch Skyfeeder. Ning pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the white-haired elder. "I'm planning to bring the Azure Flower estate along with me. Any objections? Emperor, since you were able to create a true soul everlasting technique, I'm sure that you'll be able to create the 10th Chaos Seal with ease," the white-haired elder said with a laugh. "My master built this estate because he wanted to produce a dazzlingly talented successor, but you, Emperor, are far more impressive than what my master ever would have dared to hope for. You can do whatever you want to this Azure Flower estate." Ning nodded. "Emperor, the hegemons and emperors within the Azure Flower estate have been trapped here for countless eons. They might have made some mistakes in the past, but I think it is time to release them," the white-haired elder said. Autarch Awakener had long ago promised that when this estate finally gave birth to the mighty successor he hoped for, the bound hegemons and emperors would be granted their release. They had been trapped by countless oaths and spells that compelled them into a golem-like existence, but the process was a reversible one that was completely different from what the Sith used to tame their enemies. Easily done. Ning immediately exerted his will, binding and taking control over the entire Azure Flower estate. He then sent out the power of his illusion sword Dao into the minds of the imprisoned hegemons and emperors, wiping out any and all memories pertaining to Ning. But after the hegemons and emperors regained consciousness, the only thing they heard was Ning's voice echoing within their minds. Immediately swear lifeblood oaths not to divulge any information at all regarding the Azure Flower estate, and you'll be granted your freedom. The hegemons and emperors instantly grew excited. Freedom? Their endless days of imprisonment had finally come to an end? Without hesitating at all, the hegemons and emperors instantly swore the required lifeblood oaths. You can go now. Ning dissolved all the other bindings on them, then casually tossed them out of his Azure Flower estate through spacetime tunnels, scattering them throughout the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Get in here. Ning then drew the entire Azure Flower estate into one of his holding treasures. The most valuable thing within the Azure Flower estate was the Autarka's stone dais. Even at Ning's level of power, it would take him an extremely long period of time and many precious materials to create a similar dais. He didn't have the time to waste on something like that. However, the stone dais was the nexus of the entire Azure Flower estate. If he wanted to ensure its marvelous effects remained active, he would have to take the entire estate along with it. Whoosh! After the estate disappeared, the local spacetime continuum went back to normal. The white-robed Ning put his black scabbard on his back, then used his spacetime sword Dao to tear a tunnel straight towards the quintessence of the Chaosverse. He was now able to move far faster than he had in the past. Even amongst autarchs, he ranked close to the top in speed. Now, back to the Three Realms. The golden-robed Ning returned to the Three Realms. This avatar body was perfectly built. It had been born with 50% of Ning's power, and as time went on it would improve at a fairly fast rate. The quintessence. Within the massive sea of prime essences. Within a wooden cottage which floated within this sea. The 7 most supremely powerful leaders of the cultivator civilizations were gathered in this cottage, the 6 autarchs and Ning. The other 5 autarchs and Ning had all come in person, while Autarch Mog had sent his avatar. Ahahaha. I'm in such a good mood right now. Our civilization has finally gained another autarch class figure. Autarch Akong roared with laughter. I must say, Omega Daos really are awesome. Dark North, Titanos told me that your mastery of spacetime is second only to Mogs and Skyfeeders? And that your prowess in illusions is second only to Stonerals? I simply infused the Tao of spacetime into my Tao of the sword, Ning said. The only reason they are so strong is because my eternal Omega sword Tao is fueling them. As he infused more and more Daos into his Tao of the sword, Ning was beginning to become extremely well-rounded. For example, Autarch Stonerule was the master of the illusion Tao birth essence. Ning's illusion sword Tao was naturally inferior to it, but superior to the techniques of the other autarchs. Mog and Skyfeeder had respectively mastered the space Tao birth essence and the time Tao birth essence. Ning's mastery of spacetime was second only to the 2 of them. As for actual combat prowess, the Tao of the sword was a Tao meant for combat. Even amongst autarchs, it stood at close to the apex of power. We're only skilled in one aspect each. It is very, very hard to gain a second Tao birth, Autarch Bolan sighed. I have spent countless years ruminating on the nature of life and death, but I've only made modest gains in this regard. You, however, are able to continue to improve your mastery of many other Daos. I truly do envy you, Dark North. Dark North, you've only been training for a short period of time. I imagine there are many areas which you can still improve on, right? Autarch Titanos asked. Nin nodded. The Tao of Karma, the Tao of Numerancy, the Tao of Formations, he had yet to infuse any of them into his Tao of the sword. There was indeed a great deal of room for improvement. The reason why I didn't want to make my status public was partially because I want to keep training, under 100x temporal acceleration, for another 10,000 chaos cycles. That translates into 1 million chaos cycles of training time, and I should be able to improve significantly during that period of time. It would put me in a better position to deal with the Sith, Ning said. 100x temporal acceleration? That's way too slow. Skyfeeder? Autarch Titanos looked at Autarch Skyfeeder. We'll have to ask you to help Dark North out. Very well. I can grant you 1000x temporal acceleration, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Ning was surprised and delighted to hear this. He had reached the Autarch level of power. Accelerating time for him was extremely difficult. Ning himself was able to maintain a rate of 100x while keeping his power consumption stable. 1000x? That would be far too difficult. We'll do it here in the Quintessence, where the energy reserves are limitless. It'll cost me half of my energy reserves, but I'll be able to maintain a rate of 1000x temporal acceleration for you. Autarch Skyfeeder looked at Ning, then smiled. The rest of us have long ago hit our limits. There's no way for us to grow stronger, but you are a different story. If you can improve, you need to do so as quickly as possible. None of us can be sure when the Sith will launch the final war. All right. Ning nodded. If he was given 1000x temporal acceleration, he would have more than enough time to achieve his goals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 13, A New Type of Energy. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 13, A New Type of Energy. Rumble. The awesome energy of the prime essences was pooled here in vast, interconnecting lakes. There was a lake filled with the prime essence of lightning, a lake filled with the prime essence of destruction. The different lakes all represented different prime essences, and together they formed the vast sea. The power here was truly limitless. A white-robed youth was standing in the center, surrounded by the lake filled with the prime essence of water. Boundless amounts of energy poured towards him and were all absorbed in turn. Stone Rule, Dark North's heart world is probably on par with yours, Autarchicone chuckled. The 6 Autarchs were standing next to each other and watching from afar. His heart world was formed using the eternal Omega Sword Tao as the focus. Of course it is in par with mine, Autarch Stone Rule said. He was the only one of the 6 who had an Autarch class heart world. I really envy you guys, Autarch Titano sighed. You? Envy me? I envy you. Autarch Stone Rule smirked. Titanos, at least you once were a Heart Force Emperor. The rest of us weren't able to truly stabilize our heart worlds at all, Autarch Skyfeeder said. And you control the mighty Karma Tao birth essence. In terms of power, you are the strongest of us 6. How can you have the audacity to say you envy us? I'm hurt. Hurry up and bring out your finest food and wine as compensation. Autarch Titanos stared at her wide-eyed. Are you kidding? It took me ages to build up my collection. Don't even think of touching it. Heart Force cultivators had to follow a different path in making their breakthroughs. Those who followed other Daos would reconstitute their divine power and immortal energy, but Heart Force cultivators relied on expanding their heart worlds. The more stable a heart world was, the larger it could become and the more powerful the Heart Force cultivator would be. Once the entire heart world became large and stable enough to become perpetual, the Heart Force cultivator would be able to step into the Emperor level. This was why almost all Heart Force Emperors had reached hegemonic levels of power. Stabilizing a heart world enough to make it eternal was extremely difficult. The ones who succeeded were almost all hegemons, with just the tiniest of fractions being at the Archon level of power. Of course, there were many who dabbled as Heart Force cultivators. Birchelu, Winesage, Ning, all of them trained both as normal cultivators and as Heart Force cultivators. This was generally true for all truly talented cultivators. Early on, Autarch Skyfeeder had trained as a Heart Force cultivator as well. However, after she completed the Tao merge and gained hegemony via the Tao of Time, she discovered that her Tao of Time was not a Tao that could produce a stable, perpetual heart world. She had thus been forced to abandon the path of Heart Force, and after 108,000 chaos cycles her unstable heart world came to a natural end. Of the living autarchs, Autarch Titanos was the most powerful. He had reached hegemony via the Tao of Karma, and his Tao of Karma was capable of allowing his heart world to become eternal. In other words, he had been both a karma hegemon and a heart force hegemon. Alas, when he made the breakthrough which enabled him to become an autarch, his heart world wasn't able to expand alongside any further. He too was forced to abandon the path of heart force as he allowed his Tao of Karma to transform into the Karma Tao birth essence. Omega Daos really are the best, Autarch Titanos sighed. Only Omega Daos can be considered truly perfect Daos. Even the heart worlds formed by them are the best. Yes, only Omega Daos can allow for truly perfect heart worlds, Autarch Stonewall said. His illusion Tao birth essence allowed for his heart world to reach the autarch level, but his heart world still couldn't be considered perfect. This was why he remained slightly weaker than Autarch Titanos. The Azure Flower Estate was floating right next to Autarch Skyfeeder's wood cottage within the vast sea of prime essences. Autarch Skyfeeder had begun the process of keeping time accelerated at a rate of 1000x for the entire Azure Flower Estate, while Ning trained within the second hall inside. He had already finished his heart world breakthrough. Now, it would be a slow process of training. Back in the three realms. Phew! I've finally finished. The golden-robed Ning stared at the 6 golden swords before him, a pleased smile on his face. He had spent over 50,000 years to create these swords, and the materials he had used were superior to the ones which had been used to create the original Northbow swords. Back then, Ning had been comparatively weak. How could he possibly acquire as many precious materials as he had now? The materials he now had were far superior to what was available back then. If Ning wasn't such a perfectionist, he would have been able to complete these 6 universe weapons within just 1,000 years. Unfortunately, they haven't been developing by my side for countless eons like the Northbow swords. I've done as much as I can, but they are still a teensy bit weaker than the Northbow swords. The golden-robed Ning smiled. Still, they are more than good enough for killing Sith. From this day forth, you shall be named the North Moon Swords. Swish! 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 All 6 golden swords flew into the sheath on Ning's back. He was now dressed in golden robes, carried golden swords on his back, and had a body formed from so many precious materials that it was comparable to universe treasures in strength. Time to expand my heart world. The golden-robed Ning took a single step forwards, then departed from the 3 realms and reappeared within the Great Dark just outside the Flame Dragon realmverse. Although the Great Dark was quite distant from the 3 realms, the golden-robed Ning still released his God sense and kept it spread across the entire Flame Dragon realmverse. The Sith danger was all-encompassing, and Ning didn't want to let his guard down. Let it begin. The golden-robed Ning began to expand its heart world as well. Here in the Great Dark, he was able to draw upon a large amount of energy from an extremely wide region with impunity. Ning had already scanned this part of the Great Dark to ensure that there were no living creatures here. At this rate of absorption, it'll take me roughly 30 billion years to finish expanding my heart world. The golden-robed Ning sat down within the endless Great Dark, beginning to slowly train as he absorbed power from within it. Time flowed on like water. Over 120 chaos cycles went past in the blink of an eye. I've finally completed the 10th chaos seal. The white-robed Ning had a smile on his face as he turned to glance at the nearby white-haired elder. Autarch Awakener would probably be ecstatic, or he's still alive. Master's final wishes have finally been completed. The white-haired elder was extremely excited. Let's start. Ning immediately began to use the perfect, complete technique on himself. The previous Azure Flower technique he had used was incomplete and flawed. Autarch Awakener had actually fixed those flaws in his private version, but had intentionally released a flawed version in order to separate the gold from the dross. Out with the old, with but a thought, Ning sent his will descending deep into his sea of consciousness, where an azure flower was slowly swaying. When Ning's will descended, the flower suddenly began to decay and break apart. A moment later, the azure flower had completely vanished within the sea of consciousness. And in with the new. Ning began to redeploy the true, complete, and perfect technique. It was now suitable for even autarchs to use, although Ning wasn't completely sure as to whether or not it could convert autarch-level divine power and immortal energy. Whoosh! 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 The various chaos seals began to manifest within Ning's sea of consciousness. 10 of them appeared in succession, and they began to interlay atop of each other, solidifying into an azure seed. The azure seed popped open as a sprout emerged from it. The sprout began to grow, resulting in a series of dazzlingly beautiful leaves appearing, with a little closed bud appearing in their midst. The bud slowly grew larger and larger, and it looked as though it was opening up but not quite ready to fully bloom just yet. The beautiful azure flower emanated an aura of ineffable mystery, and it was many times more dazzling than the previous one. It gently swayed there in Ning's mind, surrounded by countless green leaves. This was the perfect azure flower technique which arose from the 10 chaos seals. Strands of divine power, immortal energy, and heart force all flowed into the azure flower, which was able to easily take them in and then transform them into a new type of energy. As soon as this new type of energy was created, Ning felt extremely comfortable. Whoosh! Under Ning's control, this new type of energy quickly filled every inch of his body. Crack! Pop! Ning's muscles, tendons, and blood began to change and transform. This was a new form of energy, a perfect form of energy that vastly surpassed divine power and immortal ki. As a result, it could be used to create a more perfect body as well. It could be used for close combat, could control magic treasures from afar, and was incredibly strong. Ning's physical body was quickly remade by this new form of energy. He withdrew his immortal ki back into his Jindan chaos region, leaving only this new energy pulsing through his veins. This is the new type of energy which Autarch Awakener hoped for. I shall call it. Ning paused for a moment, then smiled. Mana. He opened his eyes, his entire body feeling clean, refreshed, and comfortable as the mana flowed through him. This new power, mana, was 1,000 times stronger than Emperor-class divine power or immortal ki. When he used mana to execute his eternal Omega Sword Dao, the power of his strikes would probably increase by another 20 to 30%. The reason it only increased by that amount was because at Ning's level, the power of one's attacks was chiefly determined by one's insights into the Dao. Personal strength only played a fairly minor role. For mana to improve an autarch's power by 30% was absolutely incredible. Mana, so it has finally been completed. The white-haired elder was very excited. Master was unable to perfect it, and so he never even came up with a real name for this new type of energy. Now, it has finally been completed. From this day forth, mana was born. In the future, it would slowly be spread throughout the Chaosverse and supplant divine power and immortal ki as the most important type of energy a cultivator could train in. Completing the 10 chaos seals had been fairly easy. Now, Ning would need to go into deep meditation to work on his other Daos. After 360 chaos cycles in secluded meditation, Ning fused the Dao of Light into his Sword Dao and created the Light Sword Dao. After 430 chaos cycles in secluded meditation, Ning mastered the Dark Sword Dao. After 3,200 chaos cycles in secluded meditation, Ning learned how to fuse his Dark Sword Dao together with his Light Sword Dao into a new technique he named the Cycle Sword Dao. After 11,100 chaos cycles in secluded meditation, Ning fused the Dao of Formations into his Sword Dao and created the Sword Formation Dao. Ning continued to fuse one Dao after another into his Dao of the Sword. Finally, after 3,900,000 chaos cycles, Ning successfully integrated his Dao of Karma into the Dao of the Sword and created the Karma Sword Dao. This took Ning the most time of all to complete. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 14, The Calm Before the Storm. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 14, The Calm Before the Storm. Ning continued to train, and nearly 6 million chaos cycles went past in the blink of an eye. Autarch Skyfeeder continuously maintained a rate of 1000x temporal acceleration for the Azure Flower estate. One day, the gates to the estate suddenly swung open. The white-robed Ning walked out, black sheath over his back, and Autarch Skyfeeder halted the temporal acceleration process. "You've finished?" Autarch Skyfeeder left her wooden cabin and walked barefoot through the air towards Ning. "Thank you for everything, Autarch Skyfeeder," Ning said gratefully. "A minor matter. The stronger you become, the better off the entire cultivator civilization shall be," Autarch Skyfeeder said with a smile. "And besides, it only took me 6,000 chaos cycles of real time." "That's nothing to me." "It was 6,000 for you, but to me it was 6 million, Ning said with a sigh. It truly had been an extremely long period of time for him, and he had experienced it in its entirety. He had completely focused on cultivating, having emptied his mind of all other thoughts. In the end, he had successfully mastered everything he wanted to master. The most time-consuming had been the Karma Sword Dao, and it had taken him nearly 3 million chaos cycles to complete it. Next was the Numerancy Sword Dao, which should have been just as difficult, but since he had already mastered the Karma Sword Dao, he had managed to speed up the process a bit and had completed it in roughly 2 million chaos cycles. Karma and Numerancy, both were extremely difficult to master. All the other Daos were simpler, with some taking a few dozen chaos cycles at most. "How did your training go?" Skyfeeder asked. "I've advanced as much as I can," Ning said. "Based on my theories, I should be able to merge all the other Daos into the Autarch-level Omega Dao, but as of right now I still don't know what that breakthrough would look like. Going from emperorhood to autarchy has always been a difficult task," Skyfeeder said with a smile. "Everything shall be as fate wills it. Based on what I know, the Sith Chaosverse actually has quite a few Omega Emperors of the Sword, but all of them have remained trapped at that level." "Makes sense." Ning nodded. He had reviewed the memories of many Sith Emperors, and so he had come to learn quite a few things. All information regarding the Omega Daos themselves had been sealed, but there had been a few memories regarding the Omega Emperors. This was why he had come out of cultivation. It was probably impossible to become an Omega Autarch through secluded meditation. In fact, it was actually more likely that this breakthrough would come naturally as one lived an ordinary life. The Tao could be found in all things, after all, as all things were linked together. It was true that putting yourself in a life or death situation could be even more effective, but then you ran the risk of failing and dying. The Autarchs generally wouldn't put themselves in such great danger without a very good reason, because their deaths could destabilize the entire cultivator civilization. In fact, it would impact the entire Chaosverse itself. "Oh, right. I used Autarch Awakener's original energy cultivation technique to create an even more profound one," Ning said. "Anyone can train in the new Azure Flower technique and use it to convert divine power, immortal ki, and heart force into a new type of energy. This will greatly strengthen both body and soul. Give it a try, Skyfeeder. Let's see if the technique is capable of transforming Autarch class divine power and immortal ki." "Autarch class?" Skyfeeder felt rather excited at the prospect. "I'm not sure if it'll work," Ning admitted with a chuckle, "but it was able to transform mine, so perhaps it'll be able to transform yours as well." "Let me give it a try," Skyfeeder said eagerly. At their level, it was extremely difficult to become even a tiny bit more powerful than before. Ning handed over a jade slip. Skyfeeder accepted it, then memorized the information within it. This technique was extremely profound, but it only encompassed 10 seals, and so the amount of information needed to express it wasn't too excessive. It was truly a highly refined and distilled technique. The 10 chaos seals were capable of transforming into countless other seals, but so long as you memorized the 10 basic seals themselves, you would have memorized the entire technique. Rumble, the awesome energy of the quintessence suddenly parted, avoiding the area around Autarch Skyfeeder as her aura gradually began to change. Her very skin seemed to flicker with light. Clearly, her body was being reconstituted. A short while later, she turned to smile at Ning. It can indeed convert Autarch-level divine power and immortal ki, purifying both to a great degree. As she spoke, she waved her hand, causing space-time around her to twist into knots. She nodded slowly. When I use this new energy to activate my time Tao birth essence, the power is increased by 30%. I can also sense that my soul and true soul are more stable as well, while my body is now comparable to universe treasures. Previously, her body had been created through divine power. Now, her body was created by the far more distilled energy known as mana, making it just as tough as a universe weapon. The same was true for Ning's body as well. Hurry up and inform Titanos and the others about this amazing technique, Autarch Skyfeeder said hurriedly. I was planning to, I just wanted to let you try it out first, Skyfeeder. Ning smiled, then immediately notified the other 5 Autarchs through the message talisman. Soon, all the other Autarchs came rushing over. Autarch Mog, of course, only sent over his avatar. Ning provided them each with a complete set of the Azure Flower technique, and they all found that after their energies were converted, they were now 30% more powerful than they had been in the past. Awakener had slaved away at this technique for so long, and now you, Dark North, have finally completed it. Autarch Titanos let out a sigh. All of us have grown stronger thanks to this technique. Now that we also have a true soul everlasting technique, the cultivator civilization shall be able to produce far more emperors and hegemons in the future. Given enough time, we'll probably see many new autarchs as well. Time is exactly what we don't have, Autarch Mog said. If we had another 10 million chaos cycles, sure, we'd probably have a large number of new hegemons and maybe even 10 new autarchs. But I doubt we'll be given that chance. The True Soul Everlasting technique would allow some truly talented figures who had failed the Tao merge due to having made the tiniest of errors a second chance at the Tao merge. If they succeeded the second time, they would become hegemons. The more hegemons the Chaosverse had, the more autarchs would eventually be born as well. There's no way the Sith would just sit idly and watch our Chaosverse grow that much. Autarch Stone Rule frowned. Screw them. We've locked them all away. Autarch Akong said. Sure, we suspect that they might be able to escape our seal, but even if they have, the fact that they have still been biding their time instead of attacking means that they are planning something else. Let's start teaching these techniques to as many deserving cultivators as we can. If we can produce more and more powerful experts, the Sith will grow restless and might end up launching their attacks ahead of schedule, before they are truly ready. I agree. Let's force their hand, Autarch Titanos said. If they really are sealed away, we'll have nothing to fear and can use this opportunity to grow stronger. If they aren't, we'll disrupt their plans. Either way, we win. It didn't matter if the Sith were truly sealed away or not. They could not delay the teaching of the True Soul Everlasting technique any longer. For Tao Lords who have failed the Tao merge, the sooner they begin using the True Soul Everlasting technique the better, Ning said. If they wait until their true soul actually breaks apart before trying to fuse the pieces together, it'll be extremely difficult. Ning was the creator of the technique and understood it better than anyone else. He also had a perfect Tao heart. This was why he had been able to reverse even the complete collapse of his true soul. The vast majority of Tao Lords, however, had far weaker Tao hearts than Ning. If their true souls collapsed, not even the True Soul Everlasting technique would necessarily be able to save them. I don't think anyone would be dumb enough to actually wait until their true soul collapsed before using the technique, right? Autarch Titanos said. Ning and the others eventually went their separate ways, returning to their various residences. Ning went back to the Three Realms, living a life of ease and comfort. He didn't spend too much time analyzing the Tao of the sword. Instead, he emptied his mind and purified his soul, spending his time on calligraphy, art, and gardening. After 1,200 chaos cycles, Nine Dust attempted the Tao merge. He succeeded on his very first try. He didn't even need to use the true soul everlasting technique Ning had prepared for him. Nine Dust had built up an incredibly deep and stable foundation before attempting the Tao merge. Not only had he used a Void Sea Jade Seal, Ning had also given him many techniques and an incense spirit fruit. Ning quietly went to visit Nine Dust by himself, offering his congratulations. The fact that he was still alive remained a secret. Ning's success meant that their Chaosverse had just gained 2 new Autarch-class combatants due to Ning having such a powerful avatar. More importantly, Ning was different from the other Autarchs in that he was skilled in many different areas. He had his Spacetime Sword Tao, his Karma Sword Tao, his Cycle Sword Tao, his Numerancy Sword Tao, and more. This made Ning practically flawless, able to cope with any situation. 2 new Autarch-class combatants who had no flaws at all. Once they were unleashed, they would definitely give the Sith a nice big surprise. After congratulating Nine Dust, Ning went back to the 3 realms and continued his relaxed life. The other verse lords and hegemons in every single realm verse were all granted the True Soul Everlasting technique, and they were told to secretly teach the technique to deserving Tao lords who had failed the Tao merge. Without exception, they were admonished to try and keep this hidden as best they could. The longer they could hide this from the Sith, the better. Time slowly continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 15, The Engine of Destruction. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 15, The Engine of Destruction. Within Autarch Titanos' residence. 9 strange parts were hovering in the air within his private study, and Autarch Titanos was frowning thoughtfully as he analyzed them. Even the 2 fleshy antennae on top of his head were drooping in a pensive manner. Autarch Titanos had spent more time studying and understanding Sith treasures than anyone else in this entire Chaosverse. He knew more than any other cultivator, and he had created quite a few weapons based off of those treasures, some of which were suitable for cultivators to use. Autarch Titanos was eagerly anticipating the creation of even more. Harumph! We are no longer the cultivators of old. We have many unique weapons of our own now, and even our ordinary emperors are far more difficult to deal with than the ones of the past. Each Autarch followed a different, separate path. Autarch Titanos was the master of the Karma Tao birth essence, which was arguably the most difficult Tao aside from the Omega Taos. As a result, he was the best suited for ruminating on difficult, complex mechanisms. He spent his time creating many unusual weapons, allowing their hegemons and emperors to unleash tremendous power in battle. This would make it much more difficult for the Sith to slay the emperors of this Chaosverse. If he could raise the overall power of their forces, they would have a greater chance at gaining victory in the upcoming war, and the countless eons he had spent in research had resulted in many splendid achievements indeed. The 2 fleshy antennae on top of Autarch Titanos' head suddenly shot up straight, and a sharp look flickered through his eyes. Autarch Titanos could vaguely sense that the entire quintessence was somehow in grave danger. An invisible, destructive force had suddenly cast a shadow over the entire Chaosverse. Destruction, the destruction of the entire Chaosverse? Autarch Titanos turned slightly pale. The source of this destruction is coming from that direction. Long ago, the quintessence had sent a similar warning to all of the Autarchs, ensuring that they knew how dangerous the Sith were. Now, for the second time, they had received this warning. Could we be facing a new threat, something aside from the Sith? Autarch Titanos was slightly panicked. There was no way the quintessence's warning could possibly be in error, and so he abandoned all of his experiments and immediately exited his laboratory, then tore a tunnel through spacetime towards the source of the danger. The handsome but sorrowful-looking white-haired Autarch Bolin was standing in a wild, untamed land. He stared at the earthen dwelling before him and the mortals inside of it. There were a total of 3 children within. Now these kids are rather interesting. Are you ready? Ready to transcend life and death and become a brand new, powerful type of creature? Autark Bolin looked at the oldest child, the 9-year-old, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He had just prepared a new experiment. Autark Bolin had spent many eons treading the line between life and death, scrying the mysteries of this great cycle. He hadn't come close to mastering the Samsara Daobirth essence, but he had other plans he was focused on. He wanted to create a truly perfect life form. The Aeonians had been one of his many experiments, but they weren't truly perfect. He wanted to create perfect beings which were on par with Source Walkers and Chaos Primordials in might. If the cultivators could produce a large number of perfect beings and allowed them to propagate, they would have gained a powerful new army which made battling against the Sith easier. Suddenly, Autark Bolin's face turned pale. Danger? He immediately abandoned his new experiment. He could sense on a subconscious level that the entire quintessence was shivering in terror, as though a terrifying destructive force had just appeared in front of it which could tear it apart. The prime essences of the Chaosverse were awesome and powerful, but they were also quite weak. This was because they weren't truly sentient, nor were they able to defend themselves. Thus, they had to rely upon the Autarks and the cultivators to protect them against the Sith. Once the cultivators were defeated, the quintessence would be like meat on the chopping block for the Sith to butcher as they pleased. Whoosh! Autark Bolin immediately tore through spacetime and departed. Within the three realms. Brightheart Island. Ning was seated facing Autumn Leaf. The two were playing chess, while Brightmoon was watching from nearby. Autumn Leaf pondered her next move. Ning held a small black gourd in his hand. Every so often, he would take a swig from it. After Autumn Leaf finally made her move, he casually made his own move as well. After mastering the numerancy sword Dao, Ning was arguably the #1 master of numerancy and divinations in the entire Chaosverse. Perhaps Autark Titanos, who was the master of the Karma Daobirth essence, might be on par with him, but no one else. Chess? Of course Ning couldn't play too seriously. If he did, it'd ruin the whole game. Aunt Autumn Leaf, that's not right. If you do that, you are going to be in serious trouble. Brightmoon shook her head, reaching out to prevent Autumn Leaf from making the move she wanted to make. Then what should I do next? Autumn Leaf immediately pulled her chess piece back. Ahem. For a bystander to remain silent is the way of gentlemen. Ning glanced sideways at Brightmoon, then looked at Autumn Leaf. And since when did we allow takebacks in chess? I didn't put my piece down yet. It doesn't count as a takeback, Autumn Leaf said immediately. And I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman. Brightmoon rebutted. Speechless, Ning chose to continue drinking his wine instead of arguing. The two of them would rack their brains over every move while he just played casually, but he'd still win 9 out of 10 games. This was on purpose, of course. If you won every time, who would be willing to play with you? Brightmoon, when are you planning to begin your Dao merge? Ning asked. Not anytime soon, Brightmoon said. It'll definitely be after Patriarch Subhoodie. After we finish this game of chess, I need to talk to you about something, Ning said. He was planning to transmit the True Soul Everlasting technique to her. Right now, they were extremely cautious and careful in transmitting this technique, generally only teaching it to the most incredibly talented Dao Lords of the 4th step. In each case, they would require the Dao Lord to swear a lifeblood oath which would cover many things. For example, the Dao Lord could only attempt the Dao merge in a place where his or her aura would be completely hidden. That way, in the event that the Dao Lord failed the Dao merge and had to use the True Soul Everlasting technique to repair his True Soul, no one would be the wiser. In fact, no one would even know that he had attempted the Dao merge. This was the best way to keep things secret. In short, they did everything they could to keep this hidden from the Sith. They'd hide it for as long as they could. They knew that once the Sith spies found out that the cultivators possessed the True Soul Everlasting technique, they would immediately be able to guess that Ning was still alive. There was really nothing they could do about this. They couldn't keep the True Soul Everlasting technique hidden from all cultivators just to ensure that Ning's continued survival remained a secret, right? This was a technique which would strengthen civilization as a whole. Ning suddenly frowned midway through his next move. Given the power of his god sense and his connection to the prime essences of the Chaosverse, he was naturally able to sense a terrifying danger suddenly manifest, a danger which could very well destroy the entire quintessence itself. What's going on? Has another civilization aside from the Sith invaded us as well? Ning turned pale. Whoosh! The golden-robed Ning, which had been roving the outside realm, almost instantly tore through spacetime and hurried towards the source of the danger. The golden-robed avatar now had only 80% of the true Ning's power, but it must be remembered that compared Ning was now at least 60% stronger than he was back when his true soul was crumbling. This was because he had first gained Emperor-class energy, then transformed it into mana. After another 6 million chaos cycles of cultivation, he had infused many new Daos into his sword Dao. As a result, the Avatar Ning was now much more powerful than Dao Lord Ning had been. In terms of raw power, Ning was ranked at the top of the list amongst the autarchs. Even Autarch Titanos was slightly inferior to him, as Titanos wasn't as well-rounded as Ning was. Ning's avatar was terrifyingly strong. The weaker cultivators felt nothing at all. The only people in the Chaosverse who sensed the danger were Ning and the 6 autarchs, and all of them arrived. Autarch Mog sent his avatar as he needed to stand guard over the Scythelans. The other 5 autarchs all left their avatars in the Scythelans and came in person. Ning was extremely confident in his own power, and so he sent his avatar as well. In truth, autarchs would generally send their avatars to deal with any dangerous situations. This was because if the avatar died, they could easily remake a new one. If their true bodies died, the autarchs would be dead for good. Right-up. Ning tore through spacetime and arrived in a place within the Great Dark. He immediately saw Autarch Akon. Dark North. The muscular Autarch Akon was dressed in his usual loose robes. He had been the first to arrive, as he had been the closest to this location. Ning was the second to arrive. What's going on? Ning strode through the void towards him. There's no one here save us. Autarch Akon pointed off into the distance. The danger is coming from over there. Ning could sense it as well. Far off in the distance, there was an enormous silver vortex that was slowly swiveling in place. This silver vortex was so gigantic that it was vastly greater than an ordinary realmverse in size. Ning was able to see through to the very center of the silver vortex, where he saw a giant, ancient sphere-shaped object that was the size of a realmverse. It was riddled with countless holes, but Ning was unable to see through them to the insides of this sphere. All he could sense was that it was filled with boundless danger. The giant sphere simply sat there in the darkness, furiously devouring the primordial chaos around it. The silver vortex around it represented all of the energy which it was draining from the surrounding area. Even the endless darkness itself was being swallowed up by it. Just looking at the thing caused Ning and Autarch Akon to feel a sense of dread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 16, Going Inside. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 16, Going Inside. Where did this thing come from? Ning stared at the titanic sphere located at the very center of that giant silver vortex. At his level, he was able to see at a glance that this terrifying celestial object was the source of the threat to the entire Chaosverse. Everything within the Chaosverse, be it the emptiness of space, the endless Great Dark, or the countless living beings, were all part of the Chaosverse. In life and in death, they remained parts of the Chaosverse. Their deaths would not weaken the Chaosverse. However, if their energies were somehow swallowed away, this would in fact harm the prime essences. The Sith, for example, wanted to kill as many autarchs and hegemons as possible, then draw away their true soul fragments and cause the prime essences to weaken. After the Chaosverse was weakened to a sufficient extent, the Sith would have a chance at binding and controlling the entire Chaosverse. All things were part of the Chaosverse. Destroying and devouring the souls of ordinary mortals would also weaken the Chaosverse, but doing this would be too slow and inefficient. The Sith Soul Eater technique could only be used to swallow true souls that had been destroyed in extremely close proximity. It would probably take the Sith tens of millions of chaos cycles to slowly do this to the countless living beings in a single realmverse. This was why they had chosen to act against the autarchs and the hegemons instead. And now, this whole riddled, realmverse-sized sphere was swallowing away even the darkness of the Great Dark. It was somehow devouring the darkness in a way that completely destroyed it, causing the Chaosverse to forever lose its energy. This wasn't an issue in the short term, but given enough time it would cause the Chaosverse to suffer grave injuries, and possibly even weaken the prime essences enough for the Sith to bind them. Where the hell did this terrifying celestial object come from? Who made it? Ning was puzzled. Eventually, the other autarchs began to arrive as well. All of them stared at the behemoth sphere for a long period of time. It's enormous and riddled with holes, almost like a beehive, Autarch Titanos said. Its powerful aura reminds me of the aura of the Sith Heartlands. It was that very aura of danger which made us hesitate to go inside and instead opt to seal it away. This thing reminds me of it. Yes, but there are some differences between it and the Sith Heartlands, Autarch Stonewall said. The Sith Heartlands hold an energy generator which powers many of their Daugard towers. This mysterious hive, however, is continuously swallowing and destroying the energy of the surrounding area. The more it swallows, the more our Chaosverse loses and the weaker our Chaosverse becomes. Why did it suddenly appear here? There's no way our Chaosverse would have naturally given birth to such a terrifying thing, Autarch Skyfeeder said. This is a Sith trump card, Autarch Titanos said. The Sith? Ning and the others all turned to look at Autarch Titanos. Are you absolutely certain? Ning asked. Can it possibly be from another civilization? It is Sith, Autarch Titanos said with absolute certainty. I've spent countless eons analyzing Sith weaponry. As soon as I took a close look at it, I could tell that this behemoth hive is actually a single vast weapon. It was created for the express purpose of devouring and destroying the energy of the Chaosverse, which would cause the Chaosverse to weaken, but how can anyone create such a gigantic, powerful weapon? Autarch Bolin asked. It is overwhelming. I can feel that it is on a completely different level from Exalt-class Daugard towers. Not even the strongest Sith weapons we faced during the Dawn War could even come close to comparing with this thing. Autarch Mog found it just as hard to believe that this realmverse-sized object was a manufactured weapon. The Sith Heartlands contain an energy generator which powers their Daugard towers, Autarch Titanos said solemnly, while this titanic, terrifying weapon also holds an energy generator within it, which is what allows it to function and forcibly tear away energy from the Chaosverse and devour it. That's why I said it reminded me of the Sith Heartlands. Ning and the others were all rather shocked. The Sith Heartlands had been created at incredible cost. This thing before them was apparently on the same level of power? The Sith have been biding their time for countless eons. We should have expected their first move to be an extraordinary one, Autarch Bolin said with a grim smile. We've been making preparations ever since the last war concluded. It seems the Sith have kept themselves busy as well, Autarch Stonerule agreed. Let them come. We'll handle anything they can dish out. A murderous look flickered through Autarch Mog's eyes. The danger which had just manifested before them had stirred all of the autarchs, awakening their combative instincts which had lain dormant for so long. The final war against the Sith had yet to truly begin, but the Sith had already made an absolutely terrifying opening gambit. We have to destroy it, and we need to move fast, the golden-robed Ning said. But, how? I can vaguely sense that this behemoth hive is filled with tremendous danger. Even if all 7 of us go, we still wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully deal with it. The behemoth hive is definitely dangerous. Autarch Titanos glanced at the other 6. And what if the Sith suddenly launch the war after our avatars go inside and then are somehow trapped? Only half of our total combat power would be available to fight in the war, and we could very well be defeated. Right. We can't all go inside. We need to be ready for the war to break out. How many of us should go inside? The Autarchs and Ning began to discuss this matter. Adding in their avatars, they had a total of 14 Autarch-class combatants. Based on their previous experiences, they had to have at least 10 Autarch-class combatants in order to keep a handle on the situation and not be caught flat-footed. However, given how long the Sith had been biding their time, it was entirely possible that they would unleash something completely unexpected. Even 10 Autarch-class combatants wouldn't necessarily be enough. Let's send in 2 to take a look, Autarch Titanos said. That way, we can still be at close to peak power if the war breaks out. Who should go inside? I'll go inside. Ning was the first to volunteer. You, Dark North? Autarch, Titanos, Bolin, and the others all looked towards Ning. Ning stared at the enormous silver vortex and the behemoth hive at its heart. We don't know anything about what this thing holds or what dangers might be present. We'll probably have to destroy the entire thing in order to stop it. Of the 7 of us, I am the most well-rounded and am the best at dealing with unknown dangers. I have some skill in every single Dao. Titanos and the others all nodded in agreement. Ning was very well-rounded and was quite skilled in every Dao. He had mastered even the Karma Sword Dao and the Numerancy Sword Dao. He was indeed the best of them in dealing with unexpected dangers. Very well. They all nodded in agreement. Without question, Dark North was going to be one of the 2 to go inside. He would be given the primary responsibilities for destroying this behemoth hive. I'll go as well. Autarch Mog smiled. I'm the master of the space Dao birth essence and have the keenest understanding of how space works. I'm the best at scouting out nearby dangers. None of the other 5 Autarchs disputed this. They all agreed once more. Everyone knew where their respective skills lay and who would be most effective in dealing with this behemoth hive. The other Autarchs should all return to their respective stations and prepare for war to break out at any time, Autarch Titanos said. Dark North and Mog, send in your avatars. I'll stay here to stand guard and keep a watch on things, to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Very well. It is settled. Ning and Mog had both sent their avatars to this place, and so all they had to do was make some minor preparations before flying together towards that silver vortex. As for the other 5 Autarchs, they watched from afar as Ning and Mog flew off into the distance. The 5 only departed after seeing the 2 safely enter the vortex. I hope they can destroy that thing, Bolin said. Even if they cannot, they have to stop it from functioning, Autarch Titanos chuckled. I'm confident in Dark North's skills. Even if he fails, he should be able to get a clear sense of what lies within that behemoth hive and how it operates. Right. Akong, Skyfeeder, and Stone Rule all nodded. They could all vaguely sense that after 6 million chaos cycles of training, Dark North was now most likely the strongest of them all, and he was also the most well-rounded. Space twisted around the golden-robed Ning and the tall, thin, azure-robed, scale-faced Mog as they continued to fly forwards through a dimensional tunnel that led into the silver vortex. The gigantic silver vortex was filled with apocalyptic power. Only Exalt-class beings would be able to just barely be capable of surviving this place. However, Mog's dimensional tunnel was quite stable and had brushed aside all the power which clashed against it. Almost there. They continued to fly through the silver vortex, the behemoth hive slowly growing in size as they moved closer and closer towards it. The countless tunnels covering the hive were dark and unfathomably deep. All forms of energy which entered those tunnels vanished without a trace, never to be seen again within this chaos-verse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning and Mog both descended towards the surface of the behemoth hive. The hive was protected by layers of frenzied, semi-translucent energy which furiously assaulted the two of them, but they were brushed away before they even got close. Ning and Mog landed on the icy surface simultaneously. This enormous weapon, the size of an entire realmverse, was so vast that ordinary hegemons and emperors couldn't even see it in its entirety. Ning's gaze transcended spacetime, and so he was able to see it clearly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 17, Autark Class Creatures. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 17, Autark Class Creatures. Ning and Mog were in no hurry to immediately rush inside the behemoth hive. Instead, they flew across its surface and began to inspect it. Ning and Mog were able to cross hundreds of billions of kilometers almost instantly, and they continued to fly for a full hour as they reviewed the hive up close. The hive's surface was a mixture of dark black mixed with silvery white. Black was the main color, but some strands of silvery white energy had crystallized in certain regions. As for the tunnels, they ranged from being 100 kilometers wide to 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers wide. Ning and Mog came to a halt and descended upon the surface once more. "We can't see anything from outside," Ning said. "It seems we'll still have to go inside to take a look. My senses are telling me that the interior isn't uniform in nature." "We can't simply blink in and out of it," Mog said. "Our only choice is to accept the risk of flying inside." The two knew that the insides of this behemoth hive were undoubtedly very dangerous. The gloomy darkness was capable of swallowing all forms of energy. Any godsense or heart-world projection energies would be swallowed as well, making it impossible to scry what was inside. They had been hoping to first learn what they would be facing, but they still knew nothing after that long inspection of the surface. "Let's go inside." They chose an ordinary-looking tunnel that was 100 million kilometers in diameter. There were countless tunnels like this across the surface of the behemoth hive. Ning and Mog stood at the edges of the tunnel, staring downwards. It was still furiously swallowing energy at an astounding pace. Ning and Mog exchanged a glance, then flew downwards. Whoosh! They quickly began to descend into the dark depths. The golden-robed Ning held two North Moon swords at the ready as he began to rapidly descend into the abyss, while Autark Mog wielded a pair of long sabers. "No wonder we couldn't just blink inside." Ning glanced at the walls of the abyss. Sphere-shaped spacetime bubbles dotted the walls, each of them ranging from 10,000 kilometers to over 100 million kilometers in size. These spacetime bubbles simply hung there, connected to each other while channeling an enormous amount of power. "Why are there so many spacetime bubbles here?" Autark Mog was puzzled. "Let me see what happens when I destroy one of them." "Be careful." They had come here to destroy this thing. Ning naturally wouldn't object to Mog's suggestion. "Break!" Autark Mog let out a loud shout, sending out a mighty surge of energy that transformed into waves of folded dimensional attacks that could be seen with the naked eye. The attacks slammed against a distant spacetime bubble, causing the bubble to tremble for a few moments before bursting apart. However, nothing was held within it. Rumble, nearby, a new spacetime bubble appeared out of nowhere. This one was exactly the same size as the previous one, roughly 10 million kilometers in diameter. "I broke one, so this thing made a new one." Autark Mog frowned. "I can see at least 1,000,000 of these bubbles. I can't imagine how many the entire behemoth hive holds. I can sense how all these spacetime bubbles are linked to each other, channeling a powerful force which is used to furiously swallow everything within the outside world. Let's attack at full power and see if we can wreck them," Ning said. "All right." Mog nodded. Both of them were searching for clues for dealing with the hive. They could easily tell that the countless spacetime bubbles were important tools in allowing the hive to devour energy from the outside world. The golden-robed Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 North Moon swords in hand, Ning began to furiously attack the surrounding spacetime bubbles with abandon via his spacetime sword Dao. Sword light flashed everywhere, causing the various bubbles to be instantly destroyed on contact. Ning also expanded his sword Dao domain to cover a large radius, reinforcing it with the power of his heart world projection. Alas, the spacetime bubbles were so tough that Ning had to attack with his spacetime sword Dao if he wished to break them apart quickly. Autark Mog manifested 6 arms as well. He used his space Dao birth essence with his 6 sabers, furiously destroying spacetime around him. Boom! 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 The two worked together to crush everything before them, almost instantly destroying over 10,000 spacetime bubbles. But it was like they were swimming through a vast ocean, with each wave producing countless new bubbles. They were able to destroy 10,000 spacetime bubbles in a flash, but the gloomy, dark walls of the abyss simply rippled slightly before manifesting 10,000 new bubbles. It would create as many as were destroyed. Halt, Ning said. Why should we halt? Autark Mog glanced at Ning, puzzled. Even if we can't destroy the spacetime bubbles faster than they are being created, at least we are forcing this thing to use up more energy. If we continue, we might be able to eventually run it dry. Ning shook his head. It is useless. I can sense that the power of the destroyed bubbles is being completely absorbed by the hive, which then uses them to recreate new bubbles. The hive isn't losing a single shred of energy during the destruction/creation process. What? Autark Mog was shocked. The cycle of destruction and rebirth didn't cost any energy at all? Then what should we do? These spacetime bubbles are nothing more than a tool this hive uses, Ning said. There are other things that matter far more, such as its energy generator. If we can destroy its energy generator, it'll be finished. But this thing is the size of a realmverse. How are we supposed to find it? Mog was worried. Realmverses were enormous in size. If they tried to search without any clues, even 10 chaos cycles of time wouldn't be enough. It must be remembered that this thing was continuously devouring energy from the outside world, causing the chaosverse to gradually weaken. They couldn't afford to waste any time. Ning said, "Give me some time. I can find it." Autark Mog blinked in surprise and delight. He fell silent, not wanting to disturb Ning. Ning carefully scrutinized the countless spacetime bubbles around them. It must be remembered that Ning had infused the Dao of formations into his sword Dao, and so he was now highly attuned to how formations functioned and operated. These countless spacetime bubbles were clearly part of a single vast formation of incredible complexity. What he needed to do was find the critical points of this formation. Ning wasn't strong enough to create or set down a formation of such magnitude, but by inspecting how it functioned he would still have a chance to find its critical points. He continued inspecting for roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. He then turned to Autark Mog and said, "Follow me." Ning reached out to cover Mog and himself with his spacetime sword Dao, then began to advance at high speed. "Have you already found the energy generator for the hive?" Mog was surprised. "I'm not sure, but I've definitely found one of its critical points," Ning said. They continuously warped through spacetime, advancing at high speed. Suddenly, whoosh! An enormous, fiery red tail tore through spacetime, instantly appearing right in front of Ning. Ha! Ning's face changed as he immediately brandished his North Moon sword, delivering a crushing blow. Boom! An enormous explosion rang out. Ning could sense a surge of tremendous power pass through his North Moon sword and into his own body. He couldn't help but stumble several steps backwards, and a look of shock appeared on his face. His sword Dao was the most offensively lethal Dao there was. How was it that he could actually be knocked backwards in a frontal collision? "Core, you've finally come." A deep voice rang out, followed by a towering form appearing and drawing near. Ning and Mog both stared at this new creature. It looked humanoid but was so towering as to seem like a mountain. Its entire body was covered with fiery scales, and it had a pair of sharp claws for hands, while its lower legs were reverse-jointed. It also had a long tail. It had a triangular head and a pair of cold, murderous eyes. An aura of flames was blazing across its entire body. What a powerful creature! Autarch Mog immediately sent mentally, Dark North, this has to be an Autarch class Void Dweller. Autarch class? Ning was secretly shocked. His own Stonefire Pearl had been acquired from an Autarch class lifeform the Autarchs had slain. These creatures were incredibly rare, and they were viewed as the kings of the infinite void outside the Chaos Verses. I've been waiting you for a long, long time, the towering monstrosity rumbled. Waiting for us for a long time? Both Ning and Mog were rather puzzled. But right at this moment. Boom! Boom! Two more powerful auras warped through spacetime and appeared before them. Ning and Mog turned slightly pale as they stared at the two similarly massive creatures which had arrived. The first was a furry humanoid who only had a single eye and who radiated a vile, evil aura, while the second was something that looked like a dragon turtle. The dragon turtle was the largest creature of the three. You finally made it. The tall, skinny cyclopean creature spoke in a shrill voice. We've been waiting for ages. There's 3 of us but only 2 of them. How are we supposed to divide them up? The dragon turtle complained in a booming voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 18, The First Clash. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 18, The First Clash. I got here first. One of them is mine, the towering creature with fiery scales said as it stared at Ning and Mog. You only got here a half second before we did, and you've already attacked them. Clearly, however, these 2 cultivator leaders are completely unharmed. Why the hell should you get a second chance? The cyclopean creature argued shrilly. Are you trying to start a fight, One Eye? The flames surrounding the fiery-scaled creature suddenly rose higher. Clearly, it was quite offended by this. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The cyclopean creature laughed. Heh, you two are already squabbling before the battle has even begun. So far, only 2 of the local cultivator leaders have arrived. Let's just kill them first. I bet the cultivators will then send more, at which point we can get rid of a third one, right? The dragon turtle roared, let's attack and kill these 2. The 3 Autarch-class lifeforms spoke in thunderous voices, not disguising their intentions in the slightest. Ning and Mog exchanged a glance upon hearing all of this. It sounds as though they have to kill a total of 3 cultivators, Ning sent. Autarch-class void dwellers aren't easily managed. The Sith probably reached some sort of a deal with them, Autarch Mog sent back. They can be considered the true rulers of the vast infinite void which lies beyond our chaosverse, and they undoubtedly had to slaughter a path through their fellows in order to reach their current heights. They hardly understand the Tao at all, but they have such incredibly powerful bodies that they are very difficult to deal with. Killing 3 of them will be very hard. I understand. Nin nodded. All void dwellers possessed bodies that were far stronger than even the bodies of chaos primordials, and the Autarch-class ones were even more insanely powerful. What made them truly dangerous was that they had so little understanding of the Tao that the rejection they suffered upon entering this chaosverse was almost meaningless to them, as they could hardly use the Tao to begin with. They still remained terrifying forces to be reckoned with. We previously managed to kill 2 of these Autarch-class void dwellers, but that was when we surrounded and outnumbered them, Autarch Mog sent mentally. There are only 2 of us right now. This is going to be very difficult. Let's chat with them first and see if there is a way we can avoid fighting. Ning could also sense the threat which these 3 Autarch-class creatures posed. Gentlemen. Ning chuckled. Why must we fight to the death? This war is a war between us and the Sith. Why don't the three of you just leave our chaosverse and go back to your infinite void? Stay far away from the war. I imagine it is unlikely the Sith would be able to capture you a second time. In fact, I'm surprised they captured you at all. Oof. We let our guards down, the cyclopean creature said coldly. If we escaped, the Sith can forget about capturing us again. The fiery-scaled creature gritted its teeth, then howled furiously, but what's the point of saying all this? Do you really think you have a way to let us leave? The dragon turtle stared intently at Ning as well. It was true that the three held no grudges against the local cultivators at all. If they could return home safely, they would be more than willing to do so. They might have been captured by the Sith and forced to accept some tasks, but they weren't bound by lifeblood oaths. Or, to be precise, there was no way for them to swear lifeblood oaths at all. They were completely different from both the cultivators and the Sith. For both the cultivators and the Sith, both the Tao and the Tao heart were extremely important. All of them trained from young as cultivators, slowly rising in power thanks to the Tao. These void dwellers, however, were evil, chaotic, and berserk creatures by nature. They didn't even have Tao hearts per se. The only law they understood was the law of survival. They would fight to the death, and the strong would live while the weak would die. They followed only the most brutish and barbaric of laws, the law of strength. It was much like how weak mortals were completely incapable of swearing lifeblood oaths without the help of something like an oathstone. They could swear until they were blue in the face, but they would never have to face the fear of their true souls being destroyed. The same was true for these void dwellers. It was impossible for them to swear lifeblood oaths. Thus, the Sith generally had two options when dealing with the void dwellers they captured. They could either torture them into insanity, or they could slowly manage to tame them. However, it was virtually impossible to tame an autarch-class void dweller, and so the only real choice was to either torture them or to negotiate with them as equals and come to an agreement. Why don't the three of you just leave this hive? Ning probed. After that, you can just leave our chaosverse. I don't think anyone would or could stop you. Leave the hive? The cyclopean creature let out a cold laugh. This is a place which can only be entered, not exited. The only way to leave is for the Sith to voluntarily let you leave. If you don't believe me, try for yourselves. Let's see if the two of you can leave or not. There's no way out? Ning was startled. Neither he nor Mog had encountered any impediments at all as they flew into the deep abyss. Coming in is easy, but leaving is impossible, the cyclopean creature said. The three of us have tried to leave countless times, but there is no way out. Ning had the feeling that the creature wasn't lying. There wasn't a need to lie over something like this. Well, that's easily solved, Ning said. Once we destroy this thing from the inside, we'll be able to leave. Destroy it? You too? The titanic fiery-scaled creature boomed mockingly. You should at least let us give it a try. Maybe we'd succeed, Ning said. Just stand there and watch. You can always attack us later, if we really aren't able to destroy it. Ning's goal was simple. He wanted for these three autarch-class void dwellers to not cause him any trouble as he tested out methods for destroying this behemoth hive. It must be remembered that these creatures had tremendous brutish force, but they couldn't compare to the cultivators when it came to understanding the Tao. There was no way they could unlock the mysteries behind such an intricately designed weapon, but that didn't mean Ning and Mog couldn't do so either. Impossible. No way. The other two autarch-class void dwellers instantly rejected Ning's suggestion. Cultivator leaders, let me speak plainly with you, the dragon turtle said coldly. Long ago, we came to an agreement with the Sith after our capture. We made them certain promises. The first promise was that we had to each kill at least one of the leaders of the cultivators, while the second was that we had to protect this place for a full chaos cycle. Once we complete both objectives, we'll be released and granted freedom. We have to protect this place for a chaos cycle, so there's no way we'll let you try and destroy it. If we stand back, we'll have instantly voided the agreement and the Sith would never let us leave, the Cyclopean creature said. A full chaos cycle? Ning and Mog both grew anxious. That was unacceptable. Given how fast this thing was devouring energy, the Chaosverse probably would have been reduced to a husk of itself by then. The Sith would have long ago taken control over the Chaosverse after a chaos cycle. There are two paths available to us, the dragon turtle continued. The first is for us to stand by the side of the Sith. The second is for us to stand by your side, but if we do so, we'll have made an irreversible choice. The three of us know just how terrifying this hive is, and we have no reason to believe that you two will be able to deal with it. We can't just entrust our very lives to the two of you, unless you can somehow prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that you can destroy this hive. Ning and Mog were both speechless. Prove beyond the shadow of a doubt? They didn't even know how the thing operated yet. How were they supposed to do that? Humph, the dragon turtle snorted. And here I thought you cultivators had something really impressive up your sleeves. You disappoint us. Kill them. The Cyclopean creature was the first to attack. Whoosh! Its body blurred as it transformed into a strange ripple that instantly appeared before Ning and Mog. It was so fast that even Ning was rendered speechless. Even when Ning used the Storm Sword Dao, he was still considerably slower than this creature. Leave this one to me. Autarch Mog held a long saber in each of his 6 arms, and he similarly transformed into a spatial ripple to fight back. As the master of the Space Dao Birth Essence, Autarch Mog was more or less able to stave off this Cyclopean creature. Slash! Dimensional tears began to appear and disappear in the space around the two. The Cyclopean Void Dweller's attacks were completely suppressing Autarch Mog in both speed and ferocity, but the Autarch's incredibly high level of insight ensured that his 6 long sabers formed a completely airtight defense. He would probably be able to hold on for quite some time. These Autarch-class Void Dwellers all became kings of their kind through constant slaughter. None of them are easy to deal with. Ning knew all along that killing these things in soul combat would be extremely difficult. In the past, the Autarchs had only accomplished it through strength and numbers. Still, Ning was confident in his abilities. 6 million chaos cycles of training had been completely transformative for him. Leave this one to me, you old bastard? The fiery-scaled Void Dweller said. Fine. The dragon turtle was very patient and elected to silently watch from afar. Hey, One Eye. Let's see who kills our opponent first. The fiery-scaled creature let out a roaring laugh, filled with such power that when it blasted into Ning's ears, Ning felt as though it was trying to tear his head apart. Next, the vast creature exploded into motion, transforming into a streak of fiery light that rammed straight towards Ning. I haven't had a chance to really have a good fight since mastering the Eternal Omega Sword Dao and spending 6 million chaos cycles in training. Ning could feel his blood pumping with excitement. It had been a long time since he got into a really good battle. Previously, it was because his true soul was collapsing and he didn't dare to fight with abandon. These days, it was because it was almost impossible for him to find a good opponent. I wonder how long it'll take me to beat him. Will 10 seconds be enough, or shall I need as much time as is needed to boil a kettle of tea? Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, his 6 North Moon swords at the ready. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 19, Captured. Book 43, Final Fate, Chapter 19, Captured. Ning's body blurred, transforming to become 540,000 meters tall. However, compared to the titanic fiery-scaled Void Dweller, he was still a bit smaller. Die! The creature lashed out at Ning with its terrifyingly sharp claws, which its physical prowess ensured were deadlier than even universe treasures. Bang! Ning was instantly torn apart into countless pieces. The The fiery scaled void dweller was shocked. An illusion. Everything it could see was nothing more than part of the illusions created by Ning's sword Dao. Storm execution. 6 streaks of swordlight howled forth, slashing against the blazing flames covering the scaled creature's neck. It stumbled backwards, but nothing more than a few white marks were left behind on the scales protecting the neck. However, right as Ning's swords connected with the creature's neck, Ning used the Dao of Karma to pour the power of the strike throughout the creature's body, causing internal destruction with abandon. What a powerful cultivator! The scaled creature lifted its head up, letting out a bellow, "But your illusions are useless against me." Boom! The flames covering its body expanded dramatically, its internal flames pouring out from within to cover an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. The power of these flames was so great that it actually managed to push back Ning's sword Dao domain and his heart world projection. My 6 strikes weren't even able to break its scales. I was able to injure its vital essence through karma, but as an autarch class void dweller it has an absolutely prodigious amount of essence. Ning immediately began to consider what to do next. The flames the void dweller had released were pushing back against the sword Dao domain. Once it overtook Ning's illusions, Ning would be forced to reveal his true location and he would no longer be able to catch the creature off guard. Kill it through the Karma Sword Dao? That was too time-consuming. The autarch class stone lifeform the autarchs had encountered and slain all those years ago had been indestructibly hard, as it truly was a stone by nature. Not even the autarchs were able to injure it, and so their only option had been to exhaust it to death after tens of thousands of years. However, Ning felt certain that this scaled creature wouldn't be quite as tough to deal with as that stone lifeform had been. There had to be a flaw Ning could exploit. Its body is unspeakably powerful, which is why it has autarch class power. It has far more vital essence than actual autarchs. To kill it using the Karma Sword Dao is going to be too slow. I'll have to come up with another idea for breaking through its defenses, but I hit it 6 times in a row and merely left behind a few white marks on its scales. Ning pondered for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Die, cultivator. Die. The towering scaled creature charged at Ning with incomparable ferocity, its tail smashing apart anything which got in its way. Now that Ning had some experience from their first clash, he immediately changed tactics. Whoosh! Ning dodged in a ghostly manner, transforming into the storm itself as he charged towards the scaled void dweller. He's fast. The scaled creature was shocked. Only one eye is his superior in speed. The wind and the lightning thundered in harmony, with the scaled creature's claws and tail completely unable to stop Ning's attack. Kill! Ning simultaneously chopped out with all 6 swords at the same time, his swords spinning out like the spokes of a wheel. The edges of each sword was covered in blurry light. A closer look would have shown that the blurry swordlight was actually composed of countless interspersed white and black specks of light that were connected to each other. The specks of light were spinning in blaze, with the white light blazing like fire while the black light hissed with dark corrosive power. The dark sword Dao, it infused corrosive darkness into the Dao of the sword. The light sword Dao, it infused blazing light into the Dao of the sword. When joined together, they came to form the cycle sword Dao which Ning had developed. Working in harmony, the two were able to support and reinforce each other with tremendous synergy, allowing for blazing strikes of corrosive power that ate through anything in its path. It was like the merciless cycle of life and death itself, chopping through all things in its path. Whoosh! 6 streaks of gray swordlight shot out at the same time, spinning at the scaled creature like the blades of a giant windmill. Boom! 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 The corrosive power of the cycle sword Dao was utterly unstoppable. Even the fiery red scales of the void dweller began to crack. Moments later they broke apart entirely, with a gaping wound appearing below them. Gold blood seeped out, followed by the flesh quickly healing. You actually injured me. The scaled creature went completely berserk. A layer of red light appeared over its entire body, and its power increased dramatically. It began to launch a furious counterattack while howling, hurry up and help me out, you old bastard. Its scales were its pride and joy. The fact that they had been shattered caused it to feel that it was in danger. Coming. The dragon turtle immediately came flying over. Illusion Sword Dao. The scaled creature's flames were only able to cover an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. Beyond that, Ning's illusions continued to reign supreme. Countless Nings appeared within that area, and all of them began to assault the scaled creature from afar at the same time. The dragon turtle had no idea which one was the real one. Whoosh! Whoosh! The light of the cycle sword Dao continued to spin out like the spokes of a wheel, its strikes screaming through the air from 1,000,000 kilometers away. 1,000,000 kilometers might seem to be a very great distance, but it was actually extremely short for someone of Ning's abilities. All it did was give the scaled void dweller a chance to react to Ning's attacks, but there was no way the dragon turtle would be able to actually help it. Ning was completely dominant on a technical level. His cycle sword Dao once more tore open a giant gaping wound in the scaled creature's body. Die, die. The scaled creature launched wild counterattacks with abandon, but Ning was far too nimble. Each time after he attacked, he retreated back into his illusions, making it impossible for them to locate where he truly was. Old bastard! Old bastard! The scaled creature called out furiously. I can't locate the real one. Each time he moves into extremely close range as he attacks, then retreats right away. I don't have enough time. The dragon turtle responded anxiously as well. During the last war we fought against the Sith, 2 Autarch-class void dwellers were on their side. The end result was that both of them died, while all of us were untouched. Ning's voice rang out in the air as he continuously launched more attacks, his terrifying cycle sword Dao repeatedly ripping huge wounds into the scaled creature's body. The scales were so extremely durable that Autarch-class attacks were generally unable to breach them, but Ning's cycle sword Dao was a perfect counter, and so Ning was able to breach through them. Given how tough the scales were, they were equally difficult and time-consuming to repair once destroyed. All you creatures can do is rely on the natural power of your bodies. Slash! Another wave of attacks from the cycle sword Dao chopped past the scaled creature. Even if we cannot beat you, staying alive is simplicity itself, and once we find your weaknesses, you are dead. Slash! Slash! The light of the cycle sword Dao left more and more gaping wounds on the scaled creature's body. The Sith put you here, yes, but did you really think they intending on letting you survive? They simply wanted you to slow us down at the cost of your own lives. Yep. The scaled creature's long tail was actually severed midway through. Ah! The scaled void dweller's titanic body was now covered with wounds. Its tail had actually been chopped off, and even its arms were half severed. Its lacerated flesh was quickly healing, but its scales wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. It grew increasingly frantic, as it could sense how death was impending. One eye. The scaled creature roared loudly. The skinny cyclopean creature was battling Autarch Mog nearby and had been keeping an eye on the situation. It called out anxiously in its shrill voice, I can't find his true body, and he's too fast. Your flames aren't able to cover enough area to force him to reveal himself. I can't expand my domain any further. The scaled creature said frantically. It had created this flaming domain from its own power, and it wasn't easy for him to strengthen those flames to a level where it could simultaneously suppress both Ning's sword Dao domain as well as Ning's heart world projection. It could only maintain enough power to do both up to a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. This was the creature's maximum limit. Alas, 1,000,000 kilometers was a short enough distance that neither of the other 2 Autarch-class void dwellers would be able to interrupt Ning's incredibly fast attacks. Damn, dot. Stop that. Both the Autarch-class creatures were turning frantic. Slash. One of the scaled creature's arms was completely severed off. I surrender. I surrender. Spare me. The scaled creature finally began to panic as those terrifying streaks of swordlight tore through its scales once more. "Spare me and I'll obey you in all things." "Obey me? I wouldn't dare to place any faith in you." There was no way for these Autark-class void dwellers to swear lifeblood oaths. The only agreements they could make were oral agreements, and they could go back on those agreements whenever they pleased. No. Ning's swordlight continued to chop down mercilessly. Ning only sped up the pace after most of the creature's scales had been destroyed, and his swordlight flew about with abandon as he completely chopped the scaled creature apart into countless pieces. A red gemstone suddenly appeared, and it was able to survive even Ning's furious blows of swordlight. The faint outline of the scaled creature could be seen within the red gemstone, and it was still begging Ning, "Don't kill me." Ning had unleashed a total of 3,220 strikes in destroying this Autark-class void dweller's body. He immediately grabbed the red gemstone, then cast a seal across it. "I've already captured this one, and I can destroy it with a thought." Ning turned to glance at the other two Autark-class void dwellers, his voice echoing within the area. "Are the two of you willing to stand with us now? Or are you still going to stand with the Sith? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 43, Chapter 20 Formation. Book 43, Chapter 20 Formation. The dragon turtle and the cyclopean creature shared a glance. The two Autark-class void dwellers were unable to hide their shock. One of their peers had been defeated in just a few short moments, its body destroyed and its life core taken? "If you keep fighting against us, the only result will be that you both die," Autark Mog said. "Stand with us. Once we deal with this behemoth hive, you'll gain your freedom. Do you really think you can threaten us just because you captured one of us?" The dragon turtle snorted coldly. The cyclopean creature smiled coldly as it glanced at Ning and Autark Mog. "We're not like that idiot. I'm fast enough that you two won't even be able to touch me, and as for that tough old bastard over there, it is even stronger than me. You have no chance of defeating it." Mog frowned. The cyclopean creature was telling the truth. Neither Mog nor Ning was a match for the creature in speed. "If that's the case, go ahead and die." Ning didn't want to waste any time. This behemoth hive was continuously devouring the power of this chaosverse with each passing moment. Ning transformed into the storm once more as he charged towards the dragon turtle. It must be remembered that Ning was extremely well-rounded and was skilled in almost every Dao. Thus, he was capable of seizing upon his opponent's weaknesses and come up with a perfect counter each time. Ning felt quite certain that he would be able to deal with the seemingly speedy Cyclops, and so he wanted to try out the dragon turtle and see how strong it was. The dragon turtle didn't move at all. The grayish-white skin covering its neck looked as tough as a rock, and it just watched coldly as Ning approached it. Invisible waves of energy began to manifest in the area around the dragon turtle, pushing back against the sword Dao domain and the heart force projection alike. Kill! An absolutely dazzling streak of light shot out like a flaming meteor that was crashing to Earth. This was Ning's terrifying swordlight, and it was chopping straight at the dragon turtle. Hiss! The dragon turtle's draconian head reared up, hissing like a viper and moving with serpentine speed as it chomped upwards, with space being continuously destroyed and recreated within its maw. Boom! The sharp swordlight came crashing down against the ears of that draconian head. Ning and the dragon turtle began a furious battle against each other, with Ning putting the terrifying might of his sword Dao on full display. He alternated between using overwhelming power to shut down the dragon turtle's savagery and using unpredictable sword arts to launch deadly stabs. He launched 1,000 ferocious attacks in succession that came crashing down like waves, used the deadly corrosive power of his cycle sword Dao, and even used all of the various elemental Daos of his 5 elements sword Dao. Ning had completely suppressed the dragon turtle and was raining down blows upon it. He's that powerful? The distant cyclopean creature was rather shocked. Dark North really has become the strongest of us seven, Autarch Mog mused silently. I'm only superior to him in the Tao of space, in all else, he is better. He's simply skilled into many different Taos. Quar. The dragon turtle was enraged by the beating it was taken. It furiously tried to fight back, but it continued to be completely dominated. In terms of actual power, the dragon turtle was the strongest of the three Autarch-class void dwellers. Its deceptively simple bites were actually strengthened by an incredible innate ability that made those bites more powerful than even Ning's most powerful strikes. It was all-enveloping and compressed space itself, making it impossible for most enemies to dodge this attack. Alas, Ning was at such a high level of insight that he was able to dissolve the attack with ease. Ning, however, was feeling quite frustrated as well. Its body is completely flawless and impregnable. He had used everything he had and was beating the hell out of this dragon turtle, but he wasn't able to do any damage. He had even used his swordlight to stab against the dragon turtle's eyes, but he was unable to pierce through the grayish-white eyelids. As for the rest of the body, none of Ning's attacks were able to injure it at all. Mog, Ning sent mentally to Mog, its body is completely flawless and unbreakable. What should we do? Mog had been alive for much longer than him, and was much more experienced. When we fought the stone lifeform all those years ago, we similarly found it to be indestructible. There's really no real option aside from slowly exhausting it to death, Mog sent mentally. Use karmic attacks to destroy its vital essence, and just keep on at it until it dies. Last time, we bombarded that stone lifeform for tens of thousands of years before managing to kill it. This dragon turtle seems to have a similarly powerful body, and I'll wager it has just as much vital essence. Your karmic attacks, however, are inferior to those of Titanos. It'll probably take you at least 1,000,000 years to exhaust it, or perhaps even longer. Ning instantly felt helpless. This was the clumsiest method available, and apparently the only method available. Karmic attacks ignored all defenses, as they used the power of karma to attack someone at the very core of their essence. Alas, Ning was still significantly weaker than Titanos in this respect. I can't kill you, but you can't hurt me either. The dragon turtle finally abandoned its attempts to counterattack and instead just allowed Ning to uselessly rain down blows against it. How can any physical body be this tough? Ning was secretly speechless. He was so powerful that his attacks would easily cause even universe treasures or chaos primordials to crumble, but this Autarch-class dragon turtle was so tough that Ning wasn't able to do anything to it at all. Let's finish off the other one first, Mog, Ning sent. Alright, Mog agreed. Swoosh. Ning instantly transformed back into a storm of wind and lightning as he shot towards the skinny cyclopean creature, which had been watching him from afar this entire time. Thanks to Ning's illusions, the cyclopean creature had no idea that Ning was even moving towards it. Even so, the cyclopean creature's attunement to space and wind allowed it to realize that something strange was going on. Swish! It suddenly dodged, and as it did so a streak of swordlight stabbed straight through its afterimage. The creature reappeared over 100,000,000 kilometers away. It narrowed its eyes and said in its shrill voice, "You want to sneak attack me? You won't even touch me. As far as I'm concerned, you are the weakest of the three." Ning stared at the cyclopean creature, then unleashed an awesome wave of mana which he connected to the boundless power of the Tao. The mana manifested in the form of countless swords that filled the illusory region. Countless millions of streaks of swordlight appeared, with each streak of swordlight filled with such power that they could easily slay other verse lords. When Ning had been a mere Tao lord, his sword Tao domain was created solely through the power of the Tao itself. Now, however, Ning was using the power of his mana to actively control the Tao, allowing his domain to become even more powerful. The attacks might not be as mighty as physical strikes unleashed with the North Moon swords, but they were still tens of times more powerful than in the past. This swordlight is very weak. The cyclopean creature glanced disdainfully at the countless streams of swordlight, then let out a shrill chuckle. "You won't even be able to scratch me with these things." Although it was physically the weakest of the 3 autarch-class void dwellers, it was still far tougher than any chaos primordial. Formation, assemble. Ning called out coldly. Boom! Countless streams of swordlight began to flow together rhythmically within the domain, and moments later the entire scene changed. What's going on? The cyclopean creature stared in shock at its surroundings, which had become transformed into a fragrant world of grass and flowers. It was standing in the middle of a prairie, and the dragon turtle was nowhere to be seen. But the dragon turtle stared at its own surroundings as well. The world around it had been transformed into a vast sea. The waves of the sea splashed around it, kicking up a few foamy bubbles. It was also unable to see any other creatures around it. A formation. The dragon turtle grew anxious. It instantly flew forwards at high speed, sending its massive bulk hurtling through the air while it furiously tore at the area around it with its 4 stubby legs. Alas, the waves of the sea seemed to be completely illusory. No matter how it attacked the waves, it remained unable to see anything beyond them. You void dwellers do not understand the Tao. You are foolish. You can overpower weaker creatures, but if you encounter a formation set down by someone of equal power to you, then you are completely helpless. Ning's voice echoed throughout the illusory realms the 2 creatures were in. You will not be able to escape my illusions. I can do with you as I please. Ning had long ago reached hegemony in the Tao of formations. He had then infused it into his Tao of the sword, creating the sword formation Tao. Now, he was using the power of his mana and his insights into the Tao to transform his countless streams of swordlight into formation bases, which he then used to construct an enormous formation. Even people like Autarch Titanos or Autarch Mog, who also had a high level of insight into the Tao, would need to spend some time to solve this type of formation. These Autarch-class void dwellers, however, were completely incapable of doing so. Their advantages were obvious, but their weaknesses were obvious as well. Break! Break! The cyclopean creature was growing desperate. It was now holding a long shuttle in its claws, and it was furiously attacking the world around it. Alas, the world remained a fragrant world of grass and flowers. Ryup! A streak of swordlight suddenly appeared right behind the cyclopean creature. It had appeared without any warning, and it instantly tore through the creature's fur and stabbed into its body. Then, the swordlight began to spin. Slash! An enormous gaping wound instantly appeared, followed by golden blood fontaining outwards. The cyclopean creature frantically pulled back and tried to defend against any new attacks. Do you think your speed will be of any use to you within my formations? I can approach you without a sound. A few more attacks and you'll be as good as dead. Ning's voice echoed out within the plains once more. The other 2 had tougher bodies to deal with, but you'll be easy to handle. What should I do? Old bastard? Old bastard! The cyclopean creature screamed frantically. Keep screaming. Scream as loud as you want. It won't hear you. Ning's voice rang out once more. The beautiful world of flowers was like a nightmare which had completely enveloped the void dweller. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 21 Exalta Nitya. Book 43, Chapter 21 Exalta Nitya. No! This is just a formation. I can break it. I can break it. The cyclopean creature could sense its doom impending, and the sensation was driving it mad. It brandished the shuttle, furiously striking at all directions with it. Slash! Slash! Space was churned apart into tiny little pieces by his blows, but the overall environment remained that of a fragrant world of grass and flowers. Ning's formation wouldn't be so easily defeated. Break! Break! The cyclopean creature yelled hoarsely. In the past, it had never viewed formations as something to be afraid of. This was because it had long ago grown accustomed to bursting through formations with its overwhelming power. Formations which could successfully trap Autarch-class Void Dwellers were incredibly rare to begin with. This one in particular was ensuring that it was not able to put its speed to good effect at all. Poor bastard. He ended up running into you, Dark North. Autarch Mog shook his head as he watched from afar, then said mentally to Ning, "You can be described as the #1 formations expert in all the cultivator civilizations." "That's only because I infused the Tao of formations into my sword Tao," Ning said with a smile. "Just a moment, please. I'm about to capture the creature." Swish! A streak of gloomy swordlight appeared in ghostly fashion, instantly piercing through the cyclopean creature's skinny body. One of the creature's legs went flying, with blood spewing everywhere. The cyclopean creature frantically retreated, not paying any attention to the heavy wound which was quickly beginning to heal. The severed leg was regrowing as well. "You won't be able to last. You Autarch-class creatures have very powerful bodies, but that also makes it extremely hard for you to truly heal." Swordlight flashed again. Ning's attacks were coming from every single direction. This looked like an extremely beautiful prairie, but it was a death trap which could unleash swordlight from any and every part of it. There was no way to dodge, and each time the cyclopean creature would only detect the swordlight once the light was right in front of it. The creature's tremendous speed was rendered useless here. Whoosh! 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 Just 3 seconds later, a total of over 60 attacks had appeared and then vanished without a trace. Finally, the cyclopean creature's entire body crumbled apart. Its healing speed simply wasn't able to keep up with the rate at which Ning was causing damage, and it was now completely incapable of fighting back at all. Boom! The creature's body imploded. Ning reached out with his swordlight to tug free a white and glossy pearl from the corpse, and it quickly flew over to Ning. The pearl held an image of the furry cyclopean creature within it, and it was begging Ning for its life, "Please spare me. Spare me. None of this was of my own free will." Ning waved his hand, grabbing the pearl and casting a seal over it. So long as his seal prevented the pearl from absorbing energy from the outside world, the creature would be unable to revive. It could only reconstitute its body if given access to enough energy, but even without its body it would remain alive so long as its true soul within its life core remained unharmed. Only when the life cores were destroyed would these Autarch-class Void Dwellers be truly dead. However, Ning didn't feel much of an urge to actually kill them. He was going to simply imprison them for now. And so, 2 of the 3 Void Dwellers had been captured by Ning. "Congratulations, Dark North." Mog flew over, his scaled face split by an amazed smile. "Thank goodness you came with me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily." Autarch-class Void Dwellers are indeed very tough to deal with, due to their innate gifts. However, their obvious weakness is that they do not train in the Tao. "They have a very low level of insight," Ning said. "I'm only able to attack their weaknesses and defeat them with such ease because I'm fairly well-rounded. Any Void Dwellers capable of reaching the Autarch level of power have very few weaknesses." Autarch Mog sighed. These 3 were all very powerful, with that cyclopean creature possessing unparalleled speed. The only way to handle it is to do what you just did, trap it in a formation, an extremely profound formation which it cannot break through with raw power. However, such formations generally require detailed and intricate preparations as well as for formation bases to be laid down in advance. Given how crafty the creature is, it would never just watch us set down those formations and then just step into them. Only you could have done what you did, Dark North. You created a formation with but a thought, making it impossible for it to escape. That scaled Void Dweller was even more difficult to deal with. It had virtually no weaknesses at all. Thankfully, your sword arts were able to breach its armor of scales. I'm truly impressed that you were able to capture both of them. As for this last one, it seems to be completely invulnerable, Autarch Mog said. Ning sighed. I really don't have any idea what I'm supposed to do with this last one, but... He was very well-rounded, true, but autarch-class void dwellers were simply too difficult to handle. The cyclopean creature had an obvious weakness, which was why Ning was confident in his ability to deal with it. Ning hadn't been sure if he could handle the other two, and so he had to probe them in battle first. He had discovered that his cycle sword Dao was capable of breaking the scaled creature's armor, but there was nothing Ning could do which affected the dragon turtle. Nin and Mog both moved to the place where the dragon turtle was located, then stared at it. The dragon turtle simply sat there, silently inspecting its surroundings. It was trapped within an illusory formation, but it showed no signs of fear whatsoever. So what should we do? Ning pondered. If we can't kill it in a short period of time, we should just leave it there for now, Autarch Mog said. Let's go locate the core mechanisms controlling this behemoth hive first. We need to destroy this hive as soon as possible. If it comes to bother us again, use your formations to trap it. If need be, I'll personally tie it down. That's all we can do. Nin nodded. Let's go. Let's go. Ning quickly led Mog in advancing to the critical point he had discovered earlier while analyzing the functionings of this behemoth hive. As they left, the illusory formation Ning had established quickly dissipated. There was no way to maintain it from afar. This was a formation which Ning had to use all his power to cast and maintain, a powerful autarch-class formation which used up an enormous amount of energy. Ning had used his mana to guide the limitless power of the sword Dao in setting up this formation. Now that Ning was gone, it would be very difficult to use mere formation-based type treasures to supply the necessary amount of energy. It must be remembered that not even Sith Apocalypse-class formations were as mighty as this one. Thus, it would take Ning an extremely long period of time and many precious materials to create a physical variant, far longer than Ning would need to simply use his Karma Sword Dao to attrition the dragon turtle to death. Two of my old friends are gone, just like that. The dragon turtle sighed to itself. These autarchs who train in their Dao really are hard to deal with. Ugh. It is our own fault for being caught by the Sith. We really were given no choices at all. Who the hell would want to fight against these cultivators anyhow? Eh? The dragon turtle stared at its surroundings in surprise. The illusory realm around it had vanished, revealing ordinary spacetime. They left? The dragon turtle grew anxious. They're still heading for the core regions. I have to stop them. Swoosh! The dragon turtle immediately warped through spacetime in pursuit. This behemoth hive was in reality an intricately designed superweapon, and it was filled with many separate spacetime continuums. One of them was merely 300 meters in size, and it held a man who was seated in the lotus position, his long hair unbound. This man's hair was black on one side and white on the other. He looked quite strange and mysterious. His eyes looked like a series of concentric circles, and his gaze was as deep as a bottomless abyss. He quietly stared at the images displayed in front of him. The images shown were of Ning and Autarch Mog battling against those three Autarch-class void dwellers. However, the images were blurry and indistinct. He was able to scry some of what had happened due to the residue left behind by the various attacks, but wasn't able to truly watch the battle. There's no way for me to truly scry any of these cultivator autarchs, the black-white-haired man murmured softly. However, judging from their auras, they should have only sent 2 people. Autarchs were incredibly powerful. In their own chaosverse, they were able to summon nigh-limitless amounts of power, and it was almost impossible to view them if they didn't want to be viewed. The Sith would only sense energies blocking their scans, they wouldn't be actually able to see the autarchs at all. Eh? The black-white-haired man's face suddenly turned pale. The battle had just come to an end and both Ning and Mog had vanished, leaving behind just the dragon turtle. Only one of those 3 void dwellers are left? The black-white-haired man was stunned. Ignoring everything else, he immediately activated the formation base he was seated on. Rumble, the formation base slowly began to swivel in place, and a ripple of power began to manifest and take form as a pillar of light. Slowly, the pillar of light resolved into a humanoid figure. It was a balding, barefoot, loose-robed man of great stature and size who had a kind, sympathetic smile on his face. His eyes were absolutely mesmerizing, and those who saw him would feel the unconscious desire to submit to him. Almighty Iyer, the black-white-haired man bowed respectfully. "How are things, Anitya?" Iyer asked. "The cultivators have entered our super weapon, the Annihilation Hive, but there is only 2 of them. Their auras are vast, preventing me from seeing them clearly. However, 2 of the 3 autarch-class void dwellers we imprisoned within the Annihilation Hive have already died. Only the defensively impregnable howler beast we captured remains alive," the black-white-haired man said respectfully. Iyer frowned slightly. "Only 2 of them came?" The loss of 2 void dwellers was a minor matter, but he was very disappointed that only 2 of the cultivators had entered the Annihilation Hive. If 5 or 6 had come in, the Sith could have seized this opportunity to immediately launch the final war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15. Book 43, Chapter 22, The Central Nexus. Book 43, Chapter 22, The Central Nexus. Just follow the plan, Iyer instructed. If those 2 void dwellers died, they died. As long as the howler beast is still alive, our plans remain unaffected. Understood, the black-white-haired man said obediently. Feel free to contact me if anything major happens. Iyer's lips crooked upwards in a smile. I've spent countless eons and paid an enormous price in order to create the Annihilation Hive. It won't be easy for them to defeat it, and if they just send in 2 autarchs, their chances are absolutely nil. If they send in more autarchs, they might be able to eventually figure out a way to destroy it, but in doing so, they'll have lost the battle to us before it even began. The creation of the Annihilation Hive was Iyer's greatest accomplishment. He was extremely confident in its prowess. This place was filled with countless space-time bubbles of varying size, and they could be seen everywhere. Ning continued to examine the inner workings of the entire hive as he advanced, moving closer and closer to the critical point. After roughly an hour, they finally reached the spot. The central nexus point for the entire behemoth hive is located right up ahead. Ning let out a sigh of relief. Ning had been focusing his full attention on inspecting the path before him, which had been rather tiring. The central nexus? Autarch Mog stared from afar as well. Both of them carefully inspected the distant, empty region in front of them. At the very center of this empty region was a beautiful vortex of astral clouds. The astral clouds swirled in a vortex-like manner around the very center. These astral clouds were composed of countless specks of light and seemed almost illusory in nature. Ning and Autarch Mog had such incredible visual acuity that they were able to see through almost anything, so long as there wasn't a complete seal that blocked out all sight. The 2 were able to gaze past the astral clouds and thus see the black tower at the very center. The tower had to be 10,000 kilometers tall. The vast black tower was covered with swirls of strange power which caused the vortex of astral clouds to appear around it. More than that, it also caused countless ripples of spacetime to rise and fall in the area around it, and it resonated with the entire realm-sized hive. It was the source of that terrifying swallowing power which was draining away all forms of energy from the outside world. Not even the prime essences of the Chaosverse were able to recover the energy lost. It was easy for autarchs to enter this place, but if they tried to leave they would also suffer from that powerful devouring force. There was no way they could possibly escape. This has to be the most central nexus point of the entire behemoth hive. Ning's gaze was able to see through the vortex of astral clouds and into the black tower within it. This tower was shaped like a pyramid, and it was completely pitch black in color. You moved quite fast, cultivator leaders. A deep, rumbling voice suddenly rang out. Ning and Mog turned to stare off into the distance. Within the astral vortex, there was an enormous entity which was lying in wait. It was the dragon turtle. Ning had to slowly find the path to this location, while the dragon turtle already knew the routes and so took the fastest path here. It had arrived long ago. In accordance with the agreement I made with the Sith, I will not allow you to damage this place, the dragon turtle rumbled. However, I'll wager that you aren't even strong enough to get here. Oh? Ning and Mog exchanged a glance. Attack! They didn't hesitate at all. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, while Mog manifested 6 arms. Both charged straight towards the dazzlingly beautiful vortex of astral clouds without hesitation. Boom! The vortex of astral clouds continued to spin in place, causing countless streams of light around it to twist and bend as it crushed all in its path. What a powerful obstructive force! Ning and Mog were respectively covered by layers of swordlight and dimensional membranes as they continued to fight through the clouds. Bang! 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 They smashed through one layer of astral clouds after another. Ning was able to see that there appeared to be a total of 106 layers of these astral clouds, all assembled in that vortex formation. The power here is tremendous. Even chaos primordials would be crushed into tiny bits if they came here. Ning and Mog began to decelerate as they moved to defend themselves. Open! Ning shot out a streak of swordlight. Slash! It swept out like a wave, tearing a tunnel through the astral clouds and pushing the specks of light aside. Whoosh! Ning and Mog flew forwards at high speeds, using their swordlight and saberlight to continuously carve a path forward for themselves. In the blink of an eye, they flew past the 35th layer. The pressure here is ridiculously strong. Ning's face was grim. The spinning astral clouds were like millstones grinding away at them. If they didn't manage to successfully defend themselves, they would be crushed to pieces. Both had avatar bodies, but this pressure was still enough to crush them to death. They had to use their sword arts and Daobirth essence, respectively, to clear a path through the vortex, but both of them could sense how taxing it had become. The dragon turtle is right past the 50th layer, Ning sent mentally, his voice tinged with helplessness. I didn't imagine that he would be spot on. It'll be very hard for us to reach the 50th layer. Even if we do manage to somehow fight our way there, we'd be constantly in danger of succumbing to the crushing power of the vortex. There's no way we'd be able to deal with the dragon turtle as well. Agreed. We can't advance any further. If we do, we won't have enough power left to fight against the dragon turtle. We might end up dying there. Autarch Mog came to the same conclusion. Although they found the 35th layer somewhat taxing, they would still be able to unleash 80% of their full power while reserving the rest to keep the power of the vortex in check. There was no need for them to fear the dragon turtle. But if they actually forced themselves to the 50th layer, they probably would have less than 10% of their power available for fighting. The dragon turtle would completely dominate them, and they could very well die. The pressure here really is terrifying. I can't believe the two of us working together aren't even able to make it to the 50th layer. Autarch Mog began to feel anxious. But the black tower at the center of this vortex is the central nexus of this entire hive. That's over 100 layers down. We can't even approach it, much less destroy it. We aren't even close to being able to succeed. What should we do? I agree. Ning's head hurt as well. Their bodies weren't tough enough to resist the crushing pressure of the vortex, they had to beat the pressure back with their attacks. Although Ning was somewhat stronger than Mog, the two even when working together would only barely be able to make it to the 50th layer. There was no chance of going all the way. The power of the vortex rises gradually, not exponentially. I estimate we would need at least 5 autarchs working together in order for us to stand a chance of making it past the 100th layer, Autarch Mog said. The two of us by ourselves won't be able to go too far. Even if 5 autarch avatars came in, they probably would still find it very difficult to damage that black tower. They'd end up trapped inside, while the Sith would probably seize this opportunity to launch the war. Ning frowned. We'd be in serious trouble. It took time to build new avatars. Ning would need years just to create a new avatar if his current one was lost, and he would need many more years for the new one to reach peak battle power. Once the war began, the autarchs simply wouldn't have the time needed to create and strengthen new avatars. Wasting even 4 or 5 days on this process would result in the situation quickly turning grim. Then what should we do? Autarch Mog understood the problem as well. We absolutely have to destroy this hive. If we don't, then it'll drain away more energy while becoming more powerful. Given enough time, it'll weaken the Chaosverse so much that the Sith will be able to take control over it. We'll be finished, then. Ning felt anxious as well. If nearly half of their autarch-level combatants were trapped here, they would probably lose the war. But if they didn't send in more autarchs, this hive would continue to drain away energy from the Chaosverse, which would still ultimately result in defeat. Let's try and think of another option, Autarch Mog said. There are no other options. Ning shook his head. I've been analyzing the formations inside this hive the entire time. It has just a single nexus point, the black tower inside that vortex of astral clouds. If we want to destroy the hive, we'll either need to destroy its nexus or have enough power to blast the entire thing apart. Ning shook his head. Destroying the entire hive is impossible. It is too powerful. Nothing we can do would even shake it. Ning and Mog continued to ponder the question of what they had to do. As for the massive, impregnable dragon turtle, it simply waited within the 50th layer. The crushing power of the astral clouds was unable to injure it in the slightest. It lifted up its draconian head, then let out a boom shout. Ha! I told you, you won't even be able to make it to me, much less wreck the nexus. It wanted to lure Ning and Mog closer. They'd have to deal with ever greater amounts of pressure, giving the Void Dweller a better chance at killing them. Ning and Mog glanced sideways at the dragon turtle, not even bothering to answer it. The two did rather envy its defensive powers, though. They could at most fight to the 50th layer, but the dragon turtle was able to reach that layer with ease by completely ignoring the crushing weight of the vortex. Its body was simply ridiculous. No wonder Ning hadn't been able to do anything to the creature at all. Let's calm down first and come up with a plan. We'll have Titanos try and help us come up with something as well. Let's figure out a way to charge past the astral clouds, Ning said. I agree. Let's calm down and think. We'll definitely think of something. Mog tamped down his own nervousness as well. They quickly spread word to the other 5 autarchs, and all 6 of them began to try and devise a way of passing through the vortex of astral clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 23, Titanos Solution. Book 43, Chapter 23, Titanos Solution. An ancient temple was hovering above an island located within the outer perimeter of the Scythelans. There were 6 figures seated in the lotus position within this ancient temple. They were Autarch Titanos, Autarch Mog, Autarch Stoneroll, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Bolin, and Autarch Akon. They were here either in person or in avatar form, and they were all seated meditating. In front of Autarch Mog, there was an illusory image which displayed what was happening within the Annihilation Hive. The insides of the hive are completely filled with countless space-time bubbles which are linked together in an extremely complicated formation. Autarch Mog pointed at the images and explained, there is a vortex at the very center of the hive, and it holds a total of 106 layers of astral clouds which surround a black tower. The black tower is the energy wellspring for the entire hive. That's essentially what we've managed to discover thus far. Try and help us come up with an idea, everyone. Got it. The other 5 autarchs all nodded slowly. Time flowed on. Autarch Skyfeeder's avatar kept time accelerated at a rate of 500x for the Autarchs, buying them time to slave away at this problem. The Annihilation Hive was constantly devouring energy, after all. The more time they took, the more harm would be done to the Chaosverse. No, that won't work. Anything else? We have to reach the Nexus and destroy the Black Tower if we wish to break the Hive apart, but 100 layers of astral clouds? It's too hard. The Autarchs pondered continuously. Every so often one of them would voice a suggestion, but the others would quickly point out the flaws. Time passed, one day after another. The Autarchs spent more than 3 years painstakingly analyzing the problem. Thankfully, the 500x temporal acceleration meant that only 2 days went past in the outside world. What a marvelously constructed weapon! Autarch Titanos stared at the illusory images in front of him. An illusory black tower took form, followed by a vortex which took control over spacetime to generate an even more powerful sucking effect. This effect resonated across the entire behemoth hive, giving birth to that terrifying force which was devouring everything around the hive. I'm far from being a match for the person who was able to create this weapon. Autarch Titanos shook his head slightly, then murmured, but if all I have to do is cause some damage, I should be able to do it. Eh? The other 5 immediately turned to look at him. Titanos, do you have an idea? What did you come up with? All of them grew excited. Autarch Titanos had been alive for an extremely long period of time, and he had spent much of it analyzing Sith weapons. The other 5 Autarchs held great faith in his abilities in this regard. I'm fairly confident in my idea, Autarch Titanos said, but I need to enter the hive first and inspect it personally before I can be sure if it would work or not. Titanos, take the route which Dark North and I used. The 2 of us will be there to welcome you, Autarch Mog said. Rumble. The bald Autarch Titanos was staring at the Annihilation Hive from afar, watching as it swallowed and destroyed everything in an extremely wide area around it. Time quickly began to accelerate around him until it reached 100x the rate of normal time. He then waved his finger, causing a black cauldron which was 300 meters long to appear next to him. He then tossed many precious ingredients into the black cauldron. Just 6 days later, a streak of light shot out from inside the black cauldron. It was a white-robed avatar of Autarch Titanos. Go on. This freshly created avatar of Autarch Titanos had just 20% of his true body's strength. It quickly flew towards the distant Annihilation Hive. For now, he was just going to use this weak new avatar for exploring the Annihilation Hive. As for his first avatar in the Sitherlands, it would begin to weaken now that Autarch Titanos was focusing his energies on maintaining the second avatar, but the weakening was a gradual process. If he didn't spend too much time maintaining the second avatar and quickly abandoned it to turn his efforts back to his first avatar, the first avatar would quickly reach peak power once more. The white-robed Titanos dove into the tunnel which Ning and Mog had entered, flying into the hive. The tunnel was unfathomably dark and deep. Titanos. 2 figures hailed him from afar. Dark North. Mog. The white-robed Titanos revealed a smile. This new avatar of yours is really puny, Mog's avatar said teasingly. You'd probably get wiped out in an instant if you got into a fight with those Autarch-class Void Dwellers. It's just a temporary body. We're in a rush for time, so I just used a quick and dirty method to get this thing up and running, the white-robed Titanos said. The 3 continued to fly forwards as they chatted together. Ning led the way, warping through spacetime and moving them towards the vortex of astral clouds. How beautiful! Autarch Titanos stared at the astral clouds from afar, an amazed look on his face. He then turned to look at the countless spacetime bubbles off in the distance. Impressive. Truly impressive. Now that I had the chance to witness these things operating in person, I feel even more admiration towards the Sith who set this all up. It had to have been the Sith Lord of Chaos who personally created this thing. This place's creator is far more talented than I am. The more accomplished one was in understanding how complicated artifacts and weapons were fashioned, the more one would understand just how incredible this annihilation hive was. "Do you have any ideas?" Ning asked. "Creation is hard, but destruction is much easier." The white-robed Titanos smiled. "I came up with an idea after quite a long period of pondering, and I'm sure it'll be effective." "What's the method?" Both Ning and Mog were excited. "Don't rush me. I need to make some further improvements." The white-robed Titanos stared intently at the vortex of astral clouds, scrutinizing how it functioned while pondering how to improve his technique further. Of course, it was Autarch Titanos' true body in the outside world which was doing most of the real work. 6 hours went past. Ning and Mog had been waiting this entire time, and finally they saw a smile appear on the white-robed Titanos' face. "I've finally completed it. Dark North, I'll teach you the technique. You use it. Why don't you teach me instead?" Autarch Mog's avatar teased. "You are too weak when it comes to the Tao of formations. You wouldn't be able to learn it even if I tried to teach you." The white-robed Titanos glanced sideways at Mog, then looked at Ning. "Dark North, you are every bit my equal when it comes to formations. The only reason why you weren't able to come up with this idea is because you aren't very experienced in the creation of weapons and artifacts. Take a look at this." The white-robed Titanos gently waved a finger, causing an illusion of the Black Tower to appear before him. "This Black Tower is the nexus of the entire hive, right?" Ning and Mog both nodded. This much, they both knew. "It is also the energy wellspring for the entire hive," the white-robed Titanos said. "But merely providing power doesn't mean that much, its real value lies in how it applies that power. This is why the Black Tower is covered with countless runes. The energy wellspring uses those runes to form the 100-layered vortex, causing the swallowing power to be increased dramatically." Ning understood this principle. It was akin to using 10% of your full power to achieve 100% of the effect you desired. The vortex, in turn, links with those countless spacetime bubbles to form an enormous formation of even greater power. This formation resonates throughout the entire hive, generating that tremendous sucking power towards the outside world around it, the white-robed Titanos said. In other words, the vortex is an amplifier. The formation employing all those spacetime bubbles is a second amplifier. The way in which the formation resonates with the entire hive is the third amplifier. These three amplifiers are the real reason why the Black Tower's power has been increased to such an inconceivable level that it can rip away energy from the Chaos-Verse itself, the white-robed Titanos said. If we can disrupt any of the three amplifiers, the hive won't be able to function properly. Destroying the hive structure would accomplish this, as would destroying the Black Tower or all the spacetime bubbles inside this place. Autarch Mog immediately said, "But we can't. This hive is a weapon of terrifying power, we aren't able to even scratch the thing. As for the spacetime bubbles, we were able to destroy some, but new ones would almost instantly be created. As for the vortex, it's composed of countless specks of light. There's nothing to destroy." "Ha! You dummy." The white-robed Titanos glanced at Mog, then chortled, "It actually isn't too hard to deal with the 100-layered vortex. All we need to do is set up an even larger vortex formation around it, one which spins in reverse. My reverse vortex formation simply needs to weaken the power of the astral cloud's vortex. In doing so, it'll dramatically weaken the effect the hive has on the outside world. Once this happens, it probably won't be strong enough to plunder energy from the Chaos-Verse by force." A reverse vortex formation? Ning began to understand. "This is the reverse vortex formation I came up with. Take a look, Dark North." The white-robed Titanos waved a finger, causing an illusory reverse vortex to suddenly appear around the illusory astral vortex in front of him. This was an inwards-focused formation that pushed back against the astral vortex, weakening its power. The vortex of astral clouds is an outwards formation which uses the Black Tower as its energy source. Ning smiled. Our reverse vortex formation will be an inwards formation which uses me as its energy source. My power comes from the chaosverse itself and is virtually limitless. I don't need to completely stop the astral vortex, all I need to do is weaken it by 30%, and it'll most likely be rendered ineffective. Here are the insights I used to create this formation. Take a close look, Dark North. The white-robed Titanos immediately began to explain the finer details regarding the reverse vortex formation to Ning, who listened attentively. Maud listened as well, but a mystified look was on his face. In the end, he wasn't even close to being Ning or Titanos equal when it came to formations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 24, Gaining Entry. Book 43, Chapter 24, Gaining Entry. The reverse vortex formation was unspeakably complicated and profound. Ning's true body in the three realms had to spend quite a bit of accelerated time and meditation before truly understanding it. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Ning couldn't stop praising it. Ha ha. The white-robed Titanos let out a proud laugh. I wouldn't dare boast about other things, but I'm quite confident in myself when it comes to artifacts. Dark North, are you now able to set the formation up? I am indeed. Ning nodded. Mog's avatar just chuckled to himself. He had also tried to learn it, but had made very little headway. The white-robed Titanos said, then hurry up and use it. All right. Ning immediately flew over, warping through space to appear in the skies above the vortex of astral clouds. Arise! Ning's face was solemn, and an endless wave of mana energy began to flow out from his body. He was using mana to guide the power of the Tao into creating those formations. Waves of energy rippled through the area above the astral vortex as countless streams of sword-light manifested. It was like a vast world of the sword had appeared, and it quickly began to spread outwards to encompass and cover the entire astral vortex. The white-robed Titanos and Mog both watched nervously. Now what are they up to? The dragon turtle raised its head, staring puzzledly from its position on the 50th level. What are these cultivator autarchs playing at now? Oof. Do they think saturating the area with an attack will be enough to disrupt my vortex? How laughable. The Annihilation Hive is Almighty Ayer's proudest creation, and it took him untold years to create it. The black-white-haired Exalta Nitya was responsible from watching over the entire hive from the darkroom he was in. He muttered confidently to himself, but he still continued to watch intently. The vast world of swordlight covered the entire astral vortex, with Ning using an enormous amount of mana to keep it under control. Time for the reverse vortex formation. Ning immediately willed the countless streaks of swordlight to become grains of sand that began to revolve around him. They first took shape at the outer perimeter, then began to spin inwards. The power of the astral vortex was weakest at the outside, and it was also easiest for the grains of swordlight to infiltrate the outer perimeter. As the enormous vortex of swordlight continued to spin, more grains of swordlight began to take form and seep inwards. They reached the 10th level, the 20th level, the 30th level. Right. That's the way to do it, to just seep straight through it. A smile was playing at the corner of Ning's lips. The reverse vortex formation didn't try to overpower the astral vortex, rather, it was overriding it and disrupting it. The spokes of a wheel in motion possess tremendous power, but if you threw a bunch of rubbish into the axle you could gum up the works. The astral vortex seemed to be formless and thus hard to disrupt, but the reverse vortex formation was similarly formless and simply focused on disruption. Success. Autarch Maud watched from afar. He could sense the awesome suctioning power around him was beginning to slowly weaken, and he couldn't help but smile. We succeeded. It's too early to celebrate just yet. The white-robed autarch Titanos smiled. Thus far, the influence is negligible. The behemoth hive is continuing to swallow energy away from our chaosverse. Meanwhile, the dragon turtle stared in amazement at the sight above it. What in the world? The vortex of swordlight was continuously expanding in size, spreading out in concentric circles that continuously overlapped the astral clouds. By now, they had nearly penetrated all the way to the 50th level. Rumble! The swordlight continued to gently reach deeper and deeper into the astral clouds, moving past the 60th level, the 70th level. The grains of swordlight were incorporeal. The power of the astral clouds continually ground away at them and destroyed them, but the reverse vortex formation created even more. Ning's mana energy was truly boundless, and he continued to pour it all into the formation. As more and more grains of swordlight poured into the vortex, it caused the power of the vortex to grow weaker and weaker. The outside world. The countless tunnels dotting the surface of the realm-sized hive were continuing to suck in the energy of the chaosverse. The prime essences were doing their best to halt the process, but they were unable to do so. This was why that enormous vortex of silver light had appeared in the area around it. But gradually, the sucking power of the hive began to weaken. The weakening continued until it reached the point where the prime essences of the chaosverse were finally able to completely halt the process. The silver vortex outside the hive immediately began to dissipate. Everything went back to normal. The Annihilation Hive's countless tunnels continued to strenuously pull at the surrounding world, but it wasn't able to swallow so much as a single scrap of energy no matter how hard it tried. Within the hive, Ning was continuing to maintain the reverse vortex formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The avatars of Titanos and Mog flew to the area above the astral vortex, moving close to Ning. Dark North, the devouring process outside has come to a complete halt. The white-robed Titanos was all smiles. Although the astral vortex still has 60% of its full power, that's not enough to overpower the prime essences of the chaosverse. It isn't able to take any more energy away. Ha! Ning started to laugh. After I've finished infiltrating the entire astral vortex, it'll become even weaker. Just a short while later, the reverse vortex formation finally finished seeping through the final layer of the astral vortex. In fact, the grains of swordlight even brushed against the giant black tower. The entire astral vortex was still spinning, but it was now being heavily disrupted and had at most 50% of its original power. This wasn't nearly enough power for it to continue absorbing energy from the outside world. Swoosh! Ning, Mog, and Titanos all quickly flew downwards. Now that the power of the vortex had been so dramatically weakened, passage was much easier as well. You actually solved the vortex. The dragon turtle continued to wait on the 50th level, its booming voice filled with disbelief. That's the power of the Tao, the white-robed Titanos said. You do not train in the Tao. You would never understand. Ning chuckled. We've already solved this vortex, which means the sucking power of the entire hive has just been dramatically weakened. I imagine it is no longer powerful enough to prevent you from leaving. I strongly recommend that you leave right away. We'll send you outside our chaosverse, at which point you can flee and find a hiding place far away from here. Don't let yourself be caught by the Sith again, and stay away from our war. Leave? The dragon turtle was startled. Freedom? Release? Emancipation? It was filled with such joy that it was rather dazed. All right. The dragon turtle finally let out yet another rumble, and what of my two friends? They'll stay with us for now. We'll release them once this war is over, Ning said. It was unlikely that these Autarch-class void dwellers would be caught a second time, but it wasn't completely out of the question. The only reason why Ning was willing to let the dragon turtle leave their chaosverse was because he really had no way of killing it. He wanted to reduce the number of variables which could affect the war. Fair enough. The dragon turtle made no further objections. In the end, gaining freedom for itself was already a blessing. Once you leave, one of our fellows will come and guide you out, Ning said. Then I'm off. The dragon turtle shot off eagerly. Now that the astral vortex was nearly 50% weaker than before, its remaining amount of power, while still incredible, was unable to steal more energy away from the chaosverse. As for the dragon turtle, this time it was able to fight past the sucking power and continue to fly outwards. I see it. I see it. That's the exit. The dragon turtle flew out of the exit, absolutely delighted. It then turned to look at the enormous hive which it had just exited, as well as the mighty cultivator leader who stood far away from it, Autarch Titanos. Follow me. I'll send you outside our chaosverse, Autarch Titanos said. Now that the vortex had been dealt with, the annihilation hive was no longer a threat and there was no need for him to continue watching over it. The dragon turtle followed him obediently, and the two quickly warped away. Ning, Mog, and the white-robed Titanos continued to fly downwards, moving closer and closer to the heart of the astral vortex. The astral clouds had been dramatically weakened, but progress was still quite difficult. You two stay here. I'll try it out alone, Ning said. The astral vortex is still active, which means I need to keep the reverse vortex formation active as well. If brought to a halt, the hive will once more begin to swallow energy away from our chaosverse. In other words, my avatar needs to stay here until we can come up with a way to destroy that energy wellspring permanently. Only then can we destroy the hive, at which point I'll be free to go. Agreed. Mog and Titanos halted their advance. Titanos was here in the form of a newly created avatar, while Mog was significantly weaker than Ning. Break! Ning continued to advance while following a path formed by the swordlight generated by his reverse vortex formation. Although the destructive power of the astral vortex was great, the broken bits of swordlight continuously reformed around Ning, making passage for him slightly. He continued to advance in three-headed, six-armed form, striking out with all six swords to help carve a path outwards. The deeper he went, the harder it became. In the end, Ning had to use all his power while following the path of swordlight in order to reach the black tower at the very center of the vortex. Ryup! The terrifying crushing power here continuously destroyed the surrounding swordlight, but more grains of swordlight rose in their stead. As for Ning, he also maintained his three-headed, six-armed form to fight back. This is the energy wellspring of the entire hive. Ning stared at the countless runes covering the black tower. The runes were profound beyond all imagination. After analyzing them for a while, Ning suddenly leapt forward to ram against the black tower. Right as he hit the tower, he used a blinking technique and followed his senses to teleport inside the tower. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 43, Chapter 25, The War Begins. Book 43, Chapter 25, The War Begins. Castles, planets, towers. Ning was able to penetrate any purely physical barrier, no matter how indestructible it was, with ease. After blinking into the black tower, Ning could still sense the outside world beyond it. Even his mana was able to easily pass through the tower and continue to maintain the reverse vortex formation outside. Who would have thought the insides of the tower would look like this? Ning rose into the air, staring at the area before him. The black tower merely covered an area of 10,000 kilometers. At the very center of this area was a shadowy black globe that was covered with a veneer of light. It was furiously gobbling up everything being sent to it. The energy that was circulating towards and through the black tower wasn't impeded by the tower itself at all, and when the energy was absorbed by the shadow black orb, it caused the orb to slowly grow more powerful. Time ticked on, minute after minute. Eventually, the shadowy globe finished devouring the remaining vestiges of power which the annihilation hive had swallowed, at which point it had nothing to feed upon. So this is the energy wellspring of the annihilation hive? Nin nodded slowly. He could sense a strange Tao infused into the black orb, one which was contrary to the Tao of their chaosverse. It emanates a terrifying aura of destruction. There's no way this destructive power came from our chaosverse. It must have come from the infinite void outside. Ning was extremely certain of this. Break! Ning was in his three-headed, six-armed form and wielded all 6 North Moon swords. Swordlight flashed in a dazzling manner, as though 6 rainbows suddenly had shot out and simultaneously chopped down upon the Black Tower. It was the Black Tower which was allowing this engine of destruction to manifest the great vortex in the outside world. If Ning could destroy the tower, the whirlpool itself would instantly disintegrate. Boom! A series of loud explosions rang out. Ning's swordlight was powerful and dominating, but it only managed to cause the tower to tremble. No actual damage was done. Ning switched from one sword art to another, trying them all. He tested a soft and corrosive style, a blazing and concentrated style, and a mixture of many other styles as well. None of his many sword arts, however, were able to do a thing to the Black Tower. The Black Tower is absolutely invulnerable. That means I'll have to turn my attention to the energy wellspring. Ning frowned as he turned to look at the sphere of annihilation. It was a dark, shadowy, illusory thing that continued to strive to devour the outside world. Ning had the feeling that the destructive Tao it contained was extremely odd, and he had the feeling that breaking it would be extremely difficult. I'll give it a shot. Once more, Ning struck out with his swords. Whoosh! The North Moon swords expanded to become over 1,000 meters long as they furiously chopped down towards the shadowy black orb. Bam! When the swords chopped down on the black orb, they instantly sensed a power pushing back against them. The surface of the shadowy black orb trembled and changed slightly, but once Ning withdrew his swords it quickly went back to normal. Break! 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 Ning tried out multiple sword arts, sending countless streams of swordlight crashing down upon the shadowy black orb. Each time it shuddered and distorted in shape, but every time it quickly regenerated and once more appeared completely undamaged. I'm not strong enough. This sphere of annihilation is completely capable of enduring the force of my sword arts. I can't truly damage it at all. I can only make it collapse once my attacks surpass its limits. Ning shook his head. The Sith Lord of Chaos truly is incredible. He's able to manipulate this sphere of annihilation as though it was a mere bauble and even figured out how to teleport it into our chaosverse. I, however, am not able to budge it in the slightest, much less damage it. If he wasn't able to break the sphere of annihilation, the only thing he could do was keep his avatar here and maintain the reverse vortex formation indefinitely. The Tao within this sphere of annihilation is truly inscrutable. Ning glanced at the shadowy black sphere, seemingly capable of devouring all things, then once more reached out with his senses to try and understand the laws it contained. This Tao is completely different from the Taos of our chaosverse. Perhaps I'll be able to study its Tao and create a brand new sword Tao from it. Ning suddenly was inspired by it. He had once created an annihilation sword Tao despite during his 6 million chaos cycles in training. That Tao was a purely destructive Tao, but this sphere of annihilation was different. Instead of simply destroying, it devoured everything around it. The 5 elements, yin and yang, darkness and light, it could swallow literally everything the chaosverse held, then use it to strengthen itself. This was a strange yet terrifyingly powerful Tao. Ning had the feeling that if he could figure out how to infuse it into his own sword Tao, it would probably produce an extremely powerful sword Tao that would be of great benefit to him. The Black Tower was impregnable, while the sphere of annihilation was similarly invulnerable. The autarchs had no ideas either, and so Ning was forced to leave his avatar here. It was better for them to keep an autarch-class combatant tied up here than to allow the annihilation hive to continue its devouring rampage. Ning's avatar spent all of its time staring at the sphere of annihilation, attuning to the powerful destructive forces within it. In a dark part of the chaosverse, Autarch Titanos and the Dragon Turtle suddenly appeared out of nowhere and appeared here. All the various different spacetime continuums are interlaced together here. We have reached the farthest reaches of our chaosverse, Autarch Titanos said. Nothing was beyond this place save for endless darkness. If one continued to fly, one still wouldn't see a true barrier signifying the end of the chaosverse. The borders of the chaosverse could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed directly. It was simply a place where many different spacetime continuums were jumbled together. Only someone of Autarch Titanos' caliber would be able to verify where it all came together. There were actually countless nexus points like this, and all of them together formed the vast, impregnable line which separated the chaosverse from the infinite void. "I'll send you out," Autarch Titanos said. "Thank you, Autarch." The dragon turtle was very delighted and chose to express it through great modesty. Autarch Titanos waved a single finger. Slash! He tore through the darkness before him as though it was parchment, revealing a dazzling scene outside. This was the beautiful and stunning infinite void, a place filled with countless colors. It was truly vast without end and filled with countless celestial bodies, with the chaosverses merely being the largest and most mysterious of those bodies. It was composed of countless different intersecting spacetime continuums. Anyone could quickly become lost when traversing them. The infinite void. The dragon turtle grew excited. Finally. It was finally going home. Go. Hide in a distant place and don't let the Sith catch you again, Autarch Titanos said. The dragon turtle gave Autarch Titanos a grateful nod, then sent its massive bulk hurtling through the great rift within the darkness and into the vast infinite void outside. This was its true home, the place it loved. It was vast beyond measure and filled with infinite possibilities and marvels. When Autarch Titanos glanced at the dazzling lights and sights of the infinite void, he couldn't help but feel a hint of desire as well. He very much wanted to go out and do some adventuring, but his chaosverse was in grave danger. Their chaosverse didn't even have a Lord of Chaos to defend it. How could he be so selfish as to go out exploring in a time like this? Within a vast palace of light, Almighty Ayer was seated on a throne up high, barefoot as always. He was dressed in gray robes which covered his muscular frame, and his eyes were filled with warmth as he stared downwards at his subjects. Before him was a teeming mass of servants, all of them exalts. "The annihilation hive has already been solved by the cultivators," Ayer said slowly as he gazed at his servants. Instantly, there was a commotion amongst the many Sith exalts. "I underestimated those cultivators." Ayer smiled. "I had thought that I might be able to gain victory through the annihilation hive alone. Now, it seems that taking control over this chaosverse won't be as easy as I had hoped." "Very well then. Since the simplest method has failed, let us go to war. Let the final war begin." All of the exalts raised their heads to stare at the almighty Ayer. They felt nervousness, anticipation, excitement, and fear. Had it finally begun? The final war? Last time was just a trial run. This time, we'll fight for real. The local cultivators have managed to produce a complete eternal Omega Sword Dao, which means they are going to become increasingly powerful. Eventually, they'll give birth to Omega Emperors. The longer we wait, the slimmer our chances shall become. There's no way out. Let the final battle begin. If we win, you shall all gain your freedom and receive countless gifts from me for having aided me, Ayer said. If we fail, all of you shall fall. By now, Ayer's smile had vanished. A terrifying, shocking light began to emit from his eyes. All of the exalts below him could sense his terrifying will and resolve. Now go. The final war starts now. Ayer commanded. Understood. Frenzied looks appeared in the eyes of all the exalts. Fear was meaningless at a time like this. All they could do was prepare to fight. If they won, they would have everything they could ever dream of, and in fact, the new Chaos Lord Ayer would give them more than they could even imagine. All of the exalts departed, leaving Ayer seated by himself atop his throne within the Palace of Light. Ayer was smiling again. He murmured softly to himself, "Cultivators, I already know every trick you possess. You, however, have no idea what I am capable of. The war starts today. I wonder, cultivators, how long will you be able to hold out for? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 44, Chapter 1, Grand Army, Mobilize. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 1, Grand Army, Mobilize. A peaceful, beautiful, and vast world where hegemons and emperors resided. Come, try this new dish I came up with. 3 hegemons and 5 weaker emperors were seated next to each other. A curly red-haired man walked out from a nearby hall, a smile on his face as he called out to them. He then waved his hand, causing the platters before him to fly towards his 8 friends. Each platter was filled with red strips of meat covered by some sort of sauce. "We absolutely must try Brother Bluffeye's delicacies. Whoa, not bad. It's quite crispy. The flavor goes all the way down to my toes. I feel absolutely wonderful. In fact, I almost feel a bit tipsy. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. Blue 5, bring out some more. We're almost finished." The hegemons all praised the food and asked for more. "Calm down. This is something I just finished concocting. If you like it, I'll make some more in a bit," the red-haired man chortled. He felt quite delighted and proud that his friends loved his food. Right at this moment, all Sith warriors, prepare to receive the orders of Almighty Ayer. A voice suddenly thundered. The words echoed throughout the world, reverberating throughout every inch of it. All 9 of the hegemons and emperors who had been eating and chatting, including Blue 5, instantly turned pale. Rumble, a vast, blurry pillar of light suddenly appeared at the highest point in the very center of this world. A humanoid figure slowly began to take form within the pillar of light. It was the balding, barefoot, gray-robed Ayer. The tall and muscular Ayer stared downwards upon everyone in the world. This was just a projection, but it was enough to cause all the hegemons and emperors to quiver with fear. All the hegemons and emperors, be it the ones who were training in their estates or the ones who were partying with friends, all came out to bow with incomparable reverence, demonstrating their respect and submission towards this man. Warriors of the Sith. Ayer stared downwards at them, a smile on his face. "You have all come from our homeland to this foreign chaosverse, and for what? To fight. To fight a war that will change all of our destinies, both yours and mine. We have to win this war. If we win, all of you will gain absolute freedom for yourselves, and I, Ayer, shall forever remember you and treat you kindly," Ayer said. "Our last war was nothing more than a trial run. This one, however, shall be the final war. There is no way out for any of us. Once we lose this battle, we'll have no chance of winning in the future." All the hegemons and emperors felt their hearts clench. No way out? They had a way out last time. When they saw that things were turning against them, they retreated to this place. An eternal Omega Tao has arisen within this chaosverse. If we don't attack now, the natives of this chaosverse shall quickly become so powerful that we'll have no chance of defeating them at all. Thus, this time, we have to win no matter the cost. Those who perform well shall all be rewarded. Even if you die in battle, I'll reverse spacetime to bring you back. Those cowards who elect to flee, however, even if they manage to survive, I'll put them all to death. Now, everyone shall mobilize. Follow the plan we prepared long ago and advance to the various realm verses of the native cultivators. The vast airborne image of Ayer slowly began to dissipate. A sense of pressure quickly began to press down upon all the hegemons and emperors within this great world. So the final war is finally beginning. Hegemon Blue 5, standing amongst his 8 friends, murmured softly, "I was lucky enough to survive the last war, then were given so many years of blissful peace in this world. This was more than we had any right to expect. Some of us came later on, after the first war had already come to an end. But Blue 5, we already know everything there is to know about these cultivators. We're going to win this war. Right. We'll definitely win. There's no way out. Only victory will grant us release. Fight. 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 The hegemons and emperors exchanged glances with each other. They could sense the firm resolve and combative auras emanating from their peers. Their destinies had been set down in stone long ago. They had to obey Ayer's orders, and Ayer had ordered them to this chaos verse. Here, they had quietly waited for the war to begin. Their only hope lay in victory. They had all come here for the sake of gaining victory in the final war. Follow the plan which was set down long ago. Board the warships and prepare to mobilize. A loud voice boomed out, echoing throughout the world. Prepare to mobilize. Board the warships. Move faster. Voices rang out from throughout the world. Let's get ready to go. Blue 5 and his 8 friends transformed into streaks of light that shot off into the distance. In just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, a series of enormous warships began to soar into the skies. Each warship held a total of roughly 20 hegemons and many more emperors, as well as many golems and mighty treasures. Activate. Rumble, space began to tremble as the power which had lain dormant for so many years in this mysterious dimension was finally activated. It was like an enormous flower had begun to bloom. This particular dimension had been hidden within a part of the great dark of the local chaosverse. It had been buried here for countless years, and the cultivators had never discovered its existence. A veritable throng of warships simultaneously flew out in every direction. Good luck. Take care, elder brother Svastika. Best of luck. Many friends bade each other farewell. Let's go. Swoosh. 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 Countless dimensional tunnels appeared around them. Each warship flew into a dimensional tunnel, warping away at high speed. They were able to warp through spacetime much more quickly than realm ships could. Each of them was comparable to the Black Sun in this regard. These ancient warships had been created for the express purpose of battle and transportation, and they were incredible in both aspects. On this day, a total of 18 different hidden dimensions located in different regions simultaneously released countless warships unto an unsuspecting chaosverse. The Sith had spent countless eons filling these hidden dimensions with many mighty experts. Many of them had been sent over from the Sith chaosverse after they had lost the first war. The native cultivators had produced many new experts over the eons, but the Sith chaosverse had produced even more. Many of them had been sent over to this chaosverse, where they had hidden themselves and awaited Ayer's orders. Now that the orders had arrived, they all mobilized and began to spread throughout the chaosverse. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. The Three Realms. Ning was in secluded meditation on Brightheart Island. He was under the effects of 100x temporal acceleration and was diligently focusing on the mysteries behind the sphere of annihilation at all times. He had the feeling that if he used it as a guidepost to create a matching sword Dao, that sword Dao would possess absolutely incredible power. Ning suddenly opened his eyes, breaking his meditations. This was the exact moment those 18 hidden dimensions had suddenly revealed themselves, blooming into existence and releasing an enormous number of warships which had quickly spread themselves throughout the chaosverse. In that instant, Ning could sense a deep, foreboding aura of danger come crashing down upon him. It was as though dark storm clouds had suddenly blotted out the sun above him. This invisible pressure made it impossible for Ning to remain calm and collected. Not even the appearance of the Annihilation Hive had generated a sense of danger as great as the one Ning felt right now. The premonition of danger was so great that Ning could feel his heart shuddering. What's going on? What the hell just happened? Ning had an inkling, but he wasn't certain of it. He didn't dare believe it. Last time, Ning could distinctly sense where the sense of danger was originating from. This time was different. The danger was completely omnipresent, as though every single part of the Chaosverse was in grave danger. There was no way to find the source of it, and as a result Ning didn't know what to do. Mog. Titanos. What's going on? Do you know what just happened? Ning immediately sent a message through the Autarch message talisman. Within the ancient temple that levitated in the skies above that island in the outer perimeter of the Scythelans. Autarch Mog and the others were all gathered here. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Autarchicong had a frantic, fearful look on his face. This sense of danger caused him to feel extremely uneasy. It was as though the entire Chaosverse had just been plunged into darkness. However, Autarch Mog, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Stonewool, and Autarch Titanos were all quite calm. They simply exchanged a glance. It has finally begun, Autarch Titanos said softly. This nightmarish feeling of doom. I never wanted to feel it again, but here it is. Autarch Skyfeeder shook her head. She would never be able to forget what a calamitous war the Dawn War had been. Far too many of their hegemons and emperors had died in that war. Our greatest fear has been realized. Autarch Mog shook his head. Our seals really were useless against them. Autarch Mog could sense that Ning had just sent them a message. He took out his message talisman, then sent a single message out. Dark North, the war has begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 2, Ji Ning's First Massacre. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 2, Ji Ning's First Massacre. Boom! The door to a private room swung open, followed by the white-robed Ji Ning striding out. Father. Young Master. Bright Moon and Autumn Leaf were the nearest, and they immediately came over to greet him. Ning looked at his daughter and his elder sister, then turned to gaze at the world around him. His gaze saw past the walls of reality, allowing him to see all of the chaos worlds of the three realms at a glance. I hope that the flames of war will not scorch the three realms, Ning murmured softly to himself. Nuwa, Ning sent mentally. Whoosh! A figure warped through space and immediately appeared before him. It was Mother Nuwa. Dark North, why have you summoned me? Nuwa smiled. The war against the Sith has already begun, Ning said. Nuwa and Bright Moon both turned pale. Autumn Leaf, however, simply had a puzzled look on her face. She was at a very low level of power, and so there were many secrets which she simply didn't need to know. Bright Moon was both a Downlord of the Fourth Step and Ning's daughter. She was more or less considered a member of the Three Realms' highest echelon, and so she was naturally informed of many secrets as well. Father, the war has begun? Bright Moon looked very anxious. Then. The war has begun. The Sith are targeting the various hegemons of our realm verses, Ning said. As for the countless mortals, world-level cultivators, and Downlords? They don't really care. They won't even waste too much energy on hunting down the weaker emperors. It'll be safer for you to stay in the three realms. As one of the paramount leaders of the cultivators, Ning naturally had to lead the charge. He would go wherever there was the most danger. The Sith had failed during their last attempt. Given that they dared to come again, they had most assuredly made ample preparations and adjustments based on their past experiences. The Annihilation Hive alone proved to Ning that the Sith were to be dreaded. Most likely, even their autarchs would be at risk of dying. This meant it would be very dangerous for his friends and family members in the three realms to accompany him. It was actually far safer for them to remain behind in the three realms instead. Take good care of the three realms. Ning looked at Bright Moon, then instructed solemnly, do everything you can to keep it safe. Yes, Father, Bright Moon said hurriedly. Ning nodded slowly. He had long ago fashioned many formations and other treasures which would ensure that the three realms was almost completely impregnable. Even Sith exalts would have a difficult time breaking into it. Nuwa, I'll send you to the front lines, Ning said. Mother Nuwa nodded. As a hegemon, she had to take part in this war. Before leaving, Ning gave a lingering final glance to the world behind him. This was the world he had loved and had roamed for so many years. He had spent many years here in secluded meditation, teaching his disciples, and even gardening. Let's go. Ning said nothing else, immediately leading Mother Nuwa in warping away from the three realms. A vast, empty region outside the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. This place had long ago been designated as a major battlefront, much like the Terror Star Sea of the past. Here we are. Ning only needed to warp through spacetime 3 times before arriving at the battlefront, Nuwa in tow. The dimensional ripples generated by their arrival meant that the two of them were almost instantly discovered, and the disheveled-looking Realms Lord Windgrace personally came to greet them. Emperor Dark North, Realms Lord Windgrace said with incredible respect. Have you finished preparing the battlefront? Ning asked. We finished long ago. The many treasures which Autarch Titanos gave us made the process quite quick. Realms Lord Windgrace was filled with confidence. The battlefront before us is a first-class battlefront. The hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realm vs. Alliance and many other nearby Realm verses have all been gathered here. We have over 105 hegemons alone, and many of them brought their avatars. If the Sith dare come, we'll wipe out as many as they send. Realms Lord Windgrace was very confident because back during the Dawn War, the cultivators didn't have nearly as many powerful weapons as they did right now. They had relied purely on formations, and as a result they had suffered incredibly heavy casualties. They had won the Dawn War, and they had acquired many Sith weapons as a result. Autarch Titanos had also spent countless eons forging many similar weapons which were even more suitable for cultivators to use. Autarch Titanos normally kept them in reserve, because he didn't want to let these super weapons throw the entire Chaosverse into a state of turmoil. However, ever since Ning and the others had begun to suspect that the seal over the Sith heartlands had failed, they had immediately begun to make the necessary arrangements. They had started to prepare battlefronts in secret, with the hegemons and emperors all gathered there. Nuwa was responsible for helping Ning protect the three realms. As a result, she was a bit of an outlier and was permitted to remain in the three realms. When the battle began, Ning sent her over in person. Hegemon Brightshore and the others had long ago traveled to this battlefront. Most of them had only left behind weak, newly created avatars behind in their respective realm verses. Once the war actually began, they would immediately discard those avatars and focus on maintaining and strengthening a single mighty avatar. Very good. Ning smiled. This is going to be a long-lasting war. We need to conserve as much of our power as possible, even as we try to slay as many enemies as is possible. The Sith have been lying in wait for many, many years. Now that they have arisen anew, you absolutely must not be complacent or underestimate them. Understood, Realms Lord Windgrace responded. I'm off then. Ning gave Nuwa a final glance, then turned and disappeared without a trace. Mother Nuwa and Realms Lord Windgrace both watched as Ning disappeared. They knew that as an Autarch-class combatant, Ning was responsible for many battlefronts throughout the entire Chaosverse. Swoosh! Ning appeared at the margins of a different realmverse. His godsense was so great that it was able to cover an area 100 times vaster than a single realmverse. As a result, he was able to investigate everything within this realmverse with ease. There are no Sith here. Ning immediately warped away once more. The war had already begun. The 6 Autarchs and Ning had long ago prepared their strategy for fighting this war. Countless hegemons and emperors had long ago been gathered in various prepared battlefronts which were spread throughout the Chaosverse. Every single battlefront varied in size, based on how many hegemons and emperors resided in the surrounding area. The region around the Flame Dragon Realmverse didn't actually have all that many hegemons and thus probably wouldn't be a high priority target, but since it was his homeland, Ning was going to do a wide-ranging inspection of it before leaving. As a result, there was no need for any other battlefronts to be prepared anywhere near the Flame Dragon Realmverse. The reason why the battlefront Mother Nuwa and Realms Lord Windgrace were in was actually located extremely far away. Ning had to warp through spacetime 3 times before he could reach it. The sheer number of experts they had gathered there was why it was classified as a first-class battlefront. The white-robed Ning appeared out of nowhere above a grayish planet. His god sense stretched out once more as he scanned for any traces of the Sith. Nothing. Ning disappeared once more. Starting from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning began an inspection of all the nearby realmverses. If he found any hint of the Sith at all, he would immediately be able to trace them and then slay them. But the 6 autarchs in Ning, along with their respective avatars, were all responsible for watching over different regions. They began to sweep through their assigned locations. However, each zone was so incredibly vast that it would take time. It must be remembered that it would usually take them months traveling in a straight line at top speed to pass through these zones. This was a testament to how truly vast the Chaosverse was. Right now, they had to carefully inspect every single part of their zones in detail. The only reason they dared to do this was because they were so much faster than everyone else. They would get rid of the Sith they encountered as soon as possible, so as to relieve the pressure on the hegemons and emperors on their side. Dark North, 6 of our battlefronts have discovered Sith warships and moved to engage them, Autarch Titanos sent through the message talisman. The Sith have already sent out their grand army. More and more Sith warships will begin to launch attacks throughout our Chaosverse. We need to destroy as many of them as possible, since we have fewer hegemons, emperors, and treasures than the Sith. All right. Nin nodded. He also knew that the Sith were better at producing hegemons and emperors. Given how much time had passed, they had probably also sent many new hegemons from their homeland. Without a doubt, the Sith had a significant advantage in cultivators and treasures. It was up to the 6 autarchs in Ning to make up for that advantage. Whoosh! 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 Ning continued to sweep through one realmverse after another. Thankfully, he was able to scan at extremely great distances. His techniques were also so incredible that he could detect even remnant auras left behind by already departed warships. Thus, after the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning found what he was looking for. An aura? Ning's god sense quickly discovered a faint rippling aura from somewhere far away in the great dark. This was an aura which the Chaosverse itself was pushing back against. Siv. Ning immediately recognized the aura and began to charge towards it. Swoosh. 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 Just a few short warps later, Ning was able to see an enormous warship cruising through space in front of him. This warship was so large, it was on par with the Tiger Hill warship Ning had discovered all those years ago. The person responsible for inspecting spacetime instantly discovered Ning warping through spacetime towards them. They detected Ning's entire body blazing with such dazzling, luminescent power that the Sith couldn't even look at him directly. That's one of the native autarchs. The Sith hegemons and emperors within the warship instantly felt despair. Encountering one of the native autarchs mid-flight, this was their worst nightmare. Flee! Flee, everyone! Let as many escape as is possible. None of the Sith believed they could possibly resist one of the autarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 3, Miserable. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 3, Miserable. The warship was in control of spacetime and the surrounding area, making it impossible to warp through spacetime once you entered the range of 100 billion kilometers around it. The warship actually blocks out hard force? Ning had been planning on using his Heart Force Eradicator technique to kill them, only to find that it wouldn't go through the hull of the ship. Quick, let's flee. Run away. Give him a blast first. Boom. A terrifyingly large dimensional blade shot out through space, smashing at Ning with autarch-level power. Ning immediately transformed into a storm of wind and lightning, instantly traversing the distance of 100 million kilometers in a ghostly, unpredictable manner. The giant dimensional blade which had shot out of the warship couldn't even come close to touching him, and just a heartbeat later Ning had reached the warship itself. Swoosh. 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 Hegemons and emperors had begun to appear outside the vast warship. They were beginning to scatter and flee in every single direction. Every single person who survived would represent a win for them. Die. Ning swept them with his cold gaze, and an invisible surge of power instantly swept across them. This powerful Heart Force assault instantly wiped them out. In I go. Ning touched the outer hull of the warship, instantly blinking inside. Ah! Not good. The autarch has come inside. Doomed. We're doomed. The hegemons and emperors inside the warship all discarded any notions of escaping, because it was now clear that certain death awaited them outside as well. Revered autarch, are you willing to spare these weak children? Spare us. We were forced to do this. Cultivator autarch, you can kill us, but I would like to ask you to spare our children. They belong to your chaosverse and are part of it. Some of the hegemons begged for mercy, while some accepted death but asked for mercy for their descendants. As soon as Ning had entered, he had immediately been able to scan every inch of the warship with ease via Heart Force. With but a thought, he would wipe out all of the Sith present. This was what made Heart Force so deadly. If Autarch Bolin or Autarch Akon had arrived, they would have had to waste time breaking through the various defenses. Heart Force cultivators, in contrast, were able to wipe out large numbers of opponents from afar. Get in here. Ning flickered past over 100 hegemons and emperors who had already given up. With a wave of his hand, he drew them into his estate world. With another flicker, Ning arrived at the centermost region of this entire warship. A large number of Sith descendants lived here. Once the war had begun, the various hidden dimensions were exposed and no longer safe. Over the course of countless eons, those hidden dimensions had produced many Sith descendants. They naturally had to accompany the warships in leaving. These Sith descendants, Ning shook his head slowly, then waved his hand and drew in all the thronging masses of Sith descendants as well. The rest can die. There were a number who were still struggling to flee. They were scattered throughout the warship, and Ning had no time to waste on capturing them one by one. He simply cast his Heart Force Eradicator, and with a thought, all of them were slain. In truth, Ning knew that many of the Sith warriors had been forced into this war. However, this was a clash of civilizations that would result in the destruction of one. Ning's time was extremely precious. He was willing to capture and imprison a few Sith instead of killing them if it didn't take up too much time, but if it did? He'd rather just wipe them out. In you go. After exiting the warship, Ning collected both the warship as well as several realm ships floating around next to it. Generally speaking, the warships which Ning or Autarch Stonerule were responsible for attacking would be captured in perfect condition. Autarch Akong and the others mostly used highly destructive attacks, resulting in the warships being damaged or destroyed. As for this particular warship Ning had captured, it was a transport warship that had been filled with many artifacts and treasures that hadn't even been used yet. 26 different battlefronts are under attack. They are located. New information came from Ning's Autarch message talisman. As one of the supreme leaders of the cultivators, Ning naturally knew where all their forces throughout the Chaosverse were located. Thus, he immediately knew which ones were under attack. I'm very close to the Springsea battlefront. I'll head there immediately, Autarch Stonerule sent to the other 6. The autarchs were all exchanging information with each other, ensuring that they were on top of the situation overall. Time flowed on. More and more battlefronts became embroiled in war. Given how far the various battlefronts were from each other, the autarchs and Ning were all separately responsible for different theaters and could only do their best to cause as much damage as possible. That's one of the native autarchs. A dazzling figure of golden light suddenly appeared. The Sith hegemons and emperors who were assaulting the battlefront were all stunned. They knew that encountering a native autarch represented doom. Die. Ning swept his gaze across the Sith. In order to keep his true identity hidden, during battle he intentionally kept his aura flared to the max, making it impossible for the Sith to know who he was. An awesome wave of heart force immediately spread out, covering an area comparable to more than half a realmverse. With but a thought, Ning eradicated over 99% of the Sith who were spread out throughout the battlefront, even the ones who were located within forts and castles. Only the few who were lucky enough to be inside castles and warships which blocked out heart force were able to survive, but Ning simply spent a few more seconds mopping them up. The Sith in the rear lake battlefront have all been exterminated. Ning sent word to the other 6 autarchs, then hurried to his next destination. The autarchs and Ning seized every moment, continuing hastening across the chaosverse, continuously scanning for threats. Every so often, they would make a stop at a nearby battlefront that had already been embroiled in war. As for the more distant ones, they wouldn't be in a rush to go to them. The war began to expand in both scale and ferocity. By now, there were multiple battles going on throughout the chaosverse at every moment. Things weren't so bad for Ning and Autarch Stoneroll, as they were able to use their heart force powers to instantly exterminate large numbers of Sith. The other autarchs had a much rougher time of it. Many of the Sith were protected behind castles or formations, and these autarchs had to go through the time-consuming process of breaking through those defenses. Keep on killing them for all I care. How many can you possibly get rid of, autarchs? Ayer sat upon his throne. He was quite calm despite the many messages he received from the squads he had sent out. I have far more warriors under my command than your civilization does, and I have far more powerful treasures as well. Even if you massacre half of them, the other half is more than enough to ensure that countless hegemons and emperors belonging to your chaosverse will die. Ayer didn't care at all about the casualties his subordinates had suffered. Even if they died, their true soul fragments would return to the Sith chaosverse. There was no permanent loss at all. However, when the native hegemons and emperors perished, their true souls would be devoured by Sith techniques, resulting in this chaosverse being weakened. Eventually the sheer magnitude of deaths would result in the chaosverse being so weak that he, Ayer, would have a very good chance of becoming the Lord of Chaos for this chaosverse. Just keep fighting. Ayer was in full control of the war. He knew exactly how many losses he had suffered and the cultivators had suffered. Ning was feeling increasingly anxious. He killed at a very fast pace, but the majority of his time was spent traveling. The chaosverse was simply too vast. The 16 Realmverses alliance was only possible because those 16 Realmverses were quite close to each other. There were many Realmverses which were extremely far from each other, which was why the empty space between Realmverses was known as the Great Dark to many. Ning would usually need anywhere from half a day to 2 days to travel from Realmverse to Realmverse. The more he and his 6 peers slew, the fewer of their own hegemons and emperors would die. But if things continued the way they currently were, they were going to suffer enormous losses in hegemons and emperors on their own side as well. The Skywitch battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. The Nine Lamps battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. The Dragoncaller battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. One report came after another. A total of 26 battlefronts were in dire straits right now. They had achieved great successes in some battlefronts, but these 26 were in grave danger. The Sith had their own elite squads, and these squads were extraordinarily powerful. There was nothing Ning could do. All 26 of these battlefronts were very far away from him. It would take him over half a month to reach even the nearest one. "I'll go to the Dragon Caller battlefront," Autarch Skyfeeder replied. "I'll need 3 days to get there." She was the only one who could go respond. None of the other Autarchs would get there in time. Desperate need of assistance meant that the situation was so grim, they wouldn't be able to last much longer without help. In the end, they were only able to preserve half their forces in the Dragon Caller battlefront. They lost everyone else in all 25 of the other battlefronts. Clearly, while the Autarchs were busy massacring the Sith they found, their own hegemons and emperors were being slain on the field of battle as well. This was a truly ruinous war of attrition. Many Sith died, but at least they would have a chance at being brought back to life. Those native cultivators who had been slain, however, could never be brought back if the Soul Eater technique was used after their deaths. They became true martyrs for this war. Ning had no choice but to suppress the rage he felt. Early on, he imprisoned as many of the Sith as he could, but now, he was beginning to kill more and more of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 4, Powerless. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 4, Powerless. A giant black warship hovered in the empty silence of space, completely unmoving. A white-robed figure was standing directly above the giant black warship. He seemed tiny in comparison, but his aura was utterly overwhelming and his eyes were ice-cold. "It's just too big. The Chaosverse is too damn big." Ning felt a sense of powerlessness. More than half a year had gone past since the war had erupted. During this half year, all 7 of the most powerful leaders of the cultivator civilizations had been scouring the Chaosverse for any and all traces of the Sith, but the Chaosverse was simply enormous. Usually, battlefronts would consist of groupings of at least 10 different realmverses, sometimes even more. Every single battlefront was very far away from the others, and the Sith warships were just as sparse and hard to find. The Sith were constantly making adjustments as well. Each time Ning and the other Autarchs attacked a location, the Sith would adjust for it and make it even harder for the Autarchs to find their other warships. The warships were doing their best to avoid the Autarchs, while Ning and the others were doing their best to find them. The Tungwu battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Yet another report came flying in. The Tungwu battlefront? Ning sighed to himself. It is too far away. It would take me 20 days at maximum speed to get there. Time to continue. Ning waved his hand, collecting the warship and then continuing to warp through space and search for the Sith. It was like searching for a needle in the bottom of the sea. This was a very robotic and numbing process. The Autarchs were relying on their overwhelming strength to scan large areas and fish out a warship or two. This process was clumsy, yet it was also the most efficient process available. Have you noticed? This war has been quite odd, Autarch Titanos sent to the other 6. The war has gone on for over half a year and the battles have been fierce. Now that the Sith know where we are, it has become harder and harder for us to find their warships. All of this is expected, but we haven't encountered any Sith exalts at all. While hunting and killing, the Autarchs continued to exchange messages with each other. The hunting process wasn't all that mentally taxing, after all. Right. I haven't found any Sith exalts, Autarch Akong agreed. I haven't found a single one of them either. Judging from the various reports which have been sent by cultivators throughout our Chaosverse, no Sith exalts have appeared at all, Autarch Stonewall said. I haven't found any either. Logically speaking, the Sith should have many exalts ready to fight, Ning replied. They've lain dormant for eons. I wouldn't be surprised if they had dozens of exalts ready to take part in this battle. But, they haven't deployed a single one. This is extremely odd. Everyone, while hunting down the Sith, you need to constantly stay on your guard. I'm worried that there's some sort of a plot behind the Sith exalts remaining in hiding, Autarch Titanos sent mentally. Autarch Skyfeeder agreed. Perhaps they don't know that Dark North has become an emperor, but they know that we have an eternal Omega Sword Dao. Thus, the Sith should know very well that this war against us is their final chance. If they lose, we'll only grow even more powerful in the future and they won't stand any chance against us. By all rights, they should be throwing everything they have against us. As soon as that behemoth hive appeared, I could tell that the Sith had made extraordinary preparations for this war. For no exalts to have appeared a full half year after the war began, we really do need to be careful. Agreed. Stay on your guard. Keep scanning at all times. Don't let yourself fall into a trap. The 6 Autarchs and Ning were all quite confident in their abilities. They weren't like the Sith, who suffered from rejection by the Chaosverse and were unable to use the Tao. Ning and the Autarchs had access to virtually limitless amounts of power. During the previous war, not a single Autarch had fallen. The Pure Jade battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Suddenly, another report arrived. The Pure Jade battlefront? Ning was startled. He reflexively scanned his mental map of the Chaosverse, mentally placing the Pure Jade battlefront. It was fairly close to him. I need 2 days. I'll go right away. Alright, Dark North. I'll leave it to you. I'll tell them to hold on until you arrive, Autarch Stoneroll said. Swoosh. Ning began to fly at maximum speed towards the Pure Jade battlefront. If he spent these 2 days slowly scanning, he might be able to locate 1 or 2 Sith warships, but rescuing more of their own cultivators was more important than killing the Sith. This was because when their cultivators died, their true souls would be devoured by the Sith's Soul Eater technique. This would harm the Chaosverse itself and make it impossible to revive them. I hope they can hold on until I arrive, Ning murmured softly. The leaders in a battlefront would only beg for assistance when they could sense that they really weren't able to hold out for much longer. This would generally only happen once the enemies revealed their full power and launched a final, all-out attack. Thus, the battlefronts were usually lost shortly after the distress calls were sent. Sometimes, the cultivators would last for 4 or 5 days. Other times, the cultivators would be wiped out before a single day passed. The Pure Jade battlefront. This was a place where an awesome astral river flowed through the region in multiple looks, almost like a snake coiling around itself. At the very center of the coiling flows of the river was an enormous castle, and the castle held over 100 figures within it. Nearly half were hegemons, while the rest were all normal emperors. They poured all of their immortal energy into maintaining this powerful castle, which was the core of the mighty defensive formation which protected them. Many of their avatars and comrades were situated throughout the astral river, where they were responsible for protecting important spots and were fighting against the Sith. Autarch Stoneroll sent word, a red-bearded hegemon roared. 2 days. In just 2 days, an Autarch will arrive to save us. What? We're saved. Some of the hegemons and emperors who had been on the verge of despair instantly grew excited. This was just a second-class battlefront. They didn't expect that one of the extremely powerful Sith elite squads would attack this place. At first, the Sith had hidden their true power. They had first battled for more than a month to verify the defensive strength of the local cultivators, then had revealed their true prowess and launched a final assault. Once the Sith revealed their true power, the cultivators were instantly beaten backwards and forced to retreat to their final defensive lines within and around this castle. All they could do was try to delay as long as they could. 2 days. Just 2 days. If we can hold on for just 2 days, it'll be the damn Sith who die, not us. The red-bearded elder howled. My brothers and sisters, fight on. If we can hold for 2 days, we'll all make it out alive. The voice rang out from the castle and echoed in the minds of the hegemons and emperors who were stationed within the astral river which coiled around the castle. Hold on. We must hold on. We only need to hold on for 2 days. The battle continued. The Sith furiously pressed the assault, while all of the defenders were equally frenzied in resisting. Even so, more and more of the defenders were defeated. First, it was their avatars which were destroyed. After that, it was up for them to use their true bodies to endure and fight on. Remember, even if you know you are going to die, you need to try and stay a safe distance away from them. Avoid that trousseau leading technique or you'll never have a chance of being brought back. If you are out of options, self-detonate after you reach a sufficient distance. Bang! One defensive formation after another began to collapse, with most of the various hegemons and emperors electing to self-detonate. In doing so, their true soul fragments blasted outwards and then quickly vanished. The Sith Soul Eater technique was limited in range, and self-detonation often caused some of the true soul fragments to blast so far out that they returned to the Chaosverse. Hurry up! It's been 2 days. Hurry up and come. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The hegemons and emperors were still fighting back, hoping beyond hope. Boom! Suddenly, a figure stepped out of nowhere in the empty space above the coiling river. His entire form was blazing with energy, making it impossible to see him clearly. Autark! All of the surviving cultivators let out cries of joy and excitement. That's one of those native autarks. Quick, flee! The Sith who had been pressing the assault using their many treasures were stunned by the autarka's arrival. They had been trying to wrap things up as soon as possible, so that they could immediately depart and move to the next target. It would be quite hard to locate them after they left, but unfortunately, a cultivator autark had made it here in time. The dazzling golden figure above them stared downwards coldly. Boom! A wave of invisible energy instantly swept across the region, extinguishing the auras of the attacking Sith. Only a tiny percent of the Sith who had been inside Heartforce-proof warships managed to survive, but just a heartbeat later all of them died as well. The only ones Ning spared and took away with him were the lucky Sith descendants. Thankfully, at least half have survived. Ning surveyed the castle below him, nodding to himself when he saw how many hegemons and emperors had made it. Thank you, autark. The hegemons and emperors all felt excitement and gratitude. They knew that the vast majority of distress calls went unanswered, as the autarks simply couldn't make it in time. Ning nodded, then turned and left. He didn't take any of the warships with him, electing to leave them behind with the survivors in a bid to strengthen their decimated forces. After saving that battlefront from defeat, Ning began to patrol the cosmos once more. Every so often, he'd exchange a message with the other autarks. The Hidden Cloud battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Yet another report came. This time, it caused Ning to blink. The Hidden Cloud battlefront? Wasn't that the place where the disciple he was proudest of, his second disciple Green Bamboo Yang Shooting, was located? Few of Ning's friends were taking part in this battle, and those few that did take part were the ones in the 16 Realm versus Alliance, such as Niwa. As for Green Bamboo Yang Shooting, he was fighting alongside his own friends in the Hidden Cloud battlefront. Ning had naturally memorized his location. That's more than 26 days away from me. Ning's heart turned cold. He couldn't help but send mentally to the other 6, "Can any of you make it there?" "My disciple Green Bamboo is there." "Your disciple, Dark North?" At a time like this, no one would bother accusing Ning of selfishness. Who could be truly and completely selfless? "I can't make it in time. That's too far away." "The closest ones to it are the 2 of us," Dark North, autark Skyfeeder replied. "I need 19 days to get there." "That's too much time, and they won't be able to hold out for that long." Thus far, the maximum survival time after sending a distress call has been just barely 10 days. Ning fell silent. There was nothing he could do. 19 days. Autark Skyfeeder could probably wipe out over 10 warships during that period of time. It wasn't worth it to give that up just to try and save the Hidden Cloud battlefront, especially seeing as how that battle would almost assuredly be completely lost after 19 days. Ning wasn't just Green Bamboo's master. He was also one of the 7 most powerful leaders of this chaosverse, responsible for safeguarding every part of it. 19 days is too long, Ning replied softly. Considering the grand scheme of things, it isn't worth it. Forget it. Ning said nothing else. He went back to hunting for Sith in the Great Dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 5, Death Holds No Fear. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 5, Death Holds No Fear. Ning continued his search for the Sith throughout the Great Dark, his heart filled with sorrow and anxiety. Green bamboo, there's nothing your master can do. I cannot save you. You have to escape. You have to, Ning murmured to himself. With no autarch nearby to render assistance, it was all but guaranteed that the Hidden Cloud battlefront which Yongsuting was located in would be overwhelmed. When this happened, the hegemons and emperors wouldn't be so foolish as to just fight to the bitter end. Once they knew that they were going to lose and that no help was forthcoming, they would begin to flee and focus on keeping themselves alive. However, the Sith had many hegemons and even more treasures. The fleeing cultivator hegemons would scatter in every direction, but they would be hunted down one by one. The number of hegemons who managed to successfully escape could be counted on one hand, and in some cases none would escape. Ning, however, still held out hope. His disciple Green Bamboo had a perfect Dao-heart, was an Otherverse lord, and had treasures which Ning had given him. He was absolutely one of the most powerful hegemons around, far more powerful than the Lonely King had ever been. In fact, he was close to the Blaze Sun ruler in power. Alas, no individual, no matter how strong, could possibly withstand an entire army. Still, Ning felt that there was some hope that this disciple of his would be able to escape and stay alive. Damn! If my avatar wasn't trapped in that hive, it could also take responsibility over his own. I might be closer to the Hidden Cloud battlefront and able to rescue my disciple. Ning felt rather resentful. Right now, a total of 13 autarch-class combatants were scattered throughout the entire Chaosverse, each responsible for a specific zone. Ning's avatar was also an autarch-class combatant, but it was tied up in the Annihilation Hive. Within the Black Tower at the nexus of the Annihilation Hive, the golden-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position in midair, his eyes closed in meditation. Rumble, an awesome aura of energy was swirling around him in rippling layers. These circular ripples of power emanated the aura of the deep earth, of grass and vegetation, of flowing water, of blazing flames, of indestructible ores. All the different ripples were circling around Ning, and as they moved closer and closer towards him, they gradually began to transform into ripples of space and ripples of time, and at the very heart, on Ning himself, they transformed into ripples of terrifying destructive power. Everything near Ning was being devoured and then annihilated. This was raw, pure annihilation. All types of energy were being annihilated, and not even the Chaosverse was able to resist this annihilatory power. The profound mysteries behind this power surpassed even the destruction Daobirth essence of Autarchicon, the Autarch of Annihilation. If Ning could truly and successfully master this technique, he would have gained access to a technique of absolutely incredible power. I'm still not quite there yet. It just isn't quite right. Ning had drawn upon his 6 million chaos cycles of training and the many insights he had gained from the sphere of annihilation, but he still felt that it was a bit too artificial and forced. The Tao was, above all else, natural. Only a Tao which was complete and natural, not artificial, could be described as perfect. If you simply tried to artificially imitate this destructive power, which Ning called oblivion, you would end up being far off from the real thing. Oblivion, it utterly destroys all things in its path. All forms of energy, the 5 elements. Yin and Yang. Darkness and light, space and time, everything in the Chaosverse can be devoured and destroyed. This is what oblivion represents. I started with the foundation of the 5 elements, then drew upon the mysteries of Yin and Yang as well as that of the cycle of light and dark, transforming them into pure spacetime, which is then obliterated, producing fundamental particles where space and time no longer exist. Ning continued to ponder this problem. He didn't know what insights he was lacking, but this process had indeed resulted in him gaining a much deeper level of understanding in all of his das. If it hadn't been for him meditating on oblivion, he never would have understood how the 5 elements could be completely converted into spacetime. Space and time were 2 unique types of wave particle energies. When the 2 acted upon each other, they gave birth to yin and yang, light and dark, and also the 5 elements which birthed countless other things. It lacks a soul. It lacks that quintessential quality of being part of nature itself. Ning continued to dissect many different das, ruminating over their connections to each other as he compared them to how the sphere of annihilation operated. Ning's avatar continued to meditate on the oblivion sword Dao, and there was really nothing else it could do. Only when it learned how to destroy the sphere of annihilation would it be able to leave this place. Until that happened, the avatar would have to stay there, continuing to maintain the reverse vortex formation. The distant hidden cloud battlefront. The native hegemons and emperors here suffered one defeat after another. They had already retreated to the final, most powerful defensive formation they had. Within a beautiful world of flowers and grass. An azure-robed man was staring into the skies, and the skies were trembling. Dimensional cracks could be seen. Green bamboo, any news? Sword Immortal green bamboo, will the autarchs come and save us? Behind him was a host of hegemons and emperors. Thus far, over 70% of their original forces were still alive. This was because they had all sacrificed their avatars during the most dangerous parts of the battle. Now, their avatars had all been destroyed. Even Sword Immortal Green Bamboo's avatar had died in battle. They had already retreated to the back lines. So long their final defenses remained, they could keep fighting, but once their defenses were breached, they would all be massacred. Calm down. I've already asked for aid, Sword Immortal Green Bamboo said. The other hegemons and emperors were waiting anxiously as they maintained the defensive formation. Sword Immortal Green Bamboo was the disciple of the legendary Dao Lord Dark North, and was someone favored by Autarchicon. Even though the fact that Ning had succeeded in his second Dao merge and become an emperor remained a hidden secret, many felt certain that the autarchs would come to save Green Bamboo so long as they could make it in time. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Green Bamboo's face turned grim. The autarchs won't be able to make it in time. He swept his gaze across the other hegemons and emperors, all of whom turned pale. The hope they had felt instantly vanished, with many revealing looks of despair. We're out of options. We'll have to fend for ourselves, Green Bamboo said. The micro-world formations protecting this grand formation have all been defeated. Even if we keep fighting, we'll only be able to last another 2 or 3 days before being completely overwhelmed. By then, none of us will be able to escape. All the hegemons and emperors present agreed with this assessment. Thus, we should begin coming up with ideas for how we can escape, Green Bamboo said. The supreme leaders of the cultivators had long ago given them their orders. If they couldn't win, they were to flee. Every single survivor counted. If they died in battle, they would see their true souls devoured by that soul eater technique. Their very chaos verse itself would be weakened by this. In other words, just surviving was a form of victory. The Sith have set up many scanning formations, and they have even more hegemons and emperors than we do. Even if we scatter and flee, our chances are very low, an emperor said worriedly. There's always a chance, Green Bamboo said. Let's do our best to deceive the Sith and force them to disperse their forces. Every single survivor counts as a victory to me, but we can use many of the other formations and treasures scattered throughout the Hidden Cloud battlefront which we previously abandoned to slow the Sith down. I myself am very skilled in using illusions and creating doppelgangers. Given the right treasures, I can make it difficult for the Sith to know where our real members have gone. The various hegemons and emperors all had their own specialties, and they all began to propose ideas. However, they all knew that the Sith had their own specialties as well. The Sith worship was a particular problem. It was so fast that it was on par with the Black Sun. Only autarchs were able to catch them and destroy them. The warships also were outfitted with extremely sensitive tracking formations as well. Thus, very few of them would probably be able to escape its pursuit. Green Bamboo. There were 4 men and women standing next to Green Bamboo. One of them, a muscular and crimson-armored man, said in an awkward voice, "It's all my fault. I was the one to invite you to join us here at the Hidden Cloud battlefront. If you were alongside Nuwa, Realm's Lord Windgrace, and the Paragon of Pills in their battlefront, you wouldn't be in this situation." The battlefields were all divided up according to rank and status. The 16 Realm versus Alliance and the other verse the Paragon of Pills lived in were all very close to each other, and so they were grouped together into a single battlefront. That was the battlefront which would protect the homeland of Dowlord Dark North, a first-class battlefront which would be very difficult to overcome. The only reason Green Bamboo had come here was for the sake of his lifelong friends who had also come here. "It's fine. To live and die amongst my friends is a blessing. What is there to fear?" Green Bamboo smiled as he looked at these 4 dear friends of his. Green Bamboo. A red-robed maiden looked at Green Bamboo, then suddenly reached out to take his hand in her own. Green Bamboo immediately revealed an excited, happy look as he gazed at the red-robed woman. Dawn Clear. This woman was the real reason why Green Bamboo had chosen to come to this battlefield. He had wooed Hegemon Dawnclear for many years now, but she had always hesitated. Now that she had taken him by the hand, she had clearly chosen to truly accept him. "Ah, death holds no fear for me." Green Bamboo laughed loudly, deliriously excited and happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 6, Fangs Revealed, Part 1. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 6, Fangs Revealed, Part 1. Dawnclear smiled as well. She knew that it was very likely that both of them would die, and so she cast away all her misgivings and followed her heart. "Congratulations, Green Bamboo." "Congratulations, big sister Dawnclear." The other female Hegemon next to them said with a smile. "Congratulations. Who would have thought that something so wonderful would happen during this calamity? Once we all leave this place safely, we'll have to hold a proper celebration," the muscular man said with a laugh. "Yes, we must celebrate." The other nearby Hegemons and Emperors all agreed. They were searching for a ray of light to illuminate them in this darkest hour. In truth, they all knew that the number of survivors could probably be counted on one hand, and if they weren't lucky, every single one of them would die. After spending an hour in discussion, Green Bamboo's group of Hegemons and Emperors came up with an escape plan. They would separate into a total of 59 squads which would flee in different directions. That way, they would stand the best chance of making it out alive. If they stayed together, they would be wiped out together. Everyone. Green Bamboo swept his gaze across all the others present. The plan has been settled. Let us carry it out. I hope that after this all ends, we'll be able to meet again. Let's meet again. Let's meet again. Let's meet again. The many Hegemons and Emperors nearby all echoed his words. They were all filled with the desire to stay alive and were determined to risk it all in one final clash attempt. A short while later, a towering warship appeared before the grand formation which protected the Hidden Cloud battlefront. In front of the warship was a large group of Sith Hegemons and Emperors who were employing their treasures to furiously assault the giant globe-shaped formation before them. Suddenly, streams of power began to shoot out from deep within the formation. Some looked like streams of dark mist, some looked like bolts of thunder, some looked like pillars of solid light. These various types of energy all shot out in a counterattack, instantly suppressing the Sith offensive. They've launched their final counterattacks. Ha ha! Keep attacking! There at the brink of collapse. The Sith leader who was watching within that towering warship felt extremely confident as they watched from within, but moments later, his face turned grim. Whoosh! 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 Countless figures shot out of the formation and began to flee, each going in a different direction. They're running away. There are so many of them. Which ones are the real ones? I can't tell, can you? Captain, which ones are real? The many Sith battling outside were all waiting for orders. They want to escape? The Sith leader stroked his long beard. His warship could detect even the approach of an autarch. Its scanning abilities were absolutely unparalleled, and it almost instantly was able to detect which figures were real and which were false. They've split up into a total of 59 squads, with 3 in each squad at most. Many of the squads are single-person squads. They've split up into 59 different directions. I now order you to, the Sith leader began to issue his orders, deploying different Sith warriors to chase after different squads. This warship was composed of Sith elites, and it had an extraordinary number of hegemons and emperors. Chase after them separately. Let none escape, the Sith leader commanded mentally. Understood. Flee. A green-robed emperor was fleeing for his life. I'm too weak. The Sith would probably be able to track even hegemons who tried to warp through spacetime. A normal emperor like myself would stand no chance at all. The green-robed emperor knew just how slim his chances were. We spent an enormous amount of effort in prepping the Hidden Cloud battlefront. There are many powerful formations here that are intact. We were simply forced to abandon them. If I hide inside one of them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to find me. He was going to hide inside one of the remaining formations to catch his breath. Once the danger was past, he would then flee to a more distant location. Swoosh! The green-robed emperor quietly snuck into a nearby formation, easily taking control over its great power. Swoosh! 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 3 figures simultaneously appeared outside. All 3 were Sith Black Emperors. The Sith knew that this target was just an ordinary emperor, and so they had simply sent 3 Black Emperors to deal with him. Each of them had hegemonic power. After all, catching an ordinary emperor would be very easy. He fled into a formation? The 3 Black Emperors exchanged a glance. Seal off the entire area around the formation. I'll stand guard outside while the 2 of you follow him inside, one of the Black Emperors said. All right. Let's go inside. A mere hour later, the green-robed emperor who had fled inside the formation had been driven to the brink of despair. Finally, one of the Black Emperors used a sky-blotting palm to smash him into dust. Let's run! 2 hegemons fled in a blind panic, warping through spacetime over 10 times. When they saw that they were about to be caught, they finally brought out a realm ship. Let's run! The 2 hegemons immediately began to flee within the realm ship. As they did, the Sith squad pursuing them came to a halt and sent a message back, they have a realm ship. We aren't able to catch up to them. After a brief period of time passed, the hegemons began to breathe a bit easier. Our realm ship is flying very fast. We have a chance to escape. We have to make it out of here. The 2 hegemons both clung on to hope, but suddenly, the realm ship was unable to warp through spacetime any longer. Both turned to stare outside the ship. An enormous, towering black warship had just appeared before them, and it was suppressing spacetime for a wide area around it. These warships had all been painstakingly created by the Sith leader. Even if Ning and other autarch-class combatants were here, they would have to slowly fly towards the warship rather than simply teleport through spacetime to it. Its power was tremendous. We're finished. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the 2 hegemons. They exchanged a final glance. Bang! Bang! The 2 didn't hesitate at all. They immediately exploded into 2 enormous plumes of light which blasted out, reverberating within the realm ship. They had chosen to self-detonate. They were far enough from the Sith that their true soul fragments stood a good chance of escaping once they self-detonated. The Autarchs had long ago instructed them to do this. If they self-detonated, they might be brought back to life in the future, even if they were hegemons. As the Autarchs saw it, they might not be able to revive the hegemons who died in the endless void between realm verses, but things would be different once their Chaos verse gave birth to a Lord of Chaos. A Chaos Lord should be able to bring them back. They believed this because they had seen from the memories of captured Sith that slain Sith hegemons could be brought back to life. In fact, even exalts who died in battle could be brought back to life. However, the price was so great that they generally wouldn't be given such preferential treatment unless they had rendered great merits unto the Sith forces. Whoosh! The Sith warship began to emit an invisible, terrifying sucking power which caused the realm ship to tumble helplessly towards an enormous opening at the bottom of the warship. Moments later, the opening in the bottom vanished. They self-detonated right after we found them. Damn! Most of their true soul fragments probably escaped us. Let's go back. The black warship immediately warped through spacetime to return to the Hidden Cloud battlefront. This entire process had merely taken a few brief moments. They had almost instantly located and eliminated the realm ship, then returned to their normal position. I won't be able to escape, but those damn Sith can forget about devouring my true soul. A horned, willowy woman howled angrily. Boom! She transformed into a burst of light. Self-detonation. Self-detonation. Killed. Self-detonation. Some who weren't able to self-detonate in time ended up being killed by the Sith, as did some who hesitated. The majority, however, had the wisdom to understand when flight was hopeless and thus chose to self-detonate. Green Bamboo and Hegemon Dawnclear were escaping together. As for their other friends, they had all scattered into different groups. If they all fled together, they would probably all be caught together. Hegemon Dawnclear smiled as she glanced at Green Bamboo, who was using all his power to bring her alongside him in his flight. Why do you keep staring at me? Green Bamboo teased. Even though they were being pursued, they were both quite relaxed. It's nothing, Hegemon Dawnclear said with a smile. I just suddenly feel so very, very happy. Even if we don't manage to escape, dying together is fine as well, but... What nonsense are you spewing? We're definitely going to escape. Don't worry. Green Bamboo continued to flee at top speed. Boom! Suddenly, a planet-sized castle appeared behind them. A voice boomed out from within the castle. You must be the leader of the forces stationed in the Hidden Cloud battlefront. You brought us quite a bit of trouble, kid. Now stop struggling. There's no way you'll escape. Green Bamboo paled slightly. His greatest fear was this. He had been the most powerful cultivator in the Hidden Cloud battlefront. When he had sent his avatar to battle against the Sith had been forced to pay a very high price to defeat it. Without question, the Sith were paying close attention to him as he fled. They had even sent one of their planet-sized castles to pursue him. Those things warped through spacetime far faster than realm ships could. Dawnclear, remember to bind the treasure I gave you earlier. It's something which will allow you to warp a tremendous distance through spacetime and escape, Green Bamboo immediately sent mentally. I'll stop them for now. You need to run. Once you reach a safe distance, use that item. It'll let you flee incredibly fast, and if you can avoid detection for 10 seconds they won't be able to find any trace of you. No. Hegemon Dawnclear grew anxious. What about you? Are you just going to throw your life away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 7, Fangs Revealed, Part 2. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 7, Fangs Revealed, Part 2. As a hegemon, Dawnlear had an extraordinary Dao-heart. She had already discarded all of her previous concerns and had chosen to become Dao companions with Sword Immortal Green Bamboo. How could she possibly fear death? If we delay, neither of us will escape, Green Bamboo sent frantically. Dawnlear, you aren't strong enough to slow them down. Only I can do that. Don't worry. After you flee, I'll do my best to escape as well. If I cannot, I'll choose to self-detonate. I'll tell you a secret which you absolutely cannot share with anyone else. My master Darknorth has used the True Soul Everlasting technique and has redone the Dao merge. He's now comparable to autarchs in power. So long as any of my True Soul fragments remain, I'll definitely be brought back in the future. Hegemon Dawnlear was startled. So the legendary Dao Lord Darknorth had actually successfully used that technique to repeat his Dao merge? In other words, even if I am forced to self-detonate, I'll still be brought back, Green Bamboo said urgently. And I have other tricks up my sleeve as well. I'll stand a good chance of escaping on my own. Hurry up and go. If you die, there'd be no point in me living. Fine. Hegemon Dawnlear no longer hesitated. She knew that as she was much weaker, it would be harder for her true soul fragments to escape the Sith Soul Eater technique. Whoosh! Hegemon Dawnlear turned and immediately fled. After fleeing for a time, she managed to leave the reach of spacetime suppression. She turned to glance backwards, seeing Green Bamboo already engaged in a fight against the Sith. We'll definitely be together in the future. Hegemon Dawnlear gritted her teeth, then immediately warped through spacetime and disappeared. Ahahaha. Green Bamboo himself was in an excellent rule. A total of 9 leaf-shaped treasures were around him, and he was able to use them to shockingly powerful effect with his perfect Dao-heart. Each of his strikes was comparable to attacks from the Blaze Sun ruler. Boom! 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 The two sides continued to blast attacks at each other. The cultivator leader of this battlefront is really powerful. Given his might, I imagine he has a perfect Dao-heart. Anyone who can gain a perfect Dao-heart in this backwards chaosverse has to be one of its truly peerless geniuses. The Sith continued to launch attacks from their castle. They held the upper hand and it was clear that victory should be in their grasp, but somehow, it continued to elude them. In truth, this was a strategy which Green Bamboo was using. He wanted to give these Sith the feeling that they could kill him by themselves, and so they wouldn't be in a hurry to report it to their higher-ups. They battled for 10 full seconds. Ugh! This cultivator leader is a pain to deal with. Hurry up and report it to our superiors. Who knows how long it would take for us to kill him? Hurry up and report it to them so we can hunt down that female cultivator next. These warships were able to scan a realm-verse-sized area in a twinkling. Even realm ships would produce trails when flying that could be picked up by Sith scanners, which was why escape was very difficult. Green Bamboo felt rather relaxed. It's been over 10 seconds. Dawnlear has probably escaped by now. He had told Dawnlear that Darknorth would revive him so long as his true soul fragments escaped, but that wasn't the complete truth. Green Bamboo knew a great deal about this war. He knew that this was the last chance the Sith had, and that they would battle to the bitter end. It was possible that even his master Darknorth would die. If that happened, Green Bamboo might not be brought back either. Rumble, suddenly, a space-time ripple manifested. A heartbeat later, a towering warship appeared as well, once more suppressing spacetime in the surrounding area. Not good. Green Bamboo's face tightened. Boom! All 9 leaf-type treasures instantly flew back to circle around Green Bamboo, gripping him as they then transformed into a streak of light that flew away at incredible speeds. You think you'll escape? The Sith immediately moved to pursue. Boom! The distant streak which was Green Bamboo suddenly blew apart into an enormous blast of light as he exploded. Even as he self-detonated, he remained calm. A little smile was on his face to the very end. It was all worth it. So long as his beloved survived, everything was worth it. Another self-detonation. Ugh. How many of his true soul fragments did we manage to capture? Just part of it, I think. Almost all of these natives have chosen to self-detonate from afar. We're usually only able to capture part of the fragments. Continue the hunt. He had a woman with him. After forcing Green Bamboo to commit suicide, the Sith immediately began to chase after Hegemon Dawnclear. Alas, no matter what they tried, they were unable to find any traces of her. Rumble. An iridescent ring-shaped treasure was warping through spacetime with ease, moving just as fast as the Black Sun but with even greater secrecy. 10 seconds after its initial use, all traces of its activation would vanish. This had been Green Bamboo's personal escape treasure. He had only trained for a short period of time but had a perfect Dao heart. This meant that he was viewed as an incredibly talented prospect for this Chaosverse who could very well become an autarch in the future. This was why he had been given such a valuable treasure, but in the end, he had given it to Hegemon Dawnclear. No, while fleeing, Hegemon Dawnclear suddenly turned to stare at the direction from where she had just fled. She could vaguely sense through the power of karma that the most important person in her life had just perished. The karma binding them together had fallen apart, leaving behind an empty feeling that tore at her heart. Her tears began to fall. Green Bamboo, you promised me that you'd be able to escape. You promised. Tears blurred Hegemon Dawnclear's vision. I'm sure they'll bring you back. You are Senior Dark North's disciple. They definitely will. In the end, Hegemon Dawnclear was the only person to survive the battle at the Hidden Cloud battlefront. Everyone else died. Ning was soaring through the Great Dark, searching for Sith and destroying them when he found them. Suddenly, he turned pale and his heart trembled. Ning turned to stare towards the direction of the incredibly distant Hidden Cloud battlefront. Green Bamboo. Ning could sense through the power of karma that his disciple was gone. He had vanished from this Chaosverse. Clearly, his true soul had been destroyed. Not even someone as powerful as Green Bamboo was able to escape? Ning was filled with agony. In truth, if Green Bamboo had fled on his own, he would have had a 30% to 40% chance of escaping. Instead, he had given this chance to Hegemon Dawnclear and had gone to delay their foes. Siv. Ning cast away his pain, replacing it with a cold and hard determination. This was war, a war which would determine the destinies of two different civilizations. Many Hegemons had died and would die in this war. Green Bamboo was just one of them. Die. Ning knew that all he could do was to annihilate as many Sith as he could. Time continued to flow on, and the war only grew increasingly deadly. 4 years of frenzied warfare went by in the blink of an eye. The initial wave of frenzied Sith attacks finally began to ebb, as they suffered so many casualties that they were unable to continue assaulting all of the various battlefields. During these 4 years, Ning and the rest of the 13 autarch-class combatants had been hunting them down non-stop. They had annihilated so many Sith that in many areas, the remaining Sith hegemons and emperors were only able to pose low levels of danger. All of you shall die. Autarch Akong descended upon a battlefront, immediately blinking inside the towering Sith warship. Die, die, die. Autarch Akong was the Autarch of Annihilation, and he used his awesome power to completely massacre the many hegemons and emperors within the warship. Right at this moment, Autarch Akong's face suddenly turned grim. He immediately blinked outside the warship, only to see that the battlefield had just changed completely. An absolutely massive temple complex had just appeared in the area, and he was inside the complex. The warship he had just destroyed was minuscule by comparison. The vast temple had a total of 7 miniature temples surrounding it, and within each of the temples was a figure seated in the lotus position. Judging from their auras, all of them were Sith Exalts. So the Sith Exalts have finally shown themselves, 7 at one go. Autarch Akong turned pale. He could sense the incredible threat they posed to him. They could kill him. This vast temple was entirely capable of destroying him, but... Autarkakon, I presume? You won't be able to escape. Prepare to die. The 7 Sith exalts had frenzied looks in their eyes. They knew just how powerful autarchs were, and so they had made plentiful preparations for this battle. Autarkakon immediately sent word to Ning and the other 5 autarchs. For years after the war had erupted, the Sith exalts were finally making their move. The Sith had finally revealed their fangs. During the Dawn War, the autarchs had also encountered multiple dangerous situations. They didn't even dare to truly assault the heart of the Sithilins and instead chose to simply seal away the outer perimeters. Creatures like the giant tree, which Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog had spent a fairly long period of time to kill, was just one of many tools the Sith had prepared for this war. The Annihilation Hive had shown without the shadow of a doubt that the Sith were terrifyingly powerful. They were more than strong enough to threaten the autarchs now. If the autarchs were truly invincible, Ning and the others could have simply gathered all the hegemons and placed them into their own estate worlds. If the 7 of them just stayed together in one place, they would be guaranteed to win, right? But the truth was that the autarchs weren't truly invincible, and they knew it. It was possible that they could be killed, which was why they had the hegemons be scattered across the Chaosverse. This would at least ensure that they weren't destroyed in a single alpha strike. Even if the cultivators lost a few battles, they would still be able to recover in the future. After 4 years of war, the Sith hegemons and emperors are no longer much of a threat to us. The Sith have finally begun to mobilize their elites, Autarch Titanos sent mentally. This will be the last great war we shall face. If we win, we'll be able to grow so powerful that we'll never need to fear any invaders ever again. We'll be truly free, but first, we have to win this war. This will be the final war, the Dusk War. Let us fight. In victory, we shall be without worries for all of time. If we fail, we may never recover. Ning and the 6 autarchs all understood this concept. Their hearts were filled with unprecedented resolve. There was nothing and no one capable of shaking their will for battle. They would fight. Now that the weaker hegemons and emperors were no longer a threat, the Sith exalts had joined the fray. The final battle had begun. If we win, I might be able to one day revive Yue and my friends and disciples. If we lose, everything will be lost. My parents, Bright Moon, my teacher, they'll all be gone. All of civilization will be gone. The war to reclaim our destinies has now truly begun. Ning's eyes were blazing with determination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 8, The Vast Temple. Book 44, Dusk War, Chapter 8, The Vast Temple. What's the situation, Akong? How strong is that Sith temple? Ning and the others were all worried about Autarkakon. Given how long the Sith exalts had been biding their time, they definitely had been preparing something truly extraordinary to use against the autarchs. The worst part of it was, Autarkakon's true body was in the trap. If it had been his avatar which fell into the trap, Ning and the others wouldn't feel all that worried. If his avatar died, he would merely need a few more years to rebuild a new one. In truth, given the benefits of temporal acceleration, just half a month would be needed to create an avatar, albeit it would have at most 50% of his full power. In a war against the Sith, that extra 20% of power made a great deal of difference, but if his true body died, then his avatar would die along with it. That was a far greater loss, an irrecoverable one. I can't see anything at all. Autarkakon sent back hurriedly. Moments ago, I saw that those Sith exalts were seated within 7 small temples surrounding a big one. They suddenly activated the power of the main temple, causing my surroundings to transform. I've now been trapped inside a giant formation in the form of a massive hallway. No matter where I go, I'm unable to escape this hallway. I can't see through any of the mysteries behind this formation at all. A formation? Ning, Titanos, Skyfeeder, Mog, Stonewall, and Bolin were all shocked. Not even an autarch could make heads or tails out of this formation. How powerful did it have to be? If Autarchicon was unable to escape it, all he could do was wait and endure terrifying attacks from the Sith Exalts. Dark North and I have some skill in formations. I'm closer to you than he is. Akon, take care of yourself. My avatar is headed straight towards you and should get there in 12 days. Autarch Titanos sent. Avatars were just as effective as true bodies when it came to understanding and disassembling formations. All right. Hurry up. Trapped inside this formation, I can't even find my foes. Autarch Akon was rather anxious. This hallway was merely 30 meters wide, but he could see no end to it. No matter how long he walked, he wasn't able to walk out of it. As for the walls? Autarchicon had already tried to break through them with force, but clearly there was no way for him to tear through a formation which 7 Sith Exalts had set up with the help of this temple. Trapping me here was probably just the first step. Their actual killer attacks will be coming soon. Autarchicon manifested 6 arms, with 3 of them holding shields and the other 3 holding a saber, a sword, and a shuttle. As the Autarch of Annihilation, he was naturally skilled in many different weapons. It was rare, however, that he was forced to use shields to defend himself. 12 days. I have to last for at least 12 days. Autarchicon's eyes were very tranquil, but he was on high alert. Ning was very worried about Autarchicon, but for now sending Autarch Titanos' avatar was the best option they had. Ning himself had devised the sword formation Dao, but Autarch Titanos had spent countless years analyzing Sith artifacts and researching Sith formations. He was just as skilled in the Dao of formations as Ning was, but he had far more experience in dealing with Sith techniques. Last time, Autarch Titanos hadn't even needed to enter the Annihilation Hive before devising the reverse vortex formation. All he had needed was the information Ning and Mog had provided, but although the various autarchs were most skilled in their own Dao birth essences, they had other specialties as well. For example, Autarch Bolin had been unable to create the Samsara Dao birth essence, but he still far eclipsed the hegemon level when it came to understanding life and death. Not even Ning was a match for him in this regard. As for Autarch Titanos, he was not only the master of the Karma Dao birth essence, he was also tremendously skilled in creating and deconstructing powerful artifacts and formations. 5 days after Autarchicon had first been trapped. Phew! That was close. Gentlemen, I nearly died just now, Autarchicon sent to Ning and the others. Thankfully, combat is my forte. I was forced to use my invulnerable form to endure those repeated attacks and actually used up over half of my energy. I came so close to dying, but I managed to make it. Ning and the others all had nervous looks on their faces. This was just day 5, Autarch Titanos needed 12 days. How terrifyingly powerful were those attacks, for them to exhaust half of an Autarch's energy reserves in just a few days? Autarchs had nigh limitless amounts of energy because of how quickly they replenished their energy stores. Be careful. You have to hold, Autarch Skyfeeder sent frantically. We're lucky that I'm the one stuck inside. If it was you here, Skyfeeder, you probably wouldn't have been able to withstand those terrifyingly powerful attacks. You'd be dust by now, Autarchicon teased. Don't worry. I've already taken the worst they could dish out. I'm an Autarch, you know. I've already replenished my energy stores. What did they use to attack you? How are these attacks so powerful? Ning sent. The attacks are powerful but quite clumsy. Anywhere else, I'd be able to dodge or redirect those attacks with ease. The problem is, I'm trapped in this hallway and have nowhere to go. The attack comes in the form of a faint azure seal which is completely linked to the hallway and seems to be part of it. It just comes smashing at me, giving me nowhere to dodge at all. My only choice is to meet it head-on, This Grand Seal is marvelously made and it can launch a total of 352 explosive attacks before the energy in it is used up, following by the seal itself dissipating. In the end, I was forced to transform into my invulnerable form in order to endure the terrifying destructive power of the seal's attacks. Otherwise, I would have been crushed to dust and my true soul annihilated. Ning frowned when he heard this. So it was just a giant seal which came smashing at you? But the problem was that when you were trapped in the hallway, there was nowhere to run at all. You had to take those attacks head-on. Autarkakong was being treated as a punching bag. If I was attacked by 3 or 4 of these things in a row, I'd definitely be doomed, Autarkakong said. Don't worry too much, Autarkakong said. The Sith are different from us. They are foreigners to our chaosverse. We can endlessly replenish our energies from our chaosverse, but they cannot. If they try to take power from the outside world by force, the process will be incredibly slow. They must have prepared many different energy-generating treasures, and each time they use such a powerful attack it will cost them greatly. Most likely, a single giant seal is their absolute limit. There's no way they can just generate 4 of them in a row without resting. If they could, they would have done so long ago. Ha! Killing an Autark won't be that easy, Autarkakong laughed. As more time passed, the Sith used many different techniques in an effort to kill Autarkakong. They first started with grand seals, then switched to insidious and strange techniques. However, the only ones which truly brought him to the brink of death had been that grand seal and a strange tentacle attack. On the 12th day, Autark Titano's avatar finally arrived. He was unable to breach the formations from outside, and so he had no choice but to charge into the temple. Immediately report to our superiors that we've already tied down 2 Autark-class combatants. One of them is Autarkakong, and it appears to be his true body. If we can kill them, it'll be the equivalent of reducing 3 Autark-class combatants from the ranks of the native cultivators. Our temple is mainly meant for trapping foes, which means its attacks aren't quite strong enough. Hurry up and tell our superiors to send us more forces to wipe the 2 of them out. The 7 exalts within the vast temple were all extremely excited. Ning and the others continued to stand guard over their respective zones, catching and wiping out Sith hegemons and emperors. The overall situation in the Chaosverse had taken a turn for the better, with the native hegemons now being under much less pressure. However, there were still a number of formidable Sith warships roaming about. 5 days after Autark Titano's avatar joined Autarkakong inside that formation. Die. Ning had just discovered a vast black warship which was suppressing spacetime in the surrounding region. However, Ning transformed into a storm of wind and thunder as he shot towards the warship, intending to blink inside and slaughter the Sith within. Not good. That's an Autark. Flee, quick. The Sith hegemons and emperors in this warship were members of an elite squad. They had survived the first waves of the war and had achieved many accomplishments, destroying a total of 3 cultivator battlefronts. Swoosh! After blinking into the warship, Ning showed no mercy at all to these successful Sith warriors. Their accomplishments came from murdering local hegemons. All of you can die. A vast wave of heart force instantly swept out, causing the many Sith to perish. Suddenly, Ning's face turned grim and he immediately blinked outside the warship. There, he discovered that the outside world had just changed. He was now within a vast grayish-white temple complex, and there were a total of 8 stone pillars surrounding the temple at its margins. A figure was seated in the lotus position atop each of the stone pillars. Although their mighty auras were inferior to Ning's, Ning knew without a shadow of a doubt that these were all Sith exalts. There were 8 of them. Judging from how you Autarks have been sweeping through our emperors, it would seem that you have a total of 13 Autark-class combatants. If we factor in the one within the Annihilation Hive, that means you have 14 in total. A tall, thin Sith exalt who was seated atop one of the stone pillars stared at Ning with glowing eyes. If each of you has 1 true body and 1 avatar, that means you have a total of 7 Autarks. 6 we already know about. Now, Who is the seventh? Is it a newly promoted autarch, or is it an Emperor Dark North who had used a true soul everlasting technique? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 44, Chapter 9, Ayer's Response. Book 44, The Dusk War, Chapter 9, Ayer's Response. The Sith exalts seated on top of the 8 stone pillars stared intently at the glowing humanoid before them. None of them could clearly see who that person was. Who was the 7th leader of the cultivator forces? Was it a new autarch, or was it an Emperor Dark North? This was a question the Sith paid close attention to. Even Ayer wanted to know the answer for sure. They would rather see a new autarch rise than for Lord Dark North to have mastered a true soul everlasting technique and become an eternal emperor. Someone who was so incredibly talented as to be able to produce a true soul everlasting technique would be extremely dangerous to the Sith. The pressures of war might well result in him breaking through to becoming an Omega autarch. Why don't you guess? Ning laughed loudly as he transformed into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. Just as Ning moved, the vast grayish-white temple suddenly burst with power. The 8 Sith exalts had activated it, causing space-time to twist and distort around Ning. Ning could sense his surroundings changing, transforming to become a dazzlingly beautiful world of white clouds and fragrant flowers. Ning stood in the center of all of it, and a strange little smile was on his face. An illusory formation? Ning mused. Playing around with illusions in front of a Heartforce cultivator, what a joke! He was both the formations expert and a Heartforce cultivator. With the aid of his Heartforce, he was easily able to understand some of the secrets behind how this formation operated. Although Ning was completely confident in his chances, he was still very careful and immediately went into his 3-headed, 6-armed mode with all 6 northbow swords at the ready. Break! Ning's swordlight lashed out, and it cut cleanly through the beautiful illusory world as though the formation was nothing more than tofu. Just like that, the seemingly formidable formation was defeated. Ning then transformed into a storm of lightning and wind as he flew off into the distance. Ah, impressive. You actually defeated our illusions with ease. Of the 6 known autarchs in your civilization, only Autarch Stonerule, the master of the illusion Daobirth essence, would be able to accomplish this. However, we already know that Autarch Stonerule is quite far from here, which means you are most likely Emperor Dark North, an ancient voice said. Emperor Dark North, we merely cast those illusions so that we could be sure of your identity. Did you really think you'd actually be able to escape so easily? Await death, Emperor Dark North. Seal. With a rumbling sound, the titanic grayish-white temple complex began to swivel in place, its outer walls rising upwards while its heart sank downwards. Ning had transformed into a storm of lightning and wind, seeking to escape, but just moments later the entire temple had completely transformed in shape. It was now shaped like a hemispheric prison cell that had been completely sealed off, trapping him inside. He was completely locked into this place. Ning glanced at the securely fashioned hallway which imprisoned him, then reached out to touch the walls while following his senses. Eh? Ning frowned. Yet another space-time sealing formation? With but a thought, Ning blinked past the wall and appeared outside, only to see a vast region of empty space. The only thing within this void was many miniature space-time continuums. The large ones were 10 billion kilometers in size, while the small ones were merely tens of thousands of kilometers in size. All of them came together to form an extremely complicated sealing formation that locked away spacetime. There was no way to simply fly out of this place. If he wanted to escape, he would have to first solve the formation. Sealed spacetime, Ning's head hurt. In the Annihilation Hive, he had encountered countless spacetime bubbles which were linked together into a complicated formation that was used to devour energy from his chaosverse. It didn't have much of a bewildering or trapping effect, as that wasn't its primary purpose. This one, however, existed solely for the purpose of trapping powerful foes. Then I'll destroy spacetime here. The three-headed, six-armed Ning sent 6 streams of swordlight flooding through the area, using his spacetime sword Dao to assault and destroy one spacetime bubble after another. Alas, the destroyed ones were quickly replaced by others. I can't do it by force. I have to understand the mysteries behind this formation, then breach it. Ning began to consider his next steps. The 8 Sith exalts seated on the stone pillars all exchanged a glance. They could see and sense everything Ning was doing inside their formation. Anything involving Emperor Dark North is extremely important. Report this to our superiors immediately, one exalt said. All right. A black-haired man nodded as he produced a silvery formation base before him. This formation base had a total of 3 loops above it which were slowly spinning in place. Gradually, a blurry pillar of light appeared within the loops which resolved into a humanoid figure. A second later, the blurry figure completely solidified into the tall, muscular, grey rogue Ayer. Ayer was seated upon his throne, eyes closed in meditation. Only after fully manifesting did he open his eyes. Almighty Ayer. The black-haired man remained seated, but he still bowed downwards in respect. What is it? Ayer glanced down at the man from his throne. The 8 of us have captured an autarch-class combatant using the temple you gave us. We suspected that this person is the mysterious 7th autarch, and so we first used illusions to test him out. He almost instantly defeated our illusions, and so we now believe that there is at least an 80% chance he is Emperor Dark North, the black-haired man said respectfully. We know just how major this is, so we immediately decided to report it to you. Emperor Dark North? Ayer's previously placid gaze suddenly shone with terrifying light. This was the variable which worried him above all others. Ayer had made many preparations for this war. The Sith hegemons and emperors he had poured into the vanguard had been nothing more than cannon fodder. Ayer didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt over their deaths, because they had no impact at all. So long as they died killing native hegemons and emperors, it could be said that they had succeeded in their purpose. Only when he sent out the Sith exalts would the final battle have truly begun. If it wasn't for Emperor Dark North, Ayer was certain that he had over a 99% chance of success. This was why he hadn't shown himself a single time. He was confident enough to continue lying in wait, biding his time. Once he did finally reveal himself, it would be in a way which shocked everyone. However, Emperor Dark North worried Ayer. Someone who had failed the Tao merge and yet was able to devise a true soul everlasting technique before dying was undoubtedly a figure of absolutely unearthly talent. If Emperor Dark North took that one final step, he would become an Omega Tao autarch. Omega autarchs in their own chaos verses were absolutely invincible. An 80% chance it is him? Ayer murmured softly. Good. Very good. My first target shall be him, then. Use everything you have to keep him trapped and wait for my arrival. I'll head there at maximum speed and kill him myself. You are coming in person? The black-haired man was shocked. Ayer had yet to personally take part ever since they had entered this chaosverse and launched the war against the local cultivators. They all knew how powerful Ayer was. Although he was unable to summon the power of the Tao in this chaosverse and was rejected by it, he had prepared many trump cards for this war. Once he made his move, he would undoubtedly be able to kill this Emperor Dark North. Understood. We'll use every tool at our disposal to keep Emperor Dark North contained, the black-haired man said. Very well. I'm heading out right away. The pillar of light began to vanish, and the last thing they saw was a fuzzy image of Ayer rising from his throne. Ayer still wasn't completely sure if the 7th native autarch was Emperor Dark North or not. Even if it was someone else, killing a trapped autarch wouldn't be a complete waste of his time. If it really was Emperor Dark North, things would be perfect. Thus, to make sure that nothing unexpected might happen, Ayer elected to personally deal with this new variable. Ning stared at the countless space-time bubbles in the void. He was able to almost instantly tell that he wouldn't be able to solve this formation right away, and so he quickly sent word to the other 6. Gentlemen, I've also become trapped within a Sith temple. Mine has 8 Sith exalts controlling it, Ning sent via the message talisman. I'm now trapped within a spacetime formation. It'll take me some time to break out of it. What? Dark North, you've been trapped as well? Dark North, I'm not too far away from you. I'll come help out, Autarch Stone Rule replied immediately. No need. I'm quite skilled in both spacetime and formations. I'm better suited for dealing with this type of formation than anyone else, Ning sent back. Don't worry too much. I'm about to start meditating on how to deconstruct this formation. I'm just giving you all a heads up. For both myself and Akon to be trapped in short succession means that the Sith have probably prepared squads of exalts for all of us. Don't let yourselves be trapped as well. All right. The other 6 autarchs all felt a sense of pressure. Akon had been trapped in a temple commanded by 7 exalts, while Dark North had been trapped by a grayish-white temple controlled by 8. The Sith most assuredly had more exalts under their command than simply 15, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.